The bouquet fell to the ground, and the beautiful flowers scattered everywhere, no longer whole. Sobbing came from somewhere. Then a voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, stop crying." The girl lifted her face and turned around. A pitiful little girl was crying over the fallen bouquet. A boy happened to walk up behind her. The boy reached out with a purple hydrangea in his hand and said she had to be a little braver. The little girl stared at that simple purple flower in surprise. That flower was so beautiful, and she remembered that purple bloom for the rest of her life, along with its color and the boy's warm smile and kind gesture. Huayu wiped away her sweat with effort, holding a mop and letting out a long breath as she looked around. Seeing that everything in the room was now neat and tidy, Huayu told herself, "Finally, it's all cleaned up." Suddenly, the phone beside her chimed with a new message notification. Smiling, Huayu scrolled through the messages. Her father had texted, "Huayu, have you found a new place to stay yet? How does it feel?" Then came a message from her mother. "Something this big, and you didn't even tell your parents, so we could come help? You turned 18 and flew off right away. Honestly, there's still 2 weeks before registration day, so why rush over so early?" Seeing her parents' concern, Huayu replied, "I finally got into my dream university, so I wanted to come a little early and get used to things. Don't worry, I'm doing great, and I've already cleaned the room." After that, she even sent them a photo of herself in the freshly cleaned room, as if inviting them to have a look. When her mother saw the photo, she replied, "Oh, pretty hard-working, huh? Ha ha." Her father, meanwhile, texted back, "Our Dudu has always been this brave." She stared at that message for a moment, slightly stunned. Brave. Huayu fell silent and touched her bracelet thoughtfully. I like that word. Back then, that person had told me to be a little braver. By now, I can't even remember what he looked like anymore. The only thing I can't forget is that gentle encouragement, and that bouquet that was as gentle as he was. She touched the necklace she was wearing. Huayu gazed intently at the flower pendant on her necklace. Ever since then, she had never seen another flower quite like it. What is this, anyway? Some kind of rare flower. Standing on a balcony and looking around, something suddenly caught her eye. She looked to the side and saw several wilted potted plants, lifeless and withered. She said, they've all dried up. What a pity. Did the previous tenant leave them behind? She quietly looked over as the leaves rustled softly in the breeze. Looking at the dead plant, Huayu thought, I may as well throw it out. Outside, gentle sunlight illuminated beautiful pink flowers. Footsteps sounded along with labored breathing. Huff, huff. Huayu walked down the street with difficulty, carrying a garbage bag in both hands along with the flower pot, panting tiredly. Huayu and Feng Xin passed by each other quietly. At that moment, she was thinking, there's really a lot of trash to throw away all at once. Suddenly, she noticed something nearby. A girl was saying, "Hey, do you need help? Carrying that many books must be exhausting. Let us help you." The other girl replied cheerfully, "Thank you so much, but it's only a few books. I'm not tired." Huayu heard their conversation. I'm used to this kind of situation. Because she wasn't pretty, her appearance always unintentionally made her look stern and rigid, and it was only natural that no one dared approach her. Because of that, she felt she needed to change. Huayu suddenly smiled and lifted her chin. But should I try managing my expressions a little? Maybe it'll be easier to make friends in college. Maybe like this? Seeing her strange behavior, the people around her began glancing at Huayu. She kept changing her expression and posture, like this, and people kept staring at her. When she reached a corner and noticed their reactions, Huayu gloomily realized, I guess this doesn't suit me. So embarrassing. I am scared in pasarsby. At that moment, a young man happened to brush past her. Because they were too close, the two of them collided. With so many things in her hands, she nearly fell and cried out, The young man's back paused for a moment, and he reached out again. Chiwu leaned over and caught the person in front of him, his arm wrapping around her neck and shoulder to steady her body. Huayu's heart went thump, thump, pounding wildly. Embarrassed, she thought, how careless of me. I almost fell, and someone actually helped me. She looked up and said, thank you. Then her eyes widened in shock. His expression was cold, and his blue eyes stared straight at her. Huayu said again, thank you. Chiwu didn't answer, only tilted his head and looked at her. Idiot. Then he strode away without responding to her thanks. Huayu didn't know how to react. Lowering her head to look at the flower pot in her arms, she thought, I think I just got looked down on. Her eyes drooped sadly, and Huayu comforted herself. This is normal. What's there to be surprised about? Hua Yu turned to look at the young man's retreating back. Inwardly, she judged him. This guy has such a terrible attitude. Even if I'm a stranger, he doesn't need to go that far. Then she threw the trash into a roadside bin and ignored him. She placed the flower pot beneath the trash can, then dusted off her hands and let out a relieved breath. Mission accomplished. A fragrant pink flower branch caught Hua Yu's attention. What a nice smell. Is it flower fragrance? She looked around as if searching for the source. Closing her eyes, she savored it, breathing in that natural floral scent again and again. Hua Yu felt extremely happy, and all the exhaustion vanished from her face. Seeing the clear weather, she told herself, maybe I should take a little walk. Flower petals lay scattered at her feet, and Hua Yu was astonished, her eyes shining brightly. She couldn't believe the sight before her, and let out a delighted cry as she looked at the road lined on both sides. I never imagined there'd be a place this beautiful here. As she walked, Hua Yu kept taking pictures. Delighted, she snapped photo after photo and thought, I should take a few and send them to Mom. Suddenly, she heard an argument. I quit. She looked down and saw an angry-looking woman. Who is that? Such a bad temper. Xiao Jinling said angrily, it was just one crushed flower that got dropped. That's all. The person beside her tried to hold her back. Come on, don't mind him. Miss, don't go. Hua Yu watched suspiciously and wondered, what's going on? Then she suddenly saw the woman sprawl on the ground and lament. Hiring employees is really too hard. Seeing that baffling behavior, Hua Yu could hardly believe it. She actually laid down on the ground. Then the woman looked up and saw her. Right after that, she rushed over, grabbed Hua Yu's hands, and asked with a smile, Miss, do you want to apply for the job? Still unable to process that behavior, Hua Yu asked in fright, apply? Although startled by the sudden enthusiasm, she stammered. And no, taking a closer look at the other woman, Hua Yu thought, the lady in front of me is so pretty. Why do I keep running into beautiful people today? Without waiting for her to react, the flower shop owner quickly pushed her forward and said, come on, you can look around first. Hurry, let's go. Hua Yu had no idea how to respond as the person behind her kept pushing her. Wait. Pretty as she was also kind of strange. She tried to explain, I really was just passing by. The person behind her cheerfully replied, it's fine. Looking ahead, Hua Yu froze. Wow, the flower shop was huge and beautiful, like a paradise for flowers. Hua Yu lifted her eyes and stared in fascination. Sunflower flower shop. How many times have I gasped in amazement today? The woman walked ahead and waved as she introduced herself. Gumin, I'm the owner of this flower shop. She invited Hua Yu inside and said, you'd work 6 hours a day here, with Saturdays and Sundays off. If you agree, meals and lodging are included too. Holding up 2 fingers, she announced, the salary is this much. You wouldn't even need to do much, just stand at the door and welcome visitors. Inside were countless pots of flowers and beautiful bouquets. The flower shop owner continued, my shop is small, but we've been in business for 20 years now. Every single flower here is grown by our family. Cradling each flower tenderly, she said with affection, these flowers are all my treasures. Hua Yu stood beside her and watched. The woman said, I'll make some tea. Wait a moment, okay? Feel free to look around. Feeling awkward at being treated so warmly, Hua Yu declined. You really don't have to go to so much trouble. She looked a little flustered by such hospitality and thought, the owner is way too enthusiastic. If I leave now, wouldn't that seem a bit rude? Hua Yu found herself drawn in by the flowers in the room. She looked at the flower-shaped bell hanging above the display frame. Gazing at all the flowers in the shop, Hua Yu marveled. There are so many kinds I've never even seen before. Suddenly, Hua Yu's eyes widened in surprise. There was a pot of purple flowers, the exact same purple as the flower in her memory. It was the very same kind of flower from that memory. Hua Yu thought of the warm boy holding the flower out to her. This is for you. She bent down to take a closer look at it. At that moment, everything felt incredibly wondrous. All her senses were drawn to the flower. For some reason, it felt just like a magical key. She reached out, wanting to touch it, as if the moment she did, some marvelous journey would begin. A cold voice said, get away. You'll ruin it. Hua Yu looked up at the speaker, her face darkening, but to her surprise, Her heart started pounding wildly. Looking at Chi Wu's cold, devil-like expression, she felt a mix of fear and confusion. Just as she was about to touch the flower, a wicked dragon had appeared out of nowhere. What he was talking about was that potted hydrangea. At that moment, the shop bell rang out with a cheerful chime. Hua Yu quietly looked at the young man before her, but he was far more focused on the flower pot in front of him than on the person beside him. Then he turned to her and said impatiently, "Move aside." His voice made her jump. When she looked up, she saw Chi Wu staring at her with eyes that clearly wanted to drive her away. She finally recognized him. Looking more carefully at his face, she realized this was the same guy who had rudely insulted her the moment they met. She stole a cautious glance at him, puzzled. Why am I running into him here too? I don't want any trouble. Just looking at him, he doesn't seem easy to deal with at all. With her nervous expression, she timidly turned to Chi Wu and said, "Am I in your way?" Suddenly, Chi Wu leaned closer, startling her. She thought he was about to do something, and out of instinct, she raised both hands in front of herself defensively. But Chi Wu didn't do anything to her at all. He simply reached out and picked up the flower pot. Realizing he wasn't doing anything to her, Hua Yu opened her eyes. Looking to the side, she saw Chi Wu lifting the flower pot in front of him. Then he examined the base of the plant, inspecting every corner closely before checking the bottom of the pot to see if it had been damaged. Her face instantly flushed red, embarrassed that in all her confusion and anxiety, she had been treated like she was invisible. She turned to look at him. Does he think I'm some kind of pest? Feeling awkward, she said, "I only wanted to look at it. I hadn't even touched it yet. Do you want to buy it?" But Chi Wu still just kept examining the potted plant. Suddenly, he turned his face away and muttered, "That woman, seriously, she'll hire just anyone." Hua Yu was startled for a moment, then thought it over. That woman, she immediately thought of the flower shop owner. Oh, so they know each other? Could he be an employee here? Hua Yu turned to explain. The owner was the one who kept insisting I come in and work. I never intended to work here. Chi Wu was still holding the flower pot. When he heard that, he looked a little surprised, then turned around to look at Hua Yu, frightening her all over again. He slowly stepped toward her. Is that so? His tall frame could almost completely block her from view. He came closer and lowered his face toward hers. His tone was a little sharp. Then I hope you mean what you say. After all, the people before you said the exact same thing at first. Suddenly, his voice grew unusually subdued. But in the end, they stayed because of money or vanity. One of them wanted a salary of 6,000 yuan a month, and the flower shop owner still warmly agreed, even though it went over budget. As long as you stay, it's fine. Another saw how beautiful the flower garden was and secretly took pictures to steal and post online just to look good on social media. Hua Yu looked up at Chi Wu, and when it comes to taking care of flowers, none of those girls understood anything. They never even tried to learn, and they certainly weren't devoted to the work. If a flower wilted, they cut it off. If it died, they threw it away. He turned and challenged her. Aren't you the same? Didn't you just throw away a flower pot too? She remembered the withered pot she had thrown away. So that was the flower pot he meant. Suddenly, she realized it. Could it be that the harsh thing he said earlier had been because of that flower pot? He had only met her once, and he already thought she was that kind of person. Hua Yu looked toward Chi Wu, but he wasn't paying any attention to her. Hua Yu's face flushed red. I get it now. This guy really is an arrogant, overbearing jerk. I can't believe I was trying to make excuses for his awful attitude earlier. No wonder that girl before insisted on leaving. Hua Yu's words made Chi Wu, who had been walking away, turn back to look at her. Standing there awkwardly, Hua Yu finally spoke her mind. The person who really ought to leave is you. Because of an employee like you, customers leave because of your arrogant attitude. That's why this flower shop has so few customers, and why the owner has to work so hard trying to hire new staff. These flowers are left here with no one to admire them. That's just too pitiful. Her words clearly took Chi Wu by surprise. The air around them suddenly turned unnaturally silent. Chi Wu's anger was obvious on his face. So angry, he could barely speak. Oh, Hua Yu grew a little frightened. She swallowed hard, her heart uneasy as she thought, what now? Is he angry for being told off? Is he going to hit me? This is a law-abiding society, you know? Suddenly, a voice cut through and dissolved the tense atmosphere. All right, sorry to keep you waiting. The shop owner came out carrying a tray of tea and pastries. The moment she saw Chi Wu, her face lit up. Chi Wu, you're here? Chi Wu turned to look at the woman in front of him, then answered with a single word, Mom. Hua Yu instantly froze, then finally reacted and blurted out, Mom. Realizing she had spoken too loudly, she immediately felt embarrassed and looked at Chi Wu. He glanced at Hua Yu too. and seeing that she was looking at him, he silently mouthed to her, "So you really don't understand anything at all." Hua felt both angry and embarrassed. Just then, Chi-Woo's mother came over warmly and said to her, "Miss, come on, come on. I just brewed some flower tea. Don't be shy." Hua was still embarrassed about what had just happened and stammered, "I'm not drinking any. I have to go." Chi-Woo's mother looked a little surprised at her reaction. It seemed she had wanted to give Hua a little gift, but she hesitated and tucked it back into her bag. She stepped forward and took Hua Yu's hands. "Did my son say something to upset you? That child is just like that. The way he talks makes it easy for him to offend people. Please don't be angry, okay? He's really just a fool." Hearing those words from her made Hua Yu feel a little awkward. The owner spoke somewhat clumsily. "Take these with you, please. Think of it as a little apology from me." Hua Yu accepted the gift, feeling a bit embarrassed, then turned and left. As she stepped out the door, the bell rang behind her. While Chi-Woo still stood there cradling the flower pot, Hua Yu's words kept echoing in his mind. "These flowers are left here with no one to admire them. That's just too pitiful." Just thinking of that was enough to make him unhappy. "Chi-Woo." A voice calling from behind startled him. Chi-Woo turned around, as though he had to face something very dark. That night, in Hua Yu's bedroom, she took out the bag of pastries the flower shop owner had given her. Sitting on the bed, she nibbled on a sweet pastry, a book resting against her thigh while she scrolled through her phone. After taking a bite, she blurted out, "This is so good." Even though that guy Chi-Woo is really annoying, the owner is such a gentle person. Clearly, she shouldn't have been the one apologizing. Thinking back on it, she realized, at the time I was too angry. I left without even saying thank you. After finishing the pastry, she laid down on her bed. If I get the chance next time, I'll go thank her properly. And it definitely has to be when that guy isn't there. With that, she turned off the light and drew the curtains. She checked the balance in her account. There was only 840,000 left. Looking at the amount, she thought, after paying the rent, this is all I have left. She saw that her mother had sent a message in the family group chat. "Eat less takeout, stay up less late." Hua Yu immediately sent a cute sticker with the words, "Don't worry," into the group. Staring at the chat screen, she put down her phone and kept patting her cheeks, telling herself, "No, I insisted on coming here on my own. I can't let mom and dad pay for my whim." Just then, her phone chimed with another message. When she opened it, she saw her mother had written, "Dudu, how was your day today?" Remembering everything that had happened, Hua Yu felt aggrieved. But she still sent a message that was completely different from how she really felt. Absolutely great, along with a cute, cheerful sticker. She thought to herself, if I hadn't run into that guy, today really would have been a happy day. She remembered the flower shop owner's harsh words to her. "When flowers wither, you cut them off. When they die, you throw them away." Wasn't she the same? Hadn't she just thrown out a flower pot herself? The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. She tossed her phone aside and pulled up the blanket, planning to just sleep the day away. The next morning, Hua Yu walked while scrolling on her phone. More accurately, she was trying to find herself a stable job. She told herself that no matter what, she had to find some part-time work to cover her living expenses. But none of these jobs really seemed right for her. Just then, a crumpled paper ball someone threw accidentally hit her on the head. The wad of paper rolled to a stop at Hua Yu's feet. Curious, she bent down and picked it up. What the heck is this? When she unfolded it, it turned out to be a flyer. Inside was a discount flyer for Sunflower Flower Shop. Following the ad, Hua Yu looked around in confusion. Why was this flyer crumpled up like this? Sunflower Flower Shop. She noticed that other people were getting hit by the flyers too. Smack, smack. Ow, what is this? She was bewildered. It was Chi-Woo, crumpling up the promotional cards. He grumbled, "What a pain. First thing in the morning, and I have to do this." Out of habit, he tossed one behind him, but it flew back and hit him instead. Thud. Chi-Woo turned around and saw the girl standing there watching him. The two fell into a stiff silence while the wind whistled past. Hua Yu said, "Why are all your actions so weird?" Chi-Woo got annoyed. He replied, "What's it got to do with you?" Hua Yu thought, "That's true. It has nothing to do with me, and it's not like I care about him anyway." Then she saw the handmade sunflower decorations scattered on the ground. So this is why he made the other employees so angry they quit, and the owner made him dress like this and hand out flyers? Hee hee, this really is public humiliation. Hua Yu imagined Chi-Woo turned into a human sunflower handing out flyers and burst out laughing. He snapped angrily, "What are you laughing at?" Then Hua Yu bent down to pick up the sunflower pieces, leaving him confused. Chi-Woo said, "Stop meddling." She pieced them together into a butterfly pair and said, "This wing design is pretty unique. She even put the sunflower headband on herself. Hua Yu said, don't get the wrong idea. I'm only doing this to thank your mom for the pastries. And honestly, I just can't bear to watch you ruin all these flyers. Chi Wu was a little surprised. He asked, what are you after? She sighed, neatly straightened the flyers, and said, please, not everyone has some ulterior motive like you think. Let me be blunt. Don't you think your attitude is way too arrogant? You're never going to bring business to your mother's flower shop like this. Hearing that, Chi Wu seemed to understand a little. He scratched his back and secretly followed Hua Yu to see what she was going to do. He thought, I don't believe she can attract a single customer. Time passed like falling leaves drifting past the branches. He saw Hua Yu still earnestly calling out, hello, please take a look at our flower shop event. Hello. But all her effort was met with indifference from passers-by, which made Hua Yu feel discouraged. Chi Wu watched everything. Some girls nearby mocked her. Haha, look at that schoolgirl. She's dressed so ridiculously. Is she filming some kind of short video? Pretending to look ugly to get attention isn't a trend anymore. Hua Yu felt a little sad. Not a single flyer had been handed out. Then she heard someone call out, Miss, I've seen you standing here for a long time. Could I get a flyer too? Hua Yu brightened immediately and warmly handed him one. Here you go. He said, thanks, but took the chance to touch her hand. Hua Yu felt it, but then Chi Wu stepped in and stopped that filthy hand. He glared at the guy with a frightening expression. The young man said, I just brushed against it. Chi Wu squeezed his hand painfully. The guy got scared and backed away. Seeing that, Hua Yu said, thank you, while Chi Wu ignored her. Embarrassed, she said, but that guy was the only one who took a flyer. He said, people like that aren't welcome at my shop. Hua Yu was a little surprised. He added, what? Going to say I'm arrogant again? She said, no, that's not it. What you said wasn't wrong at all. Then Chi Wu pulled the sunflower hoop off her head. Take this off already. It looks stupid. Hua Yu was startled. He grabbed a handful, making her freeze. He said, what are you looking at? She replied, nothing. Suddenly someone called out, Hey, mister, if I take a flyer, can we exchange WeChat? Chi Wu was caught off guard and made an uncomfortable face, which frightened the two girls. Sorry. Fortunately, Hua Yu stepped in to help. Sorry, he was just overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of you beautiful ladies, so he's shy. Here, this is the flyer. Please take one. Even though this guy looks fierce, has a bad temper, and even curses at people, Chi Wu got angry, but Hua Yu kept going. The flower shop itself is really beautiful, so if you have time, please definitely come take a look. The two girls still whispered, he's so scary. Let's go. Those two are really weird. They let out a breath. Whoosh. Chi Wu said, I wasn't shy at all. Hua Yu replied, then sorry, I misunderstood. She secretly laughed. Whoosh. This is just a tiny little revenge on my part. After that, they stood there watching the crowd pass by. Hua Yu said, there's still this many left? Chi Wu said, you'll get used to this if you see it often enough. He glanced over and saw her adjusting her hair. Hua Yu turned toward him, looking a little downcast. Sorry, it seems like I really couldn't help much at all. For two people, nobody welcomes to hand out flyers. This really is a high-difficulty task, huh? That made even him feel a little affected. Chi Wu said nothing. Hua Yu murmured, but there seems to be this faint, sweet, floral scent in the air. It smells really nice. Can you smell it? He turned to her and finally said, you're surrounded by flowers here. Isn't it normal for there to be a fragrance? She said, oh, I guess that's true. Haha, I'm kind of silly. Chi Wu said, boring. His phone chimed with a message from his younger brother. I passed by your shop just now and heard Mom punished you by making you hand out flyers? He replied, His brother texted back, haha, don't tell me you tore them all up. He didn't reply. Chi Wu saw Hua Yu sniffling and thought she was crying. Meanwhile, Hua Yu thought, I talked so confidently earlier, but in the end I wasn't able to help at all. How embarrassing. Hua Yu said, if you want to laugh at me, then go ahead. Anyway, I think I'm pretty useless. Her words made him feel a bit guilty. Chi Wu gave a slight laugh. Then he texted, right, let me ask you something. How do you hand out flyers in a way that attracts people? A shocked reply came immediately. Have you lost your mind? He replied, handing out flyers. His younger brother texted back, oh, you can't hand them out because you don't know how to talk, right? Easy, just do what I say. Hua Yu wondered why he wasn't reacting at all. She sneaked a glance and saw Chi Wu tying up his hair. The wind swept past, and she was stunned by how beautiful he looked. Chi Wu looked like a carefree young man in the spring breeze, which accentuated his dark blue hair. Hua Yu was stunned. Why did you suddenly change your look? He replied, none of your business. Then another message came. Listen to me. Chi-woo immediately put his attractive body to use, showing off his muscles, and striking poses like a prince descended to the mortal world. After that, just wait. His looks instantly stirred up the girls nearby. They ran over to Chi-woo and said, "Excuse me, hello, can we take a photo with you?" Hwai was a little surprised. She thought of what happened before. "Please don't let that happen again." Chi-woo said, "Sure." Then he held out the flyers. "But before that, please take a look at this." They replied, okay, thank you." Hwai was a little shocked to see Chi-woo so proactive. A lot of people crowded around him. Me too. He's so handsome. Please give me one." She was stunned. What is happening? Chi-woo was being swarmed, everything noisy and bustling. He struggled to break free and tugged at Hwayu's sleeve. He tried to ask her for help. "This is my limit." Then she said, "Everyone, sorry, but today the flower shop's handsome guy isn't feeling well enough to keep taking photos." "Huh? Why?" "He's very tired. But everyone can take a flyer first, and later you can use the address on it to come find him." They replied, okay, which left Chi-woo surprised. The girls excitedly said, "That's true. If we crowd him like this, it'll affect his work. Getting a few handsome photos is enough. Let's go show the girls later. Next time, let's stop by the shop and support the business." Hwai said, "Thank you, goodbye." They replied, "We need one here too." She said bye-bye. Then she turned back and said, "You worked hard." Chi-woo wiped himself off and said, "TSK, what kind of stupid idea was that brat brothers? Next time I see him, I'm definitely beating him up." She said, "Huh? What?" He replied, "Nothing." Chi-woo seemed to be thinking. He sighed and said, "Actually, the one who should be saying thank you is me. After all, you're the one who helped me." She said, "I already told you I did it for your mom, so you don't need to think too much about it." There was again that faint floral fragrance. Was it really only her imagination? That fresh scent made people feel strangely at ease. By now, the two of them had finished handing out all the flyers. Chi-woo and Hwai both fixed up their clothes. Just as she slung on her backpack, her phone suddenly rang. When she answered, it turned out to be her father calling. She picked up right away. "Hello, Dad. I'm just about to buy some daily necessities. It's enough, really enough. Don't worry." "Okay, I'll hang up now. Bye-bye." After she hung up, Chi-woo happened to notice that she was browsing job listings. Seeing that, he asked, "Do you live nearby?" Hearing that, Hwai said a little awkwardly, "Yeah, I just moved here yesterday. I haven't even finished unpacking yet." Suddenly, he remembered that when they first met, he had called her stupid for no reason. Thinking of that, Chi-woo felt a little embarrassed and quickly turned his face away. So that means that flower pot wasn't hers after all. I misunderstood her. After hesitating for a while, he blurted out, "Sorry." She asked blankly, "What?" "Nothing. I'm leaving. Bye-bye." He let out a soft sound. Watching her walk away, Chi-woo suddenly called after her, "Wait a second. There's a call for you." As he spoke, he handed his phone to her. She looked a little surprised. "Huh? A call for me? Just answer it." So she picked up. Hello. A little later, she went with him to the flower shop. As soon as they entered, the flower shop owner greeted them warmly. "Oh my, we meet again. That's wonderful. We were so lucky to have you today, miss." Why you wave her hands? No, I just happened to pass by. If it weren't for you, not a single flyer would have gone out today. He definitely would have thrown them all away. As she spoke, she jabbed Chi-woo's arm. Hearing that, Hwai said, but actually, he was the one who handed out all the flyers. As she spoke, Hwai stole a glance at him watering the flowers. The owner smiled gently and said, "I think you really have a connection with us. How about coming to work part-time here? The earlier conditions still stand. I'll pay you this amount. What do you think?" The moment Hwai heard the pay, her eyes lit up. She couldn't believe it was 3,000. But then she felt a little guilty when she thought of Chi-woo. Still, after the owner made the offer, she found herself wanting to hold on to it. In distress, she thought, he'll definitely agree, right? And after everything he said before, if I accept, wouldn't that be like slapping myself in the face? Even though, for a freshman like me, this really is way too tempting. Suddenly, the owner turned and asked with a smile, "So, what do you think?" Without much expression, he simply answered him. Hearing that, Hwai was completely surprised. The owner said again, "Then let's happily settle it like that." Hwai felt helpless. "I haven't agreed yet. Aren't you worried about finding a part-time job? My place is definitely the best one you'll find." Hwai froze. How does she know I'm looking for a part-time job? "All right, miss, what's your name?" Hearing the owner ask, she quickly replied, "Hwai." The owner beckoned to her. Hwai, come have some tea." So the three of them sat down together at the table to drink tea and eat pastries. She said, "Thank you." Hwayu reflected silently. "Mom, Dad, today is my 5th day in this new city. It's amazing. I've already found a part-time job here so quickly." The next day, on her very first day of work, she was carrying a potted plant outside. Seeing this, he walked over and said, "What are you doing?" "I want to move the flowers from inside out into the sun." Hearing that, he immediately explained, "This kind doesn't need direct sunlight. Next time, ask me first before doing anything." Hwayu nodded. "Got it. I'll remember that." Looking at him, she thought, "This boy named Chi Woo is the flower shop owner's son. Sometimes I still can't quite handle his attitude." While she was thinking, he said, "Move the rest over here." Okay. He always looked so fierce, but when it came to plants, he was extremely gentle and careful. She looked up at the sign, Sunflower Flower Shop. A small smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. It's a name that makes people feel warm. A little later, a girl came into the flower shop. As soon as she saw a customer, Hwayu said nervously, "Welcome." She bowed slightly toward the girl. "It is our great honor to have you visit our shop." The girl froze. "Huh? That formal? I'm here to pick up the flowers I ordered in advance." "I understand. Please wait a moment." Then she turned and called inside Chi Woo. He was currently busy wrapping flowers. As soon as he finished, he said, "Come take it. Over here." Hwayu hurried over to him. The moment she saw it, she was captivated by how beautiful the bouquet was. She took it and gave him a thumbs up, praising him endlessly. "I have to say, the bouquet you made is really beautiful. Even I can't help giving you a like." Seeing that, he looked a little embarrassed. He turned her head away and said coldly, "That's because the flowers themselves are beautiful. All right, hurry up and take it to the customer. Stop talking nonsense." After taking a few steps, she unconsciously looked back at him. Sheesh, he's obviously really happy. As soon as the girl received the bouquet, she said excitedly, "It's so beautiful. Coming here because of that flyer from before was totally worth it. Today is the 3-month anniversary of our relationship." After saying a few more words, the girl said goodbye to Hwayu, and Hwayu warmly replied, "Please come again next time." The flowers in this shop really do seem strangely gorgeous. Just looking at them makes your heart feel warm. Being surrounded by flowers really is so happy. While admiring the flowers, Hwayu suddenly remembered something. That's right. Immediately, she hurriedly searched every corner. Not here either. No, no. Seeing her running everywhere, he got a little curious and walked over to ask, "What are you looking for?" Seeing him, she replied a little awkwardly, "Well, it's a little embarrassing to say, but do you remember that potted flower you took away during our last argument? I have a pendant, and the flower petal inside, it looks a lot like that flower, but I can't be sure. So I wanted to confirm it. Is that flower pot still in the shop?" Hearing that, he leaned closer and stared intently at her necklace. "This is yours?" Hwayu nodded. 8 years ago, a child gave me a flower. I took one of its petals and turned it into this pendant. But ever since then, I've never seen another flower like it. Do you know it?" "No, I don't know it." As soon as he said that, he turned and walked away. "You must have seen it wrong. These two are completely different flowers. There are plenty of rare plants in the world. Besides, there's still many flowers here that haven't been watered, so don't forget that." As she watered the flowers, she felt puzzled. Thinking back to the way he denied it, "No, I don't know." She felt a little disappointed, too. That reaction didn't look like someone who knew nothing at all. Then why deny it? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean I'm like that again?" The noise made it impossible for her to focus on watering. When she looked over, the girl was still shouting, "I must have been blind to like someone like you. Let's end it here. We're breaking up." Hwayu also recognized her as the girl from earlier. "You rotten jerk." As she said that, the girl ruthlessly threw the bouquet into the trash can beside her. That was the bouquet he had just made. Looking at the bouquet in the trash, Hwayu felt a little sad and picked it up. "You're just throwing it away like this? What a waste." But to her surprise, the once vivid bouquet had now become a withered bunch of flowers. She froze. "I didn't see wrong, did I?" At that moment, Chi Woo was in the garden behind the flower shop, trimming branches. He was quietly cutting stems when Hwayu suddenly rushed in shouting, as if the house were on fire. "Chi Woo, something terrible happened." Because of that, the flowering plant in his hand got ruined. From outside, she came running in, panting, holding the bouquet. "This flower, it... He turned around and looked at her with annoyance. "Why are you yelling like that?" Hwayu pointed at the bouquet and said, "This is the bouquet you made, right? It turned into this." They've already withered. Just before this, he still looked so love-struck. Who would have thought feelings could disappear so quickly? Seeing her making such a big deal out of it, he said irritably, "You're really putting on an act." But she kept going. "The feelings disappeared? I don't get it. I did think they seemed to be arguing. But what does that have to do with these flowers? Hey, tell me, could these flowers have come to life and change with their moods? If they argue, the flowers wither right away? And no, that's not right. After the founding of the country, things aren't allowed to become spirits. So don't tell me this is some supernatural incident. Or magic, maybe? Should I post it online and ask everyone?" Hearing that, he got annoyed and snatched the bouquet from her hands. "The more you talk, the more ridiculous this gets. You're overthinking it. How could something like that be possible? Do you want to post it online so everyone can laugh at our shop? But look, it only took a few minutes for it to turn into this. Doesn't that seem abnormal?" Chi-Woo was so speechless and annoyed that he turned away without a word. "Hey, don't ignore me. Look at it, just look." Seeing that, he snapped, "You're kind of noisy." Sorry. That night, while you lay awake in bed, tossing and turning, no matter how she thought about it, it still didn't make sense. It really didn't make sense. Stop thinking about it. Go to sleep. But no matter what, she just couldn't fall asleep. She simply couldn't sleep. Looking at the faint breeze outside the window, she decided that useless overthinking wouldn't help, so she might as well go out and get some air. She changed clothes and headed out. She bought a drink, then sank into thought again. What a miscalculation. Who would have thought it would still be so hot in this city even at night? As she drank, Hwayu suddenly noticed that this seemed to be the road leading to the garden behind the flower shop. She hadn't realized she'd walked this far. As she spoke, she slowly walked down the steps. It's so quiet. Last time she had passed through this little path too, and that's how she met the shop owner and Chi-Woo as well. Thinking back on it, she had made him unhappy again today. But honestly, she had been in the wrong, clinging to him like that. Thinking carefully, they weren't even that close. Could they be considered friends? Probably not. Just then, she suddenly heard a voice. DeWong, stop fooling around. When she looked over, it turned out to be Chi-Woo and his dog. Huh, Chi-Woo. At that moment, he was loudly shooing the puppy away. Go back to your room. Hwayu thought to herself, it's this late, and he's still working? When she saw him holding the bouquet from that morning, she grew suspicious. What is he doing? At that moment, Chi-Woo was using magic on the bouquet. A light spread out. The withered bouquet transformed back into a vibrant one. Her eyes went wide in disbelief. She was so frightened that a cold sweat broke out, and she hurried to hide behind the bushes. She thought to herself, I just saw something absolutely shocking that I wasn't supposed to see. Her whole body trembled involuntarily. She couldn't believe her joke had actually turned out to be true. No wonder he got so mad before. So magic really does exist in this world. And that person is Chi-Woo. She had just started to stand up to leave when she froze. No, he probably doesn't want anyone else finding out about this, right? If I rush over there recklessly, I might scare him. Judging from how he's reacted before, I probably won't get another chance to confirm it. She lightly touched her pendant and wondered, could that little boy from back then have something to do with him? My brain is about to crash. Can somebody please tell me what I'm supposed to do right now? While panicking, she seemed to bump into something. Out of curiosity, Hwayu gently parted the bushes. To her surprise, there was a young man sleeping inside. Seeing how soundly he slept, she wondered, asleep? Is he some kind of drifter? In the middle of his peaceful sleep, he suddenly opened his eyes. It scared her out of her wits. You startled me. Seeing that, the two of them hurriedly clamped their hands over each other's mouths. Realizing something felt very off, Hwayu blushed in embarrassment and quickly let go. Saw thee. I didn't mean to scare you just now. Seeing her panic, he tried hard not to laugh. Her expression was just too funny. Just then, a voice called out, Phone Xin. Hearing that, he poked her, then motioned for Hwayu to stay quiet. The person who had called for Phone Xin turned out to be the girl who bought flowers that morning. She was still searching for him now. You rotten Phone Xin. Don't think that just because you're hiding and not making a sound, I won't find you. Get out here and explain yourself to me. At that point, Hwayu also noticed the high school uniform Phone Xin was wearing. What give you the right to break up with me just because you say so? You jerk. Hearing that, Hwayu immediately looked at Phone Xin with judgment in her eyes. What's with that look, miss? She whispered, she's looking for you. Aren't you going out? He broke into a bright smile and said, nope. I've seen that girl before. She even bought a bouquet for me this morning. So what? We've already broken up. It's just that she doesn't seem to think so. Well, then you can only blame yourself for getting too deep into the role. That doesn't sound very right. Can you really treat someone's feelings that casually? He shot back, huh? Excuse me, miss, we don't know each other, do we? What gives you the right to lecture me? I'm not lecturing you. I just don't want to see those flowers wither because of humans being like this. Feeling that the girl had left, he grabbed his school bag and stood up. I'm going. Seeing that, she said in confusion, wait, you can't go that way right now. She felt a little uneasy. He'll run into him. But Feng Xian ignored her and stepped up the stairs one by one. Worried, she hurried after him and grabbed him, but unexpectedly the two of them fell hard to the ground together. Why do you have to go this way? This is the garden behind the flower shop. Helpless, he said. I just broke up. Did that make you so furious that you actually chased after me? Why you screamed inwardly, I don't want Chi Wu to see me like this right now. How am I supposed to explain this? Please, dear lady, don't blurt out my love life, okay? Just then, footsteps sounded, heading toward the two of them. The moment he looked up and saw who it was, he smiled and said, Chi Wu, good evening. Hello, cousin. After that, the three of them went inside the flower shop together. Chi Wu set a cup of tea down on the table. He looked at the two of them and questioned them. Explain, why were the two of you together in the back garden at this hour? She hurriedly said, I was just passing by. At a time like this, Feng Xian was still teasing around. I missed you. He didn't bother saying much and only replied briefly, fine. Seeing that, she thought in confusion, fine? That's it. That's enough. Frowning, Feng Xian complained, that's too much. Why did you only pour tea for her and not for me? Irritated, Chi Wu said, if you want some, get it yourself. And another thing, every time you see a girl, it's sis this, sis that. Don't you find that disgusting? Hearing that, he said, the last time you asked me how to become more attractive, it was because of her, wasn't it? As he spoke, he pointed at Huayu. Seeing that, Chi Wu looked a little guilty. Chi Wu smacked his little cousin, who loved to act tough and stir things up. Do you still want any tea or not? Sitting beside them, Huayu looked utterly confused. What are they talking about? By then, Chi Wu had gone into the kitchen, and outside, Feng Xian laughed and said, and one serving of Miss Hua's cookies too. Do you take me for a waiter? Hee, thanks, cousin. She exclaimed in surprise. Cousin? Seeing that she was startled, he explained his father and my mother are siblings. Surprised? Even though our age gap is pretty big. I see. As Huayu sipped her tea, she thought, if they're cousins, then maybe he knows Chi Wu's secret too? While she was spacing out, Feng Xian beside her poked her. About what happened just now, don't tell him, okay? He's your family. You still can't tell him? Afraid she might say something, he immediately clasped his hands together and pleaded, everyone has little secrets, right? Please, please. She nodded. I understand. Come to think of it, it's pretty rare for him to keep an employee around. Hey, let me ask you something. What kind of person do you think he is? Hearing this, her mind instantly leaped to movie scenes. Is this some kind of surprise employee evaluation? I've seen scenes like this before. Say a few words about your boss and your feelings about working here. So she answered seriously, Chi Wu is an extremely outstanding coworker. He's serious, responsible, and very considerate toward new employees, meaning me. Hearing that, he couldn't help bursting into laughter. I'm not his boss. You don't need to speak so carefully and seriously. Relax a little. Hearing that, Huayu felt a bit embarrassed. Okay. You're really funny. Is it that funny? But I wasn't just saying things. I really do think he's a good person. Then she thought again, that bouquet that was supposed to be given to that girl. He restored it too. I've always seen him taking care of all kinds of flowers. He's very meticulous and very attentive. I feel that someone like that must have a gentle heart. The boy beside her listened intently, then smiled faintly. This is the first time I've heard someone describe him that way. Aren't you afraid of him? Even though his attitude is bad sometimes, he's not scary at all. To put it another way, I still want to know more about him. What I mean is, if I get more used to the work atmosphere, things will be better, right? I'm only doing this for work. I get it. Since I've asked everything I wanted to ask, the rest is up to you to figure out yourself. It's not easy to meet someone like that. It'd be better to be a little more straightforward. If you know this is someone you can trust, don't miss your chance just because of pride. Although she didn't fully understand, it somehow sounded a little reasonable. Thank you. No need to be polite. At this point, he started flirting again. Come to think of it, you can also take the chance to get to know me too. I'd be more than willing. Just as he said that, Chi-woo, who was in the kitchen, couldn't stand it anymore and threw a bag of cookies at his head. Carrying tea outside, he threatened. I suddenly realized something. You brat, you definitely skipped your cram class. Be careful, or I'll tell your dad. Spare me. I'm leaving right now. Let me finish the tea first. I shouldn't waste it. Hearing that, he downed the whole cup of tea in one gulp. Then he hurriedly gathered his things and left. She said softly, then I'll go too. Sorry for disturbing you. Inwardly, she said to herself, Sorry, phone, exit. I still don't dare say it. He looked over at her and offered, It's late. I'll walk you home. The two of them walked down the road together, but neither said a word. This is so awkward. Should I say something? Maybe being a little tense is better. Suddenly, he spoke and broke the tense silence. Just now. Actually, you saw everything just now, didn't you? That bouquet. The moment she looked at Chi-woo's face, she panicked and hurriedly darted backward under his baffled gaze. Hiding behind a wall, she didn't dare face him and could only stammer, Sorry. Before you get angry, please listen to my explanation first. Then the words poured out in one breath. This afternoon when I saw the flowers wither, I was really confused. I kept thinking about it, but couldn't figure out why. So I could only go out for a walk, thinking maybe some fresh air would clear my head. But I didn't expect it to still be so hot outside. So I bought a sweet peach soda. Then somehow I realized this was the shortcut to the backyard. And my head got hot again, so when I got to the door and heard movement in the yard, I was really just curious. I never expected. It's true, I did see it, but please don't worry. As she spoke, she made a zipping motion over her mouth. I swear, I absolutely won't tell anyone. Seeing that, he couldn't help laughing. I believe you won't tell. I heard everything you said in the shop. She poked her head out and asked blankly then, How exactly did you do that whoosh thing just now? He gently picked up the withered flower on the ground and said, My mother is a little different from ordinary people. Simply put, she can sense the emotions of flowers, and she can also make them bloom more brilliantly. I get it, a flower fairy. I guess you could say that. Why you stared in amazement. Then you're a flower fairy too? Hearing that, he grumbled, Don't use that word to describe me. Why not? It's obviously very cute. Chi-woo turned away to hide his embarrassed expression. I can't accept that. However, I can't do as much as she can. My father is just an ordinary office worker. I only inherited a very small part of her gift. As he spoke, he used his magic on the withered flower. What I can do is only make a flower that has already wilted bloom again for a brief moment. She took the flower, smiled, and said, That's already amazing. Come to think of it, do your other family members know about this? She was referring to Fong Xin. He knows, but he's an exception. Most people don't know. My mother didn't want to bring trouble to them, but this isn't trouble. Because of you, the flowers here are especially beautiful and make people feel warm. So my instincts weren't wrong after all. That's also thanks to my mother. They draw on her power and are protected by her. The shop owner is really amazing. She asked curiously, but that bouquet earlier turned out like that. So, does that mean it's also a side effect of your power? How long flowers from the shop can last depends entirely on the feelings of the person giving them after the buyer takes them out of the shop. If those feelings never change, the flowers can last a very long time. But if they change, the flowers will wither very quickly too. I see. So that's why it wilted so fast. Even for you. You can't keep flowers blooming forever. There's nothing we can do about that. It's a law of nature. What we can do is only take good care of them, so they can bloom a little longer and bring a little more beauty to the people who hold them. That's what my mother told me, the meaning of this flower shop's existence. At that moment, she slowly sat down beside him. Cheerfully, she said, I believe that when people receive flowers from here, they'll all feel joy and happiness. I do too. Thank you for being willing to tell me your secret. Early in the morning, birds flitted about, the wind rustled softly, and cicadas chirped noisily. Huai was sweeping leaves when she stopped to admire the scenery. Resting her chin on the broom, she sighed. Phew, I unexpectedly found out the truth about the flower shop. She thought, it's so amazing. Who would have thought there was such a lovely secret in this world? She secretly smiled. So Chi-woo is actually a flower fairy. If he knew, he'd definitely get angry and embarrassed and shout, shut up. She grew thoughtful. It's just that. She remembered what Chi-woo had said when they were talking. She had asked, then can you tell me now, do you know this flower? He had replied, honestly, it really does look a lot like the potted one in our shop, but I can't be sure either. You said you received it when you were little. I don't know whether it has anything to do with our shop. A lot happened in the past that I don't really want to remember. There are many things I've forgotten. Embarrassed, she answered, it's okay. I asked too much. She thought it over. That's true. With an ability like that, he probably went through quite a bit of gossip, and that's why he chose to forget, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't be so sensitive, cautious, and guarded all the time. She remembered the expression on his face then and helplessly commented, but with the way he treats people like he'll never have any friends, right? Then she was helpless with herself too when she realized, it seems like I'm not really in any position to say that to him. But then she was full of spirit again. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she said, but she looked at the chat on her phone and steeled herself. Starting now, I have to change. Not only do I have to study hard, I also have to make lots of friends. Burning with enthusiasm like crashing waves, she resolved, this is my new life goal. While she was looking at her phone, a voice suddenly sounded from behind her and startled her. Oh, a freshman group chat? Not bad, not bad. She turned around in surprise. I was you, phone, Xan? He smiled and replied, did I scare you? Sorry. He looked at her phone and said, Manhwa University? Wow, so you go to the same school as Awu. Hearing that, she was surprised too. The same school? I didn't know that. He sighed. Of course you wouldn't know if he didn't tell you. That's just how he is. He keeps quiet and never takes the initiative to talk about himself, unless someone gives him a push. She nodded in agreement. Exactly. He continued. He's already in his second year. And aside from me, he still doesn't have a single close friend. She was stunned. Not even one close friend? She smiled to herself and muttered. So it really is just like I thought. Since he didn't hear her, he went. HM? Embarrassed, she said, although this is very rude, I actually did secretly think before that with a personality like his, he probably wouldn't have any friends. He laughed brightly. As for him, because of some things that happened before, he's always shut himself off. He's like a hedgehog. Whenever someone gets close, he pushes them away and drives them off. She replied, if you're always alone, wouldn't you feel lonely? He smiled faintly. How should I put it? He's always been like that, so I guess he's used to it. She asked, confused, can someone really get used to that kind of thing? Then she sighed and complained I couldn't. Something like not having any friends would always make me feel upset. He looked surprised. You're this interesting, and you still don't have any friends? As if he'd hit the nail on the head, she immediately darkened and admitted, she confided, when I was little, because of my parents' job transfers, I was always changing schools. Every time I entered a new environment, everyone else already had their own close-knit friend groups. She said, it seems like the more I care about something, the worse I do at it. I don't know when it started, but whenever I try to build good relationships with the people around me. She reenacted her oddly tense expression. My whole face stiffens up, my body gets rigid, and I end up leaving people with a terrifying first impression. Like this. Before I've even said a few words, they've already backed away from me. Can you even tell I was trying to smile? He said, I was pretty startled the first time I met you too. He asked, so your classmates ended up isolating you? She denied it. Oh no, I don't think so. I don't think they meant any harm. It's my problem. Embarrassed, she brought up the past. Actually, every now and then people would talk to me, but she recalled one of those moments. Why you? The teacher said it's your turn on duty today. But because she got flustered and acted strangely, she replied stiffly, got it. That made the other person wary. Hearing that, Phone Xian asked, so because you didn't have any friends you could share your feelings with, you felt lonely. That's what you mean, right? She nodded. That's right. She sighed gloomily. Because I never had anyone like that. It's been bothering me for a long time. Every time I see groups of people leaving class together, I really envy them. Suddenly, she got embarrassed at how much she'd been complaining. Flustered, she said, sorry for making you listen to all this nonsense. Compared to everything you've been through, what I'm talking about is nothing. I'm really making a mountain out of a molehill. Just forget everything I said. This is so embarrassing in front of Junior. Phone Xin comforted her. Why would you say that about yourself? You're not making a mountain out of a molehill at all. He encouraged her, if you ask me. Everyone's troubles matter and shouldn't be compared. You don't need to put yourself down like that. Be a little more confident. Hua-Yu widened her eyes in surprise. Phone Xin continued, besides, you've always been try your best. You just haven't had the right opportunity yet. That's already way better than that Awu who only knows how to run away. She lowered her head shyly. Oh, he raised both index fingers. Look, you're talking to me very naturally right now. Just like this. He smiled and used his fingers to touch the ends of her eyebrows. Relax here. He encouraged her. You're such a nice person. I'm sure you'll make friends soon. He smiled brightly to reassure her. Don't worry. She blankly touched the center of her forehead. Thank you. A gentle breeze blew flower petals through the air, just like her heart wavering. Amazing. There were only a few simple words. The petals fell onto the lake, like wind sweeping away the duckweed floating on the surface. The clusters around them drifted apart, just like Hua Yu's anxieties. She perked up, and her mood brightened with them. The puddles reflected the blue sky as Hua Yu stepped through them with soft splashes. Today was registration day. She arrived at school radiantly, carrying her books. So this is it. With this refreshed mood and all her hopes for university life, she'd finally stepped through the school gates. Looking at the sea of people, she was stunned. So many people. She looked at the bustling crowd when someone suddenly grabbed the bag in her hand. She turned around. Kiwoo, why are you here too? Isn't today just for freshmen to register? He replied, I just happen to have something to do at school. Fong Xin popped out of nowhere and greeted them cheerfully. What business could he possibly have? Normally, other than class, he's just at the shop. Grinning, he patted Chi Wu on the shoulder. Chi Wu said irritably, you talk too much. She looked at the two of them. Fong Xin immediately bent down and pointed at his forehead while Chi Wu was still struggling. Let go of me. While you rubbed her forehead with both hands. Fong Xin gave her a thumbs up. Do your best. She waved back with a smile. Chi Wu looked at the two of them in confusion. Behind them, two girls were watching. They whispered, look over there. Are they freshmen? Even their backs look handsome. Chi Wu turned around to look. They cried out, run. Then the two of them hurried away in a panic. It's him. I let my guard down. Hurry, let's go. While you watched them leave, it really did seem like they were afraid of Chi Wu. He said, come on, let's go register. She replied, Once inside the school, Fong Xin asked, speaking of which, have you decided what club to sign up for yet? She answered, I've thought about it, but I still haven't decided. Then she turned to the person beside her. What about you, Chi Wu? He said calmly, I'm not joining anything. The other two were speechless. He explained, that kind of thing doesn't make any difference whether it exists or not. Fong Xin commented, cousin, being that antisocial isn't good. Suddenly, there was a thud. A girl had fallen, and all her things scattered. Worried, Hua Yu ran over. Are you okay? What happened? The girl said hurriedly, I'm fine. I've been busy all morning and forgot to eat, so my blood sugar dropped, that's all. Oh no, my documents. Chi Wu held out a small cookie. Here, eat this first. She turned to him. Thank you. But then she suddenly froze. She sprang up and backed far away, stepping in front of Hua Yu and startling her too. The girl turned and asked, little sister, why are you with this guy? He's a total pervert. Pointing at him, she warned, don't go near this person. He's really a pervert. Fong Xin curiously asked, what exactly did you do to her? She seems full of resentment. Kiwoo replied, no idea. He said, I don't know her. Hearing that, the girl spun around and shouted, what did you just say? Furious, she emphasized every word. You. Don't. No. Me? Fong Xin was entertained. Wow. She's so mad her hair is practically standing up. She exploded, pointing at him and yelling, how can you say something so cold and heartless? Did you forget the group assignment from last semester? We were in the same group. She reminded him, I'm your classmate, Xiao Jinling. But it seemed Chi Wu truly didn't remember. She muttered, of course. It's only normal that you wouldn't remember me. Then she raised her voice angrily. Because for the entire semester, you never showed up at all. Hua Yu and Fong Xin silently glanced at Chi Wu. Fuming, Xiao Jinling continued. For the whole semester, I looked for you dozens of times. Either you rejected my friend requests, or you hung up on me. One time when I called, she recalled it. Hello, Chi. And he'd already said, no need, before hanging up. All she could do was shout helplessly, wait, I'm not a telemarketer. Feng Xin Simbati. Wow, that's awful. How can you treat a girl like that? She continued helplessly, I couldn't contact you no matter what, so I had no choice but to accept your emails one-sidedly. Even for the final report, you still didn't come. On presentation day, the professor asked, where's the other member? I awkwardly said, he's not feeling well, and took leave. Sorry, professor. I even covered for you. Fong Xin was appalled. That's terrible. Expose this scumbag. Chi Wu glared at him from behind. But she went on, and none of that is even the worst part. The most infuriating thing is, this person right here. She irritably pointed at herself. Got a beautiful, talented, outstanding woman like me. And he doesn't even spare me a glance. Instead, he's always muttering to the flowers around campus with that kind of expression on his face. He's seriously a pervert. Fong Xin and Hua Yu both responded. So that's what you actually care about. Hua Yu whispered, I think maybe you should pay a little more attention to your behavior. Feng Xian also whispered, cousin, I didn't expect you to have this side to you. That's really pretty perverted. Qi Wu snapped, both of you shut up. Xiao Jinling suddenly went dizzy. Off. I'm light-headed. Hua Yu said, even if you probably won't believe me right away, Qi Wu is actually a very gentle person. Xiao Jinling looked confused. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Hua Yu held out the cookie from earlier. Look, this is the cookie he wanted to give you. He made it himself. She urged her, your complexion looks really bad. Eat this quickly and fill your stomach first. Xiao Jinling's stomach growled, making her embarrassed and awkward. Hua Yu smiled gently and offered the cookie. Come on, it's okay. Qi Wu and Feng Xian watched the two of them. This scene, the two boys imagined. It's like she's coaxing a stray kitten. So cute. Xiao Jinling quickly grabbed the cookie. Still pointing at Qi Wu, she said, even if I've accepted the cookie, that doesn't mean I've forgiven you. Annoyed, he replied, I don't care. She looked at her phone. Oh no, it's already 11. I'm not wasting any more time on you. I need to hurry to the meeting. He waved her off. Go already. While checking her papers, she realized one was missing. Feng Xian picked it up and read it. Ah, Small Animal Protection Society. What a cute club. Even I want to join. He handed the paper back. She asked, I'm the club president right now, and we're recruiting members. Do you want to come? He smiled and pointed to the affiliated high school behind him. Too bad I'm still. Why you thought? Small Animal Protection Society? What kind of club is that? Feng Xian suddenly said, but I think Hua Yu would be perfect for it. She just enrolled and hasn't joined anything yet. She jumped in surprise. Huh? Xiao Jinling suggested. Then, Hua Yu, do you want to come with me and try out the club activities? Everyone's really friendly, and you'll even get the chance to pet cats. Hua Yu lit up. Huh? I can? Xiao Jinling smiled. Of course. You're very welcome. Qi Wu glanced at the excited Hua Yu and turned away. Go ahead. Hua Yu asked, then what about you? He replied, didn't I say I had something to do at school? I might as well go to work. Xiao Jinling looked at him unhappily. He left. I'm going. Feng Xian said in surprise, so it wasn't just an excuse. He also said goodbye. Then I'm off too. Sister Yu, do your best. He caught up to Qi Wu and threw an arm over his shoulder, joking, you really had that escorting a girl feeling just now. Qi Wu snapped, are you itching for a beating again? Hua Yu waved goodbye to the two of them, while Xiao Jinling was already in a starting position, ready to run. She turned and called out, we've got to hurry, Hua Yu. She replied brightly, okay. Qi Wu was sitting by the window corner, working. When he heard the bell on the door ring, he turned around. Hua Yu hurried in. Sorry, I'm late. As he trimmed a potted plant, he said, you've been late a lot lately. She tied on her apron. President Jinling held a gathering today, and I went too. I thought it ended at 6, so sorry. He said, President Jinling, huh? You two seem pretty close. She gave a small sheepish laugh. She thought that was probably because she remembered walking into the club room, where Xiao Jinling called out, everyone, I'm back. Everyone came over to greet her and chatted noisily. The president's here. Hey, Xiaoling, you've been staying up late again, haven't you? You're pushing yourself too hard. Actually, there are things you could leave to us. Exactly. Aren't you also looking for sponsorships for the student union and applying for scholarships too? With so much to do, can you really handle it all? You need to take care of yourself. She replied confidently, how could an outstanding girl like me be beaten by something like this? Don't underestimate me. Hiding behind the door, Hua Yu watched in admiration. Wow, she's amazing. Xiao Jinling turned around and introduced her to everyone. All right, that's enough. Stop talking about me. I brought a freshman with me today. If I hadn't run into her, I probably would have collapsed on the road. She pushed the flustered Hua Yu to the front. Huh, it wasn't that serious. Xiao Jinling said excitedly. Come on, give her a proper welcome. Everyone reacted enthusiastically. Whoa, the president picked up another one. Her expression is so fun. I kind of want to tease her. Calm down. Don't let the newcomer think we're some weird club. Xiao Jinling patted Hua Yu on the shoulder and smiled encouragingly. Don't be shy. There's nothing to be nervous about. Look, everyone is really welcoming you. Hua Yu remembered Feng Xian's encouragement. Be a little more confident. She swallowed nervously. She gathered her courage and introduced herself. Hello, senor. I'm Hua Yu, a first-year student in the journalism department. Holding flowers in her arms, she happily recalled how brave she'd been then. That counts as being brave for once, right? Thanks to Sister Jinling's help, I wasn't that nervous. Everyone was so kind. Back then, everyone had warmly welcomed her. You Junior really are cute when you're flustered. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. She smiled dreamily to herself, full of excitement. I hope I can get familiar with everyone soon. Standing beside her, Chiwoo looked puzzled. He waved a hand in front of her. Hey. He reminded her, why are you grinning like an idiot? Don't forget this is work time. She answered, I know. She said, they said there's someone at our school who's even worse than the rumors. Always causing trouble on campus and giving the homeroom teacher a headache. She continued, everyone gave this person the nickname Mad Dog. That's a bit harsh for a nickname. Chiwoo kept doing his work, unconcerned. It's just a bunch of noisy people sticking their noses into everything. She puffed out her cheeks. Actually, once you get to know them, they're not like you think. She thought to herself, he doesn't have to wear that grumpy face when dealing with people all the time. Suddenly, her phone rang, and Chiwoo looked over. She happily checked it. Everyone's messaging in the group chat again. Let's see what they're saying. The scariest rumor at Anhui University. Hey, I like this topic. There's even stuff about the popular faces on campus. Do you want to hear? Then she thought, come to think of it, he's always alone at school. So she invited him. Actually, you could come along too. I think we all. Before she could finish, Chiwoo refused. Not going. He stepped forward and snatched the phone out of her hand. You check her phone while she puffed up angrily. She lunged forward to get it back. My phone. Why are you holding my phone? He said, I'll give it back in a minute. She shouted, don't you know it's rude to look at someone else's phone without permission? Angrily, she said, I'm really mad now. Give it back. He said, wait. Because she kept pressing forward, he had to back up until he hit the wall. Things fell everywhere. Why are you getting so worked up over this? He froze. She had pushed him right against the wall, and the two were suddenly so close that he blushed. Hey, that's too close. But she was still determined to get her phone back. Give it back. Chiwoo pretended to cough to avoid her. Seeing that, she reached out and snatched her phone back. Perfect chance. He was still flustered behind her, while she checked her phone and suddenly widened her eyes. She held up the notification. You have left the group. Angrily, she scolded him. It's not even your phone. What gave you the right to do that? He lied. My finger slipped. She shot back. I don't believe that. You were poking around for half a day. He silently watched her. She was obviously very upset now. He defended himself. So what if you left the group? You could just rejoin. It's not that serious. She snapped back. If people are chatting happily in the group and suddenly see that I left, what do you think they'll think of me? Then her voice dropped sadly. They'll definitely think I'm weird and kill the mood. It wasn't easy for me to finally leave people with a decent impression. Dejected, she crouched down and buried her face in her knees. I just want to make friends. He watched her in silence. Then he said coldly, do you really need to worry that much? You've only known them a few days. Whatever you do, they probably won't care at all. He criticized her. You're just overthinking things. Then he indifferently muttered, and anyway, friends. It doesn't matter whether you have them or not, right? She couldn't take it anymore and raised her voice. Do you think I'm pathetic for being like this? He faltered. What I mean is, he said coolly, before, I thought we were the same kind of person. But now, I've realized I was wrong. Furious, she stood up and clenched her fists as she accused him. I'm really sick of you always causing trouble for me. That attitude of yours where nobody is good enough for you. You don't care how other people see you, because to you none of it matters. She was so angry she spoke without mercy. But I'm different from you. I care a lot because I don't want people to misunderstand me and see me as some weird misfit. He fell silent. A long pause stretched between them. Her words seemed to stab some hidden part of him. He gave a bitter smile. So that's how you see me too. He dropped into a chair. Yeah, you really are different from me. He said, I don't care what other people guess about me. Indifferently, he added, because I'm not going to waste time playing some childish game like making friends. Finally, he said coldly, no one is worth it. The two of them fell silent. Without looking at him, she took off her apron. She folded it neatly and set on the table. She left in sorrow. Looking at her apron, he clasped his hands and fell into thought. He rubbed his forehead. No, that's not what I wanted to say. Remembering how he had snatched Hwayu's phone, he regretted it. Wait, what was I even doing just now? That's not something I'd normally do at all. Thinking of how furious she'd been, he sighed. Damn, what a pain. Hugging a pillow, he thought quietly. So what if she found out those people were talking about me? Why do I even care so much about her? His expression turned gloomy and pensive. He thought about her, then told himself, right, when it comes down to it, she's only a part-timer. She came here to earn some spending money, and she can quit and leave anytime she wants. He buried his face in the pillow and let out an irritated sigh. In the room, Xiao Jinling, who was working, suddenly glanced over at Huayu and thought helplessly, frowning. It's already been 2 days since she came to the shop. Xiao Jinling spoke up and asked, "What's been with you these past 2 days?" Sighing all the time. Then she smiled brightly and said, "I already told you. No one's going to care. Accidentally leaving the group chat is normal. You can just rejoin." Huayu gave a faint hum and thought, "Actually, that's not the reason." A question mark seemed to pop up in her mind when she heard that, and Xiao Jinling added, "If it's something else bothering you, I'm actually pretty good at dealing with that." She closed her eyes and calmly explained, "If it were me, first, I'd make a study plan, join professional competitions, and do the teacher's project topics, so you can earn all your credits early. After that, join the student council. There are endless meetings every day, plus activities and tasks. On top of that, you can take on some part-time work to improve yourself. For example, I'm doing translation work right now. I can work late every single day. Even as a sophomore, I can't afford to slack off. I still have to prepare for next year's internship and graduation thesis too. I'm definitely going to graduate with honors." Huayu looked at her in shock and said, "Senior, you really are pushing yourself to the limit." Huayu looked at her like she finally understood. Xiao Jinling raised one hand, spread all 5 fingers beside her face, and winked. "As long as you keep yourself busy every day, you basically won't have time to feel upset. That's my solution. Why not try it? It works really well." The 2 boys nearby thought, "Don't drag her into this. Don't drag her into this." Huayu pursed her lips and gave a soft, Xiao Jinling continued, "Don't become lazy just because you've only just started school. Stay busy, stay busy." Huayu looked downcast and thought, if it were really that simple, that'd be nice. The gray-haired senior suddenly pointed out the window and shouted, "Hey, come look, there's a fight downstairs." The pink-haired senior girl ran over and braced both hands against the window. Where? Let me see." The boy panicked and said, "Hey, don't shove me." Looking at the 2 people by the window, Xiao Jinling turned back to her computer and thought, "While you all are busy gawking, I'll read 2 more papers." Leaning out the window and looking into the courtyard, the senior girl said, "Wait, isn't that?" Down in the courtyard, Chi-Wu had just kicked someone and then shoved his hands into his pockets. 2 others were helping that person up. From upstairs, the senior girl said, "Isn't that Chi-Wu, the mad dog?" Huayu hadn't been paying attention, but the moment she heard his name, she blurted out in alarm, "What?" She ran to the window and tried to squeeze in for a look. The senior girl beside her suddenly cried out, Hey, not understanding." Huayu looked at her and asked, "What do you mean by mad dog?" The senior girl made a small sound of realization, then explained, "Oh, you left the group chat then, so you didn't see it. Mad dog means that Chi-Wu guy." He raised a hand to his face and rubbed at the wound there. The senior girl continued, "He's super famous at school." Suddenly, an angry shout rang out below. "You hit way too hard." Chi-Wu turned his head, then froze in shock when he saw Huayu standing at the upstairs window. Their eyes met, and he thought, why is she here? His foot stepped onto a brick. Huayu cried out in alarm when he jumped down, and someone shouted, "Hey, if you got guts, don't run." The senior boy said, "I heard that when he first enrolled, he got into a fight too. He beat someone so badly they were hospitalized for days and couldn't even get out of bed. He was suspended for a while because of it. Who'd have thought he'd be fighting again now?" Huayu frowned and said, "He's avoiding me." The senior continued, "So violent. People like that should just be expelled, right?" The 3 people from earlier ran over to where he had jumped down, but all they found was the loose brick. The senior said, "I heard that's a shortcut to the old garden, right? If I remember correctly, the last time he caused trouble was there too. Even though the old garden's abandoned, it's not like it's his territory. Why is he acting so high and mighty? I heard he even hangs around in there all the time. What kind of weird behavior is that? Guess he knows no one welcomes him, so he wants to find somewhere to hide. Still, you've got to admit, he picked a pretty good place." The guy in black snapped angrily. "Damn it, he got away. The 3 of us still couldn't beat him alone. Is he some kind of monster?" The 3 of them were still standing by the window. The senior went on, "That haunted place is full of creepy energy. It suits him pretty well, like a watchdog guarding the gate." Haha, hearing that, Huayu's face fell. Seriously, he's always hanging around places like that. No wonder he probably picked up something dirty. He looks gloomy too, so maybe. The senior girl said, "Ah, so that's where the Mad Dog nickname came from." The senior boy said, I even heard that someone accidentally bumped into him once. Chi Wu just glared at him, and the guy went home and came down with a fever. The senior girl gave a shiver. That's creepy. Yeah, better stay away from him. Hearing that, Huayu remembered his back as he walked away and thought, so this is what things are like for him at school. Back then, she had shouted at him, I don't want people to misunderstand me and see me as some weird outcast. Now, guilt welled up inside her. I actually said something like that to him. She turned to everyone and said, You've misunderstood. Actually, he isn't. She stopped mid-sentence when Xiao Jinling, still seated, took off her glasses and said, You people, are your spreadsheets done yet? Or are you all just going to huddle there gossiping? Huayu and the others by the window turned to look at Xiao Jinling. She continued, So this is how you all usually talk about other people? Then when I'm not around, do you also? The senior boy laughed awkwardly. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. It's just that he's kind of special, right? And besides, we know him. How about we talk about him behind his back? She turned back to her computer and kept reading as she said, Right, but you don't know him. You've only heard rumors, and yet you can still say all that. The blonde senior and the gray-haired senior looked at each other awkwardly and said nothing. With her eyes closed, Xiao Jinling said calmly, No matter what, discussing someone behind their back isn't a good thing. I don't want our club to become a place that spreads rumors. The blonde senior rubbed the back of his neck and murmured, The gray-haired senior beside Huayu said, She's right. What we said just now really wasn't great. Let's drop it and get back to the spreadsheets. Huayu silently thought, Thank you, senior. She returned to her seat and picked up her bag. Xiao Jinling had just adjusted her glasses when she heard Huayu say as she walked, Sorry, senior, I have to leave first. I'll send you the spreadsheet tonight. Suddenly, Xiao Jinling grabbed her wrist and said, Wait. That evening, in the old flower garden, Chi Wu was sitting against a wall, rubbing his forehead as he thought, This is so annoying. Why did she have to see that? She probably hates me even more now. He was startled when he heard someone cough behind him. Leaning against the railing, Huayu said, So, besides liking to bully people, you also like fighting? He turned around and said, Oh. Chi Wu was alarmed when he saw her climbing over the railing. What are you doing climbing so high? There are nails everywhere here. It's dangerous. Huayu, who was climbing down, snapped angrily. Whose fault is it for hiding in some place with no proper entrance? He held out his hand. She looked at him blankly, avoiding her eyes awkwardly. He kept one hand in his pocket and extended the other. Get down first. Be careful. Sitting on the railing, Huayu looked at him for a moment. She gave a soft then reached out and took his hand. Suddenly, the brick beneath her slipped. She screamed in fright. He lunged forward in alarm and caught her. Hey! He held on and didn't let go, leaving Huayu pressed against him while he braced himself against the wall. Holding her, he said, I told you to be careful. She lifted her face to look at him and said, I'm sorry. He lowered his head, his bangs shadowing his eyes, and with a flushed face said, No, he held her a little tighter. I should be the one saying it. I'm sorry. Chi Wu's large hand lightly touched Huayu's small, soft one. Then his eyes widened, as if he had suddenly realized his actions were a little inappropriate. So they quickly let go of each other. Every part of Chi Wu's face seemed steeped in sadness, and the smudges on his face only made him look strangely pitiful. After a long silence between them, Chi Wu finally spoke. The one who should apologize is me. Huayu was slightly startled, but he continued, leaving the group chat. That wasn't what I meant. He scratched his head awkwardly and explained, I just didn't want you to see those things people were saying. But I panicked, and instead I only made things worse. Those blue eyes looked so sorrowful, they seemed on the verge of tears. The more he spoke, the more heartbreaking he sounded. You probably hate me even more now. Chi Wu said softly, It's okay if you don't want to come to the shop anymore. I'll still pay you your full wages for this month. I'm sorry. These sincere words seemed to touch something in Huayu's heart. It showed in her eyes. The silence between them deepened. Neither of them said anything. Chi Wu's mind was in chaos, and he didn't know what else to say. Huayu suddenly stepped back. Then, without warning, she rammed into him hard, slamming straight into Chi Wu before he could react. The hit hurt enough to make his whole body tremble. Huayu said, That's payback for snatching my phone. Then she added, If you didn't want me to read those comments, you could have just said so. Chi Wu only kept looking at her with gentle eyes, saying nothing. Then Huayu said something that left him frozen in place. Hey, did you really think I'd read that stuff and just believe it? Chi Wu hesitated for a moment, then replied, Don't you care a lot about what they think? Huayu answered calmly, but I care about you too. Chi Wu could not hide his surprise at those words. He stared at her blankly as she kept talking. We've known each other for a while now. Can't you trust me, your employee, at least a little? Hua Yu lowered her head slightly and said softly, and trust yourself too. You already told me that unusual secret of yours. So why couldn't you just tell me about something like this properly? It's not like just because they said those things, that means you really are that kind of person. Looking embarrassed, she added, and I hope you won't think everyone is awful and then do something even worse because of it. Chi Wu stared at her in a daze for a while, then answered softly, I am sorry. Suddenly, Hua Yu's hand landed on Chi Wu's cheek with a sharp smack. Startled by her utterly unexpected action, he could only yelp in pain. After that, she anxiously asked, why did you get into another fight? She thought, good thing Senior gave me some bandages before I left. Then Hua Yu gently pressed a bandage over the cut at the corner of his mouth. Through the pure, white jasmine flowers, his voice sounded. That was because, by now, Chi Wu had begun to open up a little more, and he slowly told Hua Yu, those guys treat this place like a dump. Every time they come by, they leave dirt, cigarette butts, and beer bottles everywhere. Even if this place has been abandoned, I still don't want it to become a trash heap like that. I tried stopping them a few times, but it was useless. So after that, whenever they came, I fought them. I wouldn't let them smoke here. Sensing Hua Yu looking at him, he suddenly stopped and began sweating a little. Chi Wu unconsciously lifted a hand to his neck. The two of them turned slightly away from each other, both embarrassed, and he awkwardly said, all right, I know fighting isn't okay either. Hua Yu gave a soft hum. She lowered her head and looked at the pale pink petals drifting down by her feet. At last, she understood everything. Hua Yu glanced at him and reproached him lightly. You really are the kind of person who makes people misunderstand you so easily. She asked gently, why couldn't you just say these reasons out loud? If you did, there wouldn't be so many ugly rumors. Chi Wu started to turn as if to leave and said, actually, I don't really care about that stuff. As long as they stay away and stop messing up this place, that's enough. Hua Yu immediately added, but that way won't really solve the problem. Hua Yu used her own reasoning to persuade Chi Wu. Wouldn't that just sink you even deeper into the misunderstanding? Are you really okay with that? To strengthen her point, she even cited his own words. You once said the meaning of the flower shop's existence is to bring more beautiful things to other people. Embarrassed, she spoke the thoughts in her heart. It's kind of awkward to say out loud, but I hope that someone like you, who grows these flowers, can receive that same kind of beauty too. Hearing that, Chi Wu said nothing and only stood there staring at her blankly. Hua Yu turned fully toward him and continued, bringing beauty isn't just something to say. Gently, she raised her hand, and he looked at her in surprise. She held two index fingers together, then slowly separated them in front of Chi Wu. Hua Yu said, I hope you can open this place up too. She continued, I hope you can be a little more honest when you're angry and stop shutting people out. Chi Wu's gloomy, dim expression absorbed every word of her advice. Only when he himself was doing well could he truly bring beauty to these flowers. Suddenly, Chi Wu crouched down, an action that left Hua Yu staring at him in confusion. The wind rustled softly as it passed through where they stood. The breeze sent petals fluttering down onto Chi Wu. As the petals drifted close to his bright red ears, he gave a quiet hum, then gently said, if doing that would make you happy too, then I'll try. A light breeze swept past, lifting her long hair. Hua Yu broke into a lovely smile in response to Chi Wu's words about a future that might finally change for the better. He asked cautiously, then, will you still come to the flower shop? Hua Yu replied, when did I ever say I was quitting? The night sky deepened, and the breeze remained soft and gentle. It stirred the petals into the air, making the scene even more poetic and tender. Chi Wu still sat there with that lingering, melancholy look on his face. Perhaps his heart was carrying far too many thoughts. Suddenly, he called to Hua Yu, do you want to know why I like this place? Before she could answer, Chi Wu gently brushed aside some leaves, creating a soft, rustling sound. Standing before what looked like a hidden doorway, he looked at Hua Yu and said gently, come here. She was still dazed and didn't react at once. A slender hand suddenly closed a black-covered book and an eager voice rang out. And then what happened? What happened next? The voice belonged to a little girl with a cute round face and sparkling eyes, her chin propped up in both hands as she listened intently. The person sitting opposite her said, after that, once the people left, the plants became the masters of this place. The scene shifted back to Hua Yu and Chi Wu as they walked together along a narrow path. He carefully shielded her so she wouldn't brush against the overgrown branches jutting out around them. A frog below them noticed approaching footsteps and immediately hopped away. The voice of the person telling the story to the little girl sounded again. Sometimes a few small animals come here as guests too. This place became a quiet little patch of green, forgotten among the buildings. The little girl exclaimed with innocent delight, "Wow, that's wonderful." Still under Chi Wu's careful protection, Huayu calmly walked inside. After passing through the narrow entrance, they stopped before a scene so poetic it almost seemed unreal. Flowers of every kind, in their brightest colors, blooming in full splendor. They looked like stars glittering across the Milky Way. To anyone who loved flowers, this place was like paradise. There was even a statue here, one of a small child curled up with eyes closed and a smile on its face. The child had 2 wings on its back, perhaps a little angel. Chi Wu's gaze stayed fixed on Hua Yu without wavering. It was Hua Yu's first time seeing such a sight, and she was thrilled. She happily ran into the sea of colorful blossoms, immersing herself in it. Her delight overflowed in her words. "Wow, there's so many flowers. This is amazing." She bent down to look at a vivid blossom below and asked, "What's this?" Chi Wu immediately answered, "That's primrose. Over there is snow lotus. And that's narcissus, bellflower, geranium, pansy, hydrangea, and baby's breath." Hua Yu asked curiously, "Did you grow all of them?" The answer she got from Chi Wu was no. He corrected her gently, "I only take care of them a little. They were here long before I was." Hua Yu looked like she didn't quite understand what he meant. Chi Wu began to explain. This used to be the flower garden of the old campus, and it was also where the gardening club stayed. But later, as fewer and fewer members remained, the club disbanded. By the time I found this place, it had already been abandoned. With a faint sadness in his eyes as he looked at the fresh, blooming flowers, he added, "Even so, even with no one here, they stayed." Hua Yu started walking around, exploring this floral paradise. She even turned back to smile at Chi Wu and said, "So they're the real masters here, and you're the caretaker." What she said really wasn't wrong. Chi Wu smiled faintly and replied, "You could say that." Then Hua Yu continued walking ahead. Her attention was drawn to the climbing plants covering the arch overhead. Not knowing what they were, she asked Chi Wu, and he answered, "That's osmanthus." Hearing that, Hua Yu studied it even more closely. She gently leaned in and sniffed the fragrance of the flowers. Then she asked in confusion, "No scent?" "Chi Wu, why are you spacing out like that?" Disappointed, Hua Yu lightly flicked the leaves one by one. Just then, Chi Wu slowly walked over and stopped right behind her. He asked if she wanted to see. While Hua Yu was still dazedly turning around, her lips parting as she said, "I." Chi Wu had already placed both hands on a nearby branch. Hua Yu watched intently, waiting for a miracle from those magical hands. Cradled within those long, slender hands was a faint pink glow. The light fell across the young girl's face, making her adorable bewilderment even more obvious. The glow in his palms grew brighter and larger. Chi Wu calmly kept his hands where they were. Only a second later, a miracle happened. Bright yellow blossoms began blooming one after another in the stillness of the night. Startled, Hua Yu widened her eyes and cried out, "Wow, so cute." Chi Wu suddenly asked her to lift her head, and Hua Yu obeyed almost reflexively. The darkness surrounding them was no longer a deep black night, but seemed to have been replaced by countless osmanthus flowers in full bloom. Hua Yu instinctively covered her mouth, her astonishment at the miracle before her written plainly on her face. Her eyes were filled with fascination as she looked around, unable to help sighing. "It's so beautiful. Like a dream. Even though I know you have powers like this, seeing something like this in person is still shocking." "It's so beautiful," Chi Wu replied. "I haven't seen a scene like this in a long time either." Hua Yu giggled softly after hearing that. "Then I guess I'm really lucky." Chi Wu's gaze, which had been resting on the golden flowers, gradually shifted to Hua Yu. She, meanwhile, had no idea, still immersed in the blooming flowers around her. She was quietly savoring the gentle, faintly sweet fragrance. Chi Wu's blue eyes remained fixed on her, and his heart began pounding uncontrollably. The flowers climbing over the baby statue bloomed even more their bright golden petals sparkling as if illuminating the budding feelings between the two young people. Smiling brightly, Huayu said, "Thank you for sharing this with me, Mr. Gardner. I'll never forget such a beautiful sight for the rest of my life." Chi Wu, startled as if afraid she had caught him staring, quickly turned away and murmured, "It's good that you liked it." His mind had already gone blank. At some point his cheeks had turned red, and his heart still pounded wildly with no sign of stopping. Perhaps in that moment, he had already fallen for her. After their meeting that night, Chi Wu escorted Huayu all the way home. Standing beneath the stairs leading up to her place, she said, "This is far enough. Thank you for specially walking me back." In response, he only gave a faint, Huayu suddenly grew flustered, her cheeks slowly flushing red. Shyly, her lips moved. Chi Wu stared at her blankly, waiting for her to finish. But Huayu felt too embarrassed and still couldn't say what she wanted. All she could do was smile and wave goodbye. "Then I'll head up first. Bye-bye." Chi Wu immediately replied, "Okay." Huayu had only taken a few steps when Chi Wu called out, "Right." When she turned back, he asked, "What time do you go to class tomorrow?" Caught off guard by the question, Huayu was mildly stunned and wondered what he meant. Chi Wu became increasingly awkward, glancing away to avoid her eyes before continuing, "Class. I mean, tomorrow morning I have class." He raised a hand to the back of his neck, visibly flustered, and carefully said, "What I mean is, if you happen to also..." Chi Wu fell silent, anxiously waiting for her answer. Huayu wasn't any calmer. Her lips pressed together tightly, and her face had turned red before she knew it. Luckily, she managed to speak in the end. "Igriagis. 8 a.m. tomorrow." Chi Wu looked at her gently, then waved and said, "Okay, then I'll see you tomorrow morning." Just then, Huayu suddenly grabbed Chi Wu's sleeve and hurriedly said, "Wait." Feeling her stop him, he paused and turned back slightly, embarrassed. Huayu clutched her phone tightly and said, "I've actually wanted to say this for a while. It seems like we still haven't." As she spoke, she held up her phone screen. On it was a friend request, the avatar showing her gentle face with a clear message, "I'm Huayu." At that moment, Chi Wu still wore an unreadable expression as he looked at her without saying a word. It had long been late at night, and the apartment buildings were already lit up. At Chi Wu's home, a tidy and well-organized place, he had just finished showering and was drying his wet hair with a towel. His movements suddenly stopped, his eyes focusing on something. Then Chi Wu picked up his phone. On the screen was the chat between him and Huayu. It turned out she had just sent a very cheerful-looking sticker. He replied with a row of dots, as if expressing his confusion. Chi Wu stared at the phone screen for a while, his gaze tinged with melancholy. Meanwhile, Huayu smiled as she stared at the phone in her hand. They had finally added each other. Back to Chi Wu. Exhausted, he leaned against the headboard, tilted his face toward the ceiling, and shut his eyes tightly. Slowly opening those captivating eyes, he frowned faintly, his thoughts in turmoil. Why was he suddenly remembering that? Memories from long ago came rushing back into his mind, returning him to the time when Chi Wu was still attending Huoming Elementary School. The schoolyard was lively, children laughing and shouting noisily. "Ha! Now it's your turn to be it. Everybody run." "Don't run. I already tagged you." "Someone climbed the tree. That's cheating." In contrast to his classmates' carefree play, the Chi Wu of those days just stood there motionless, not joining the games or running around. He simply stood there watching the other children laugh and talk. "Ha! Who threw a bug on me? You boys are so annoying. I want to tell the teacher, boo-hoo." Behind where Chi Wu was standing, a few adults were gossiping. "That boy Chi Wu looks pretty cute, but none of the kids want to play with him. Normal little boys all like to run around outside, but this one is shy and timid, always playing by himself by the flower bed. He doesn't act like a boy should at all, not sociable in the slightest." In response to that harshly critical remark, another person said, "Ms. Zhu, that's not right. Why can a little boy be like that? Besides, none of this is urgent. We don't need to worry too much. Kids are innocent. They make friends quickly." Hearing that, she only smiled and immediately changed the subject. "Right? By the way, want to go for a walk together after work?" The other person agreed. At that moment, Chi Wu quietly used his power to conjure a fresh blossom. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out behind him, startling Chi Wu so badly that he spun around. A boy in a yellow jacket named Xiao Bai had witnessed the miracle he had just created and was utterly shocked. Pointing at Chi Wu, he hurriedly asked, "What did you just do?" Being discovered made Chi Wu anxious. He hid the flower behind his back and stammered, "No, E." Before he could explain, Xiao Bai quickly snatched a flower from a nearby flower bed. Chi Wu could only look at it with sad, regretful eyes. Holding the stem in his hand, Xiao Bai waved it wildly up and down. Then he excitedly held out his palm toward Chi Wu and made a request. Hey, do it again. Chi Wu's face turned pale, and the shock and anxiety in his eyes were obvious. Perhaps he was stunned by what he saw in the boy's hand. The flower, which should have been cherished and cared for, had already been crushed in many places, with only a few petals left. The flower lay wilted in Xiao Bai's palm, but the boy still eagerly pleaded, do it again. Looking at the flower, Chi Wu wore an awkward expression, hesitating over whether he should restore it one more time. After staring at the flower, he raised his eyes to look at the boy. Xiao Bai was brimming with anticipation, smiling brightly as he waited for Chi Wu to create another miracle, full of admiration. Behind Xiao Bai was a group of boys holding a ball, quickly urging their friends on. Come on, let's go. Chi Wu watched them with eyes full of envy. Then he decided to place both his hands over Xiao Bai's palm that held the flower. A golden light slowly brightened, spilling across the boy's face along with a loud gasp. The louder the gasps grew, the stronger the light became as it shone onto the elementary school boy's face. The flower that had seemed about to die came back to life and even bloomed again. Excited, Xiao Bai tossed the flower up and exclaimed joyfully, "This is amazing. So awesome. I can't believe there's actually someone beside me who knows magic. I've only ever seen this kind of thing on TV before." Chi Wu calmly explained, "This isn't magic." Xiao Bai curiously asked again, "Besides this, what else can you do?" In reply, Chi Wu only gave a cold, distant, "I don't know." At that very moment, Xiao Bai made another suggestion. "And can I play with you? I want a friend who's different." Chi Wu thought for a moment, then agreed. Hearing that, Xiao Bai immediately threw an arm around his shoulders as if they were close friends. Taking the chance, Chi Wu reminded him, "But this is my secret. Don't tell anyone else." Xiao Bai laughed and answered, "Okay, come with me. There are a few more friends in our class. Let's all play together." Only then did Xiao Bai ask the new boy's name. "Right, what's your name? What grade? What class?" Being a man of few words, he answered briefly, "Chi Wu. 4th grade, class 3. Xiao Bai laughed and said, "I'm 4th grade too, class 1. Everyone calls me Xiao Bai." He led Chi Wu into a room where 3 boys were sitting inside, one holding a phone and another eating snacks. Xiao Bai's voice rang out, "Hey everyone, I brought a new friend." He quickly introduced him. "His name is Chi Wu, class 3. Listen, he knows magic." Hearing that, Chi Wu was startled and softly reproached him. "Hey, didn't I tell you not to tell anyone else?" Xiao Bai answered carelessly, "It's fine. They're all friends." One of the boys asked curiously, "That magic you mentioned, are you serious or joking?" Xiao Bai replied with confidence, "Of course it's real. Watch." As he spoke, he quickly ran over to the 3 potted plants by the window. Cheerfully, Xiao Bai plucked a flower, making Chi Wu freeze in place as if he wanted to run away immediately. Unaware of that, Xiao Bai ran back and happily urged, "Come on, perform. It's only one flower anyway. If you restore it, the teacher won't notice, and they'll definitely think you're awesome." Seeing this, the other 3 boys also stared at Chi Wu curiously. One said, "Revival magic? I want to see." Another urged, "Come on, do a little performance." Another said, "I want to learn magic too. Can I study with you in the future?" Chi Wu was extremely uneasy, but the others kept chattering enthusiastically. Yeah, that's right. Can you make potato chips float in the air? I have some." One boy even invited him to play a game he had just downloaded. Another asked, after school, should we take him to our base? But another said, "I can't go today. My mom's picking me up to take me to calligraphy class." Hearing that, the first boy replied, "What? If you don't come now, we won't play with you anymore." Frightened, that boy said, "Then I'll tell my mom to come pick me up later." Chi Wu lowered his head slightly. He truly didn't want to do this kind of thing anymore. In the end, all he could do was say sorry. As time passed, Chi Wu gradually blended into that group. Whenever there was something fun, they would call for him, and they played games together. They ate snacks together while watching an iPad, and later went out together for healthy and wholesome fun. One early morning, Chi Wu said goodbye to his parents and left. As his mother, she could sense the change in her son, and happily said, "Oh my, he finally has friends." Chi Wu's father chimed in, "That kid has been a lot more cheerful lately." Holding a bright red flower in her hand, Chi Wu's mother smiled gently. "That's wonderful. Children's friendships really are so innocent and lovely." Xiao Bai brought Chi Wu to meet a group of older boys. One was holding a soccer ball, so they were probably about to go play soccer. One of the older boys asked, "Who's that guy you mentioned last time?" Xiao Bai immediately said, "Chi Wu." He says he knows amazing magic. Chi Wu's face darkened in displeasure as Xiao Bai made another request. Show them, like before. Everyone wants to see. The whole group gathered around to watch Chi Wu's performance. But when he finished, their faces immediately fell in disappointment. Xiao Bai didn't notice and still said confidently, "See, I didn't lie to you, right? Isn't he cool?" Not only did the older boys not praise him, they even mocked him. "Haha, that's it. We thought you dragged us over here for something impressive, and it turns out it's just making a flower appear." Xiao Bai was just about to explain when one of the older boys said, "He tricked you guys. I've seen secrets behind tricks like this online before. Figures kids your age would believe it. So all that stuff before was just you bragging? This isn't impressive at all." The boy in red said, "We're not playing with some flower-fiddling sissy like a girl. If you want to play with us, come kick the ball instead." Chi Wu became numb and indifferent in the face of their mocking words. After saying their fill, the older boys left, leaving just the two of them behind. Xiao Bai laughed and patted Chi Wu on the back to comfort him. "It's fine. You're my buddy. I'll still believe you." He turned slightly and replied, "I'm Fina. Thanks." But deep inside, what he really wanted to say was, "I just don't want to keep doing this kind of thing anymore." The scene shifted to Chi Wu's 10th birthday. Wearing a party hat, he sat in front of his birthday cake and listened to the birthday wishes. Chi Wu's mother smiled gently, cradling something in her hand. When she opened her palm, a small pouch appeared inside, containing a tiny seed. That was Chi Wu's birthday present. He gaped in surprise, then excitedly tossed the gift up and said happily, "I've wanted this for so long." Mom finally agreed to let me plant it. "Thank you, Mom." She gently said, "This is a seed I cultivated myself. It's different from ordinary ones. Growing it won't be easy. Only if your heart is full of love and respect will it sprout and bloom. So do your best." At that moment, Chi Wu picked up a carton of milk and drained it in one gulp. Then he filled it with soil and planted the seed. Holding it in his hands, Chi Wu was overjoyed. He declared, "I'll definitely protect it carefully." His young heart was full of anticipation for what it would look like when it finally bloomed. A girl's voice suddenly sounded from behind Chi Wu. "Ah, it's him, the boy who can make flowers appear." The voice drew his attention, and he looked toward it. A girl was walking toward him with another girl beside her. The one in front looked at him and boldly asked, "Can you perform a little?" The thing everyone was talking about. The girl beside her chimed in, "I really want to see it." He felt a little awkward and hesitantly said, "No, I..." Before he could finish, Xiao Bai rushed over and stepped in front of him. Then, to Chi Wu's great surprise, Xiao Bai confidently rubbed his thumb under his nose and cut in, "Ah, no can do, no can do. Chi Wu is my buddy. If you want to see him perform, you have to get my permission first." The leading girl immediately asked in surprise, "Huh? Why?" Xiao Bai turned back, gave Chi Wu a thumbs up, and said in a commanding tone, "Chi Wu, do one." Hearing that, Chi Wu only stayed silent, his face full of difficulty and discomfort. He lifted his foot. Then, to everyone's shock, he ran off. Xiao Bai stared after him and blurted out in surprise, "Huh?" His figure ran farther and farther away, leaving behind only the girl's mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha, he's totally ignoring you." The school bell rang, followed by a burst of cheerful student voices. "School's over. Goodbye, teacher. Wow, flowers. It's snowing outside." Amid the lively joy of dismissal, Chi Wu walked quietly alone through the falling snow. Then a voice called out by his ear, "Hey." Hearing it, he turned around. It was Xiao Bai chasing after him from behind. In a loud voice, Xiao Bai said, "This morning, you ran off right in front of everyone. That made me look really bad." Chi Wu looked at him with a troubled expression, wanting to speak but stopping himself. In the end, he had no choice but to say, "Could you stop making me do that kind of thing?" Xiao Bai froze, confused. "Huh? Why are you suddenly saying that?" After a pause, he continued, "Why not?" Then he crossed his arms arrogantly and said loudly, "But it makes you more popular too, doesn't it? What's so embarrassing about that?" The two boys following behind him chimed in one after another. "He even brings you up a lot in front of other people." "Yeah, and it was thanks to Xiao Bai that we started playing with you in the first place." Hearing his classmates say that, Xiao Bai looked extremely pleased with himself. Chi Wu, on the other hand, only grew sadder and more uncomfortable. Lowering his head, he asked in disappointment, "Xiao Bai, do you really think of me as a friend?" Hearing that, Xiao Bai looked at him in surprise and asked, "What do you mean?" Chi Wu gripped the strap of his school bag tightly, silently staring at him. Then he turned and walked away, with no intention of answering at all. Xiao Bai watched his retreating back and called after him, "Hey, why are you leaving without saying anything?" While he was still staring after him in surprise, The teacher suddenly opened the window and shouted loudly, "Who pulled out all the flowers in the classroom? If I find out who did it, I'll be severely criticizing them." He chased after Chi-Woo, then suddenly grabbed the strap of his school bag and yanked him back from behind. The pull made Chi-Woo stop. When he turned around, Xiaobai hurriedly asked, "Didn't you already turn back to normal? Then why is the one in the classroom still dead?" Even after hearing that, Chi-Woo's gaze remained calm. Seeing that Chi-Woo didn't answer at all, Xiaobai pressed on, "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you really like those sixth-grade boys said?" Chi-Woo still didn't reply, only saying irritably, "Don't pull my school bag." Right then, the milk carton holding the sprout suddenly dropped to the ground with a thud. The soil inside spilled out, and the little sprout tilted over with it. Chi-Woo stared in shock at the plant box lying helplessly on the ground. Before he could even react, Xiaobai lifted his foot and stomped on it. The crunching sound of his heel hitting the paper carton rang out. Then Xiaobai shouted at him as if giving an order, "Perfect, prove it again. Hurry and turn it back. If the teacher catches us, we're done for." Before he could even finish speaking, Chi-Woo's fist had already swung out and slammed straight into the side of his face. A loud smack followed, making Xiaobai's whole body reel. He fell to the ground just as the last word of his sentence came out. The classmates walking behind them saw Chi-Woo knock him down and all cried out in fear, "Ah!" The dull thuds of fists hitting flesh rang out over and over. Xiaobai instinctively raised his arms to shield his face, trying to dodge. The surrounding classmates hurried over to stop him. "What are you doing? Stop, that really hurts." But Chi-Woo seemed not to hear any of them. He clenched his teeth and kept throwing punch after punch. The voices trying to stop him kept rising around them. "I'm telling my mom, hey, it was just one little sprout. There's no need to fight." The two boys who had been following Xiaobai earlier saw that Chi-Woo had no intention of stopping and said, "Can't you just turn it back again?" Another added, "It'd be a good chance to prove you weren't lying." More voices sounded from behind them. "Stop already. Don't hit him anymore." But none of the attempts to persuade him worked. He pinned Xiaobai to the ground and kept punching through the chorus of people trying to stop him. Xiaobai was trapped beneath him, squeezing his eyes shut in terror. The classmates desperately tried to think of a way to pull them apart. One of them said, "What do we do? We can't pull him off at all." Another suggested, "Quick, go get the teacher." Just then, the teacher appeared. Seeing two students fighting, she shouted to stop them. "Both of you stop. What are you doing fighting?" Only then did Chi-Woo stop, though his other hand was still gripping Xiaobai's collar tightly. When Xiaobai realized he wasn't being hit anymore, he slowly cracked one eye open. Then he stared up at Chi-Woo in shock, both eyes widening. Chi-Woo's fist was frozen in midair, while tears streamed all over his face. Outside the school building, white snowflakes kept drifting down. Inside the principal's office, an angry voice rang out. "My son's been beaten into this state. How are you going to take responsibility?" Chi-Woo and Xiaobai both stood silently off to the side, listening. The voice continued, "He has an event in a few days. With his face injured like this, how is he supposed to take part?" Right after that, a calm voice cut through the anger. "Parent of student Xiaobai, please calm down a little," said the principal. Chi-Woo looked in surprise toward the calm voice. It was his mother. She said seriously, "Ma'am, we will cover all treatment expenses. But we need to make one thing clear first. Your son started this." Hearing his mother say that, Chi-Woo gently tugged at her sleeve. When she turned to look at him, he gave a small shake of his head, his hand still clutching her clothes tightly. Seeing the sorrow on her son's face, she understood at once and fell silent as she looked at him. Outside the principal's office, evening had begun to fall. A voice said, "Thank you for your trouble. Teachers, we'll be going now." Xiaobai left with his mother, and Chi-Woo left with his. The two sides separated and walked off in opposite directions. Chi-Woo looked awful, his eyes fixed on the ground. Sadly, he turned his head to look in the direction Xiaobai and his mother had gone. They had not gone far when the woman's annoyed scolding could still be heard. "The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Beating someone up over a blade of grass. What a lunatic." After a pause, she warned him again, "Xiaobai, from now on, Stay away from that kind of person. Don't pick up bad habits, got it? He gave a quiet The two mothers and sons walked in opposite directions. The evening sunlight shone through the large glass windows, seeming to form a dividing line between them. Even then, Chi Wu still had his head turned, looking toward the direction Xiao Bai and his mother were leaving. As it gradually grew dark, Chi Wu walked shoulder to shoulder with his mother along the road, and her eyes were full of worry. Chi Wu still held tightly to the withered plant box in his hands. His eyes were full of sadness. He didn't look directly at his mother, only at the plant in his hands, as he softly said 2 words. "I'm sorry." Hearing that, his mother looked at him with concern and tenderness on her face. Then she slowly crouched down to his level. She gently wiped the dirt from his cheek and said lovingly, "This isn't your fault." She reached out and softly rubbed his head, and his eyes only grew sadder, tears on the verge of falling. Seeing that, she continued, "Go ahead and cry if you want. After that, we won't think about him anymore, okay?" Hearing his mother say that, Chi Wu opened his eyes wide in surprise. In the next instant, tears came pouring out. He covered his face with his sleeve and bit down hard, trying to hold back the sound of his crying. But in the end, he couldn't hold it back anymore. He burst into sobs in his mother's warm embrace. Crying, he blamed himself. "It's all my fault. I didn't protect it well. I also did a lot of things wrong. From the very beginning, I never should have played with him. Then none of this would have happened." His mother only looked at him silently, her eyes full of understanding. Then she said, "Here." She opened her palm in front of him. Resting there was a seed. Looking at him again, she asked softly, "Shall we plant it again?" "Okay." Hearing that, he stopped crying and looked at the seed in her hand. He reached out and took it, then stared intently at the tiny seed resting in his palm. He thought, "But I already poured all my heart into that seed. I don't have the heart to plant a second one anymore." Then he clenched the seed tightly in his hand and said, "He was my first friend, but I don't want to make friends anymore." Seeing how sad he was, his mother gently advised him, "Someone who cherishes the things you love, that's your true friend." She stood up and continued, "So don't give up. Not every flower grows smoothly. Just think of him as a worm on a leaf." She smiled gently and comforted him. "But in the future, you will definitely meet a friend who wants to understand you, who won't harm your flowers, who respects your secrets, who is willing to stay by your side and help you tend the flowers in your garden. That will be your true friend." Chi Wu looked up at her, as if wanting to confirm whether her words were really true. He lowered his head and silently looked at the paper flower box in his hands. A string of memories related to Xiao Bai surfaced along with that flower box, flashing through his mind like slow-motion film clips. He thought, "A true friend, but to me, that's no longer something worth hoping for. I hate those people. I'd rather be alone forever. I never want to make the same mistake again." And so he grew up that way, through elementary school, middle school, and high school as well, always with that same lonely back. Back in the present, he remembered what Hua Yu had said to him. "But I hope that someone who grows flowers like you can also have something just as wonderful." At that time, when he turned around, he saw petals drifting all through the air in the soft breeze. She stood beneath that shower of blossoms, smiling, her hair and dress fluttering lightly, gentle and beautiful beyond words. He remembered his mother's advice, "So don't give up." His eyes slowly cleared. His mother's words still echoed in his mind. "In the future, you will meet." He hugged a pillow as he slept in bed, his breathing steady and soft. The next morning, daylight had fully broken. The sky was clear blue, and doves could be heard cooing. At Chi Wu's house, his mother was hurrying up the stairs. She opened his bedroom door, looking worried. "Early in the morning, and you're not going to school. What are you doing in your room?" But when she saw the room clearly, she froze a little. Chi Wu's room was a complete mess. Books, supplies, and cardboard boxes had all been dragged out. "Did a thief break into your room?" Chi Wu didn't turn around to look at his mother. He was still focused on searching for something. "Mom, do you remember where the seed you gave me before was?" "How would I remember that? Weren't you the one keeping it?" "Oh dear, you've thrown everything everywhere. There's not even room to walk." She walked over to him. "If you don't put things away properly, of course you won't be able to find them now. You're really strange. Why did you suddenly think of it?" "Never mind, Mom." She sniffed the air for a moment, catching the scent of flowers. "You're in a pretty good mood today, huh? You're giving off a floral scent already." He turned around, a little displeased. He stood up and slung his bag over his shoulder. "Forget it. I'm not looking anymore. I'll clean up when I get back." He left his mother behind, still staring at him curiously. "Oh, how strange." Chi-woo went downstairs to the kitchen, where he found his father cooking. "Morning, Chi-woo." "Morning, Dad." His father said to him, "I remember when you were little, there was this one time you lost a bag of seeds, and your mother gave you a really harsh scolding. Maybe you lost it for good back then." And then maybe, as he nibbled on a piece of bread, Chi-woo thought, someone clearly stole it that time. I still don't get how I ended up taking the blame. He opened the door to leave. "I'm off. Finish your porridge before you go." "I can't. I'll be late." At the same time, Hwayu was also rushing down the stairs. "I'm gonna be late. As soon as I turn off the alarm, I really have to get up right away. Getting up early for an 8 o'clock class is way too hard." "Wha?" Suddenly, her head bumped into a young man. Oof. She looked up, saw the person she had run into was Chi-woo. He reminded her, "That's the second time. Don't you ever watch where you're going? You deliberately blocked my way. I thought you'd already gone to school by yourself." He handed her a bag. "Take it." She opened it. Inside were milk and bread. "I knew you'd oversleep. I figured you probably haven't had breakfast either." "Thanks. How much was it?" "I'll transfer it to you." "No need. Consider it an employee benefit." He pointed at the row of public bikes nearby. "Let's go. If we ride, we should make it in time." "Okay." So the two of them rode bicycles to school together. Hwayu said, "By the way, why did you insist on going with me today? Are you always this blunt?" "What? Is there a problem?" "Nothing. It's good. I think I can smell flowers." In the end, the two of them made it to school on time. They walked through campus, while Hwayu took the chance to quickly eat the bread Chi-woo had bought for her. You don't have to eat that fast, but in his mind, he was already comparing her to a squirrel nibbling on a pine nut. She really did look like one. A group of students noticed the two of them. One of them was Xiao Jinling, who waved at Hwayu. "Hwayu, good morning." Hwayu enthusiastically waved back. "Good morning, senior." "Morning, everyone." Then she suddenly stiffened when she remembered Chi-woo was standing right beside her. I just realized this guy is here. With so many people in front of him, won't he feel super awkward? But contrary to her worries, Chi-woo cleared his throat. Ahem. He lowered his head to the group. "Morning." The whole scene seemed to freeze. It took a few seconds for everyone to recover, stunned speechless by his greeting. "And morning." Only then did Chi-woo start to feel embarrassed, a faint flush rising on his face. What kind of reaction is that? Didn't I already warn you? Warn us. Hwayu remembered what he had once said to her. She covered her mouth with her hand and burst out laughing. "Ha ha." Beside her, Chi-woo felt even more awkward. "Don't laugh. I'm starting to regret it." Meanwhile, one of the girls in the group still couldn't believe what had just happened. She said to the friend beside her, "What's going on?" "The guy actually took the initiative to greet us. He's acting strange all of a sudden. Something's definitely up. This is bad, this is bad. Don't tell me it's some kind of warning before he beats us up, like a ritual before a wrestling match. Maybe we should just run for it." Hwayu said to them from the side, Come on, you guys are being way too dramatic. Isn't this just a normal, everyday greeting? If we don't respond properly, that'll make us look really rude." Everyone thought she had a point and looked at each other. Then, they happily replied to Chi-woo. "Morning." He looked a little less embarrassed too. "Morning." The group of friends walked off. "We're heading to Area 18 now, bye-bye." "Bye-bye. See you at the club this afternoon." Once they were farther away, Hwayu turned to ask him, "So you wanted to come with me because of this? Did I really need to spell it out?" Over with Xiao Jinling's group, they were discussing what had just happened. Somehow, this Chi-woo guy doesn't seem as scary as the rumors say. I don't know why, but he suddenly seems kind of handsome. Hey, don't tell me you fell for him just because he said hello. You boy crazy idiot. Wow, you guys switch sides fast. We admit it, we're fence sitters, hee hee. Speaking of which, Xiaoling, it feels like you've always had the same attitude toward him. You never gossip about him or comment on him. Huh? Why is that? There's a reason. Xiao Jinling thought. Now that I think about it, that really is true. Why is that? The wind rustled softly, making the branches by Chi-woo's flower shop sway as well. Inside the flower shop, business was going quite smoothly. That's 36 yuan in total. Please scan here. Okay. A female customer flirted enthusiastically with Chi-woo. Here you go. The flowers are so beautiful. Thank you. Handsome. Would you mind adding me? Sure. Here's the shop's WeChat. Okay. Actually, I make your personal account. Hwayu looked over at Chi-woo. Ever since deciding that he needed to change, he had become much more composed, and more people had started coming to buy flowers. At that moment, Chi-woo was introducing flowers to a customer. "Excuse me, what kind of flower is this?" "This is a bellflower. It does well in bright light." Seeing his positive changes made Hwayu smile softly. She had also become more proactive about her current work. Come to think of it, All of this is thanks to that message from Fong Xin. Learning from how he comforts people, I feel like I've improved quite a bit too. Then she said to a customer, "We're having a succulent promotion right now. These kind can be arranged together, and it's very cost-effective." "Oh, thank you. I'll look around a bit more then." Outside the shop, Fong Xin appeared, carrying both a backpack and a bag. He waved. "Hi, long time no see. Your expression is still as funny as ever." Haha, Why he was surprised to see him. Fen Xin Chiwu also poked his head out to look. Fong Xin said, "My mom went on another business trip, so I've got no one to feed me again. She should at least give me some money though. I want to save up for a PS5. Chiwu turned back into the shop. "Gomein, sleep in the usual room." "Okay, where are Uncle and Auntie? They went to see a movie." "Ooh, why you still didn't understand what was going on?" What exactly is happening?" Fong Xin stood at the foot of the stairs, his head slightly lowered, his face a bit downcast. "I wonder how long my mom will be away on this trip." Chi Wu replied, "She called our house already. Probably about a week. She also told me that since you're about to take the college entrance exam, the pressure must be huge, so I should make sure you drink plenty of milk." Hearing that, Fong Xin lifted his head, looking a little less upset. "Mom's so busy with work, and she still worries about me." Chi Wu had clearly been paying attention to how he was doing. He reminded him, if you skipped fewer of your prep classes, she'd be a lot less worried. Fong Xin smiled from behind him. "Once you've put your things away, go do your homework first. But I want to stay downstairs with Sister Huayu." TCH. A crashing sound suddenly rang out in the shop as a flower pot fell from a shelf. A female customer said awkwardly, "Sorry, I didn't notice my bag knocked over the flower pot. How much is it? We'll pay for it." At that moment, Fong Xin put his strengths to use. He gently steadied the customer's hand. "It's okay. Not considering whether the display arrangement might block the walkway is also our shop's responsibility. I'll clean it up. It would be bad if you cut your hand, miss. Please feel free to keep browsing." The female customer was so touched that she blushed all over. "Okay, thank you. Wow, is he the shop assistant's younger brother? I suddenly want to buy him a bouquet." Meanwhile, the two socially awkward people, Chi Wu and Huayu, stood off to the side in relief. Not having to handle this kind of situation themselves was a huge relief. He really is useful at times like this. Fong Xin picked up a broken piece from the flower pot. "Huayu came over with a broom. Let me sweep it up." "Aw, no need. I don't want to delay your work." He smiled. "It's fine. I actually kind of like doing odd jobs in the shop. My parents live separately, and because of work, they often don't have time to look after me. Your family has helped take care of me, so I want to do whatever I can to repay you a little." "I see. Why you felt sorry for him? His parents separated and can't keep him company?" "Even if it were me, at a time like high school, I'd feel lonely too." Hey, stop." By then, Fong Xin had already finished cleaning up. "Please don't make that face. Otherwise, I'll have to figure out a way to cheer you up. Honestly, I've got a really strong mentality, not like some overly sensitive person." An arm suddenly shot out and grabbed Fong Xin. Chi Wu seized his shirt. "Who are you talking about? Let's rule people out first. It definitely can't be me." "Ouch, that hurts." Huayu felt a little embarrassed. It had been such a dangerous moment. She had almost reflexively tried to comfort him, even though he clearly didn't need it. She looked at his back. Fang Xin. It seemed like no matter what happened, he could face it calmly and easily, far more mature than she had imagined. But a moment later, Fong Xin buried his head in his phone again in the middle of his homework pile, looking utterly depressed. She asked, "An anti-addiction system?" Chi Wu explained. "This brat stole his parents' ID before play games. He got caught, and now he's back to square one." "Hey, don't tell me you're getting this upset over something like that." Fong Xin flopped onto the desk and wailed, "I'm never going to have any joy in life again." Chi Wu, on the other hand, looked rather pleased. "You can still play on weekends, even if it's only a pitiful 2 hours. Just do your homework properly." "Do your homework properly," Fong Xin repeated miserably. "Lend me your account." "No, then I'll watch you play." Chi Wu pulled out his phone too. Your gear isn't even as good as mine. 2 days ago, I got a god-tier equipment set. It was insanely cool." "Where?" "Teleport to the Dark Forest first. Wait by this well for the boss loot refresh. Kill it, and it'll randomly drop a cursed stone. Then take the crystal back to the main city and talk to the witch to get the quest. That complicated? If it were that easy to get, it wouldn't be called God-tier gear. I spent a whole week on it. So annoying. Hey, if you think it's too much trouble, just lend me your account. I'll get it for you. Why you had held in long enough and finally exploded. Enough. How can you just let him play games? Isn't he taking the college entrance exam? Doesn't he need to do homework? Be serious. She took both of their phones away. I'm confiscating your phone too. Fong Xian froze, then laughed and teased her. Buffed. You really look like a parent right now, sis. Resting his chin on his hand, he looked at her over the desk. If I finish my homework, do I get a reward, sis? Hearing Fong Xian's request, Huayu paused in surprise. She thought for a moment. A reward? Then if you finish it, I'll let you play for half an hour. On Chi Wu's phone. Okay. Huayu took the phones and walked off. Before leaving, she even gave Fong Xian a thumbs up to cheer him on. Do your best, Commander Zhou. Chi Wu watched her retreating figure. Fong Xian noticed his reaction. He asked, weird. Normally you'd never let other people casually touch your things. Not even me. Then realization struck him. He cried out, since when did you two get this close? What happened? Stay out of it. At that, Fong Xian puffed out his cheeks in dissatisfaction and shouted, Sister Yu. Chi Wu had to pull him back. Stop yelling. Fong Xian smugly turned back to look at him. In the end, Chi Wu had no choice but to tell him everything. After hearing it, Fong Xian said, You snatch your phone and then quit the group too? In a girl's eyes, that kind of behavior would put you in massively negative points right away. Sister Yu really does have a good temper. She actually forgave you for that. Chi Wu sincerely admitted his mistake. He knew he had gone too far. That's why when I apologized, she said those things to me instead. And for a moment, I didn't know what to do. So I just did what she wanted. So obedient. Think of it as an apology gift. Doesn't that feel forced? To be honest, it is pretty inconvenient. I told you so. Chi Wu's hand brushed against his cup as he fell into thought. But this feeling isn't exactly unpleasant either. Fong Xian leaned back. Sister Yu is pretty impressive too. Chi Wu looked at him as if he didn't understand. Fong Xian explained. How do I put it? It feels like she has a kind of enthusiasm that's almost reckless. Normally, if people ran into someone like you, they'd stay as far away as possible, right? Ha ha ha. His comment made Chi Wu stiffen. I'm not trying to make fun of you, Fong Xian said. It's just that most people, when faced with that kind of situation, would think less trouble is better than more trouble. Why bring unhappiness onto yourself, right? At least, that's what I do. You're pretty cold, too. You're not exactly in a position to say that to me. But she didn't choose that. She was straightforward, but also reckless, and stuck her nose into your business. To go that far takes quite a bit of courage, too, doesn't it? After all, not everyone is willing to spend time on a stranger. That's something I could never do. Chi Wu felt that too. For someone like him, sunk in the grief of the past and shrinking back in fear, it really was a complete defeat. But not everyone would happily accept that kind of enthusiasm. He thought of Huayu. If she met someone like that, she would probably end up feeling hurt. Then Fong Xian smiled and looked up at the sky. Now I kind of want to bully her a little. Chi Wu, sitting beside him, said, You sure talk big for someone acting like he understands everything. In some ways, I've got way more experience than you. When you get flamed in games, you log off immediately. You haven't even held a girl's hand before. A brief silence followed, ending with Fong Xian getting smacked right on the head. Resorting to violence when you can't win the argument. At that moment, Huayu came back over, carrying a bouquet in her arms. Don't disturb him while he's studying. The imported flowers have arrived. Fong Xian ran behind her and tattled. Exactly. He keeps bullying me. He's so mean. Chi Wu looked aggrieved. Why do you always take his side? Huayu was completely bewildered by that expression. What kind of look was that supposed to be? Oh. Not willing to lose, Fong Xian leaned out and put on a pitiful face. Sis, protect me. Caught between the two of them, Huayu was at a total loss. What was going on? After the imported flowers were delivered, Chi Wu and Huayu started arranging them. All the flowers are here. All right, let's start organizing. There are actually this many. But Chi Wu suddenly remembered something his mother had once said. There could never be too many beautiful flowers. Huayu raised her arms and gathered all her hair up to tie it back. A pendant appeared at her neck, drawing his attention. Come to think of it, that pendant of yours. She smiled. The pendant? There's nothing to it. Anyway, it's all been so long ago. To find someone from 8 years ago in a sea of people, the odds are just too slim. Haha, true. Fong Exen, ever nosy, chimed in, Sis, what kind of person made such an impression on you for 8 whole years? Well, a childhood friend. Wow, even after 3 years apart, you still can't forget him? You must really like him, huh? Why you jolted? Chi Wu's gaze fell on Hua Yu's bright red face. What nonsense are you saying? So you didn't tell me because it was that kind of relationship? Hua nearly jumped. No, it's not that. I just always wanted to thank him. Seeing her expression, Fong Xian thought to himself, she's flustered. Her face is so red. This is fun. Hua Yu explained in embarrassment. Even though I really don't want to admit it, there's actually no relationship between us at all. Then does that person have something to do with your pendant? If there are flower petals inside it, then why not let A Wu take a look? If he finds some kind of clue, it'll count as helping bring people together. It happens to be his field, right? What Fong Xian called his field was basically treating Chi Wu like a search dog. As if once he got a sniff, he'd be able to help Hua Yu identify the person she was looking for. That was what he meant. But the moment he finished speaking, a slap landed squarely on his head. Bringing people together? I don't even know what he looks like now. What if he already has a girlfriend? She actually started seriously considering it. Chi Wu stood up. I'm not joking around with you two anymore. This is boring. I just remembered I've got an order to deliver at 4. Oh, then hurry and go. I can handle the rest. You're really not helping. That pendant thing? I'm not some tracking dog. Chi Wu walked out of the flower shop looking displeased, even shutting the door rather hard behind him. His mood doesn't seem too good, but Fong Xian, standing beside her, seemed oddly cheerful. Who knows? Chi Wu was delivering flowers to a customer, but as he walked, he kept thinking, childhood friend? He recalled Hua Yu's reaction. Then why had she gotten so worked up? Suddenly, he realized his own emotions. Why am I getting worked up? TCH. Back in the shop, Hua Yu had finished her work and was cleaning up. She picked up a bag of trash and headed outside. Fong Xian, can you watch the shop for a bit? I want to take this out to the back alley. No problem. Hua Yu left the shop. The moment he saw she was gone, Fong Xian revealed a scheming look. What a perfect chance. He turned around, grabbed the phone, and prepared to slip out. Sorry, but right now I've got something even more important to do. Fong Xian went outside, whistling happily. There was so much homework. Of course he had to seize the chance to relax a little. Don't be mad at me. He kept walking, completely unaware of the sound of a woman's shoes behind him. Fong Xian slipped the phone into his pocket and happily recalled the message. Car number 10 is out. Come over to my place. Half an hour. Wait for me at the arcade. Then suddenly, he saw the figure of a woman. She said, Yo, isn't this little brother Fong Xian? The moment he heard that voice, he froze. Outside the building, birds chirped. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Meanwhile, Hua Yu was carefully sorting things out. When recyclables go over here, does plastic packaging count as recyclable? Suddenly, someone darted past behind her. Hua Yu quickly grabbed hold of him. Fong Xian thought, what rotten luck. I panicked for a second and actually chose this route. By the time I wanted to change directions, it was already too late. Seeing him, Hua Yu questioned him. Where are you going? Shouldn't you be in the shop doing homework? It was clear she had no intention of letting him go. You really make people worry. The two of them started arguing. Hua Yu said, if Chi Wu finds out you're not here, he definitely won't be happy. What could be more important than studying? Fong Xian begged urgently, but I can't worry about all that right now. Sis, let me go first. I got something really urgent. Well, my friend told me he, wants to see me one last time. If I'm late, it'll be too late. As he spoke, he thought to himself, sorry, Xiaoguang. While they were still bickering, the sound of approaching footsteps clicked closer. Hearing that, Hua Yu hesitated. Oh, is that so? Pleased that she had believed him, Fong Xian said goodbye. Yeah. So hurry and let me go already. Then a voice reminded Hua Yu, friendly reminder, a man's words aren't worth believing at all. Hearing that, Fong Xian's expression changed. Oh no, I'm dead. Hua Yu looked up at the newcomer, arms crossed and clearly furious. Sister Jing said, long time no see, little brother Fong Xian. You've been hiding from me for a while now. You don't reply to my messages, you don't answer my calls. And now that we've finally met again, don't you have anything to say to me? Seeing how angry she was, Hua Yu froze and thought, isn't she the girl who came to buy flowers last time? Why does she look so furious? Fong Xian gave an innocent smile. I don't know either. Hua Yu quietly blamed herself. Lowering her head awkwardly, she said to him, it looks like she came for you. Oh no, what should we do? Your friend with the serious illness is still waiting for you. Saw the, I shouldn't have stopped you. Seeing that she looked guilty, Fong Xian comforted her. It's okay. He can probably hang on a little longer. Then he smiled stiffly. What else can I do? He told himself, just face the storm. Then Fong Xian broke into a bright smile, waved at Sister Jing, and said breezily, Sis, long time no see. I missed you so much. Seeing that she still looked dissatisfied and a little angry, he continued, Sis, don't rush to get mad. Listen to me. It's not that I ignored your calls. The truth is, the thing I've been looking forward to most is talking to you. It's just that the exam is coming up, and my mom confiscated my phone, so I really had no way to be with you like before. Fong Xian put on a remorseful expression. You absolutely mustn't misunderstand me. Actually, all this time, I've still been thinking about you. And besides, I figured you might need some personal space, right? If I kept sticking to you all the time, you'd probably find me annoying too. He fell silent, then continued, It's my fault. Because of the exams, I neglected you. I've really been afraid that we'd just break up like this, but before he could finish, the person opposite him suddenly said, Stop. Stop right there. Sister Jing burst out laughing as she listened. You? Afraid of breaking up? Me needing space? You think you know that? Ha ha. As if she'd heard the funniest joke in the world, she laughed loudly. Ha ha. Fong Xian started to feel uneasy, while Huayu asked worriedly, Is she? What's wrong? Pointing angrily at him, Sister Jing snapped. What kind of prize catch do you think you are? You want to trick me again? You think I came here to beg you back? Fong Xian was startled and a little flustered. Then suddenly a cheerful young man came running over, calling out, Sister Jing, taro milk tea, white pearls, no boba, 30% sugar, less ice, just the way you like it. I brought it for you. The moment Fong Xian saw him, he thought bitterly, where did this clingy guy crawl out from? What's with acting cute? Sister Jing hurried over to the young man, hooked her arm through his intimately, and announced, I came here just to tell you, I've already got a new little brother. He's taller, more handsome, and cuter than you. Did you really think I care that much about you? Stop flattering yourself. You were only ever one of many little brothers to me. Hearing that, Fong Xian froze and stared wide-eyed. Huayu had no idea how she was supposed to react either. He lowered his head in disappointment and said nothing. Then Fong Xian said to her, Sis, you dumped me that fast? I really did have a lot of fun when I was with you. Sister Jing replied, If we hadn't known each other for so long, I might actually have believed your nonsense. Standing beside them, Huayu found it hard to believe. So Fong Xian got dumped, but as an outsider, it probably wasn't good for her to judge their relationship. Suddenly Sister Jing shoved her face right up close to Huayu's, startling her. Sister Jing said, I've seen you before. You're an employee at the flower shop next door, right? You're actually pretty cute. Huayu never expected to be complimented and was so surprised she could hardly believe it. Goo, me? Is she complimenting me? Then Sister Jing added, But your judgment is awful. Huayu was bewildered, but Sister Jing turned away and said, Well, saying that is kind of like insulting the old me too. Then she warned Huayu, Let me warn you, don't be fooled by his appearance. This kind of person is best at sweet-talking his way into your good graces. But the moment you take it seriously, he'll immediately disappear on you. Then you realize how stupid you look for being sincere. Tisich, hearing that, Fong Xian fell silent and murmured gloomily, I just wanted to make you happy. He continued, I know I was wrong. If I change, would it still be in time? Sister Jing waved her hand casually. Impossible. There's no chance anymore. She said bluntly, I hereby declare that I've completely dumped you. From now on, we won't have any relationship whatsoever. Hearing that, Fong Xian looked dejected. At last, she turned around, linked arms with the young man, and said, That's it. Don't let the bad ending spoil your mood. Bye. Fong Xian watched her back as she left. The atmosphere around them turned painfully quiet. Huayu looked at him and sensed just how awkward the situation was now. He probably didn't want anyone seeing him like this. She smiled and tried to comfort him. I absolutely won't tell anyone about this. She thought her words would ease his heart, but unexpectedly Fong Xian immediately brightened, let out a relieved sigh, and said, Phew, finally got that taken care of. Happy breakup. Bye-bye. Huayu froze at his reaction and asked the person in front of her, that miserable look just now, was it all fake? Fong Xian glanced back at her, He explained. Her whole purpose was to see me feeling bad. I just played along with what she wanted. Once she was satisfied, of course she'd let me go. Then, cheerfully and matter-of-factly, he added, less pointless arguing and less meaningless entanglement. It's better for both sides. Everyone ends up happy. Suddenly, Hua Yu remembered what Sister Jing had said. Don't be fooled by his appearance. All at once, she understood. Sure enough, that woman was right. Hua Yu said frankly, what the heck? I worried over nothing, and was even afraid you'd be upset. Feng Xin seemed very surprised by her words. He turned back and sighed. She was worried about me. She said honestly, if it was just going to end this awkwardly anyway, then wouldn't it have been better to focus on your studies from the start? Hearing that, Feng Xin commented, such an old-fashioned parent way of thinking. Looking straight at her, he said, actually, my grades probably aren't as worrying as you think. Hua Yu exclaimed, so you're actually a good student? Seeing her reaction, Feng Xin praised her in return. You got into university too, so you're pretty amazing yourself. She continued, no wonder you never looked anxious at all, right? Weren't you in a hurry to go see your friend? Fan xin lauget? Haha, I lied to you. She stepped up onto the curb. Turning around, she said to him, then you can keep lying if you want and go do whatever it is you want to do. Hearing that, he suddenly felt at ease. It just feels like I don't need to lie to you. Hua Yu turned her head, a little confused. Sweet talk. She picked up the watering hose, and water came rushing out. As she watered the plants, Feng Xin asked about what happened just now. Don't you have anything to say? She hadn't expected him to ask that, so she asked back, why would I need to say anything? Feng Xin gave a clueless grin. Hee, I was just curious. Aren't you supposed to be the super enthusiastic type who loves getting involved in other people's business? So why is it different when it comes to me? Hua Yu looked up at him. She lowered her head and admitted, I really don't have any experience at all, so I'm not really qualified to comment. Besides, you always seem to have your own mind made up, like you don't need me to do anything, right? Feng Xin rested both hands behind his head. Hearing that, he looked a little disappointed. You really lack confidence. It's not like you need experience in everything before you can say what you think. And besides, it's not like you have no experience at all. Hua Yu froze when she heard that. Don't you still remember someone for 8 whole years? She let out a helpless sigh, not knowing why it suddenly felt like he had found her weak spot. The wind stirred the flower petals, making them rustle softly. She continued. Both of them said they broke up unhappily in the end. Even if it was reluctant, and even if it was embarrassing in the end, at least they were happy when they were together, right? Hua Yu understood that herself too. In truth, during that short time she had spent with that person in her childhood, she had been very happy too. She turned off the hose and said, even though that memory has gradually faded with time, I can't even clearly remember what he looked like anymore. Feng Xin was startled when he heard that. Maybe he forgot a long time ago. In the end, I'm the only one who still remembers. The two of them fell silent. Feng Xin looked at her and said, no way. Hua Yu turned and glanced at him. He looked unusually resolute. If you were able to remember that person for so long, then I think to him, you must be just as special too. Even if he's forgotten for now, that's okay. Hua Yu listened as he went on. I believe that if you two meet again, the moment you call out to him, he'll definitely remember. Fang Xin my Wam Li. I'm not saying this just to comfort you. I really do think so, because flowers have that kind of magic. Deeply moved, Hua Yu said, thank you. Once again, he had comforted her. After comforting her, Feng Xin suddenly remembered something and said, oh, right about that. Seeing how worried he was, Hua Yu said, don't worry. I won't tell Qi Wu. She reminded him carefully, but you should rein in that sharp edge of yours a little. Be careful, or you'll end up drawing trouble to yourself. Feng Xin Laoget, that won't happen. After letting her hair down, she turned away. Walking behind her, he said, now I owe you a favor. If you ever need my help later, just say the word. Hua Yu paused. No need to wait until later. Feng Xin looked surprised when he heard that. He repeated in disbelief. You want me to help you find a flower? Hua Yu said happily, After hearing what you just said, I suddenly found the courage to go look for him. Feng Xin looked pleased. Then that's great. She admitted, actually, the first time I came into the shop, I saw one that looked exactly like the one in my memory. Hua Yu recalled that moment. But before I could get a good look at it, Qi Wu snatched it away. He was really harsh about it. Feng Xin got angry. That guy actually dared to snap at you? I have to find a chance to teach him a lesson for you. She said gloomily. Later on, whenever I asked him about it, he kept dodging the subject. Actually, I just want to see it one more time. Standing beside her, he thought it over. If that's the case, I know a place that might have the flower you're looking for. It's just that. Her eyes lit up like stars as she asked, Where? Where? Seeing her expression, Fong Xian thought, oh, she suddenly got excited. Looking at her eager face, Huayu was clearly in a very good mood right now. He leaned over and glanced around the shop. Then he reached out, grabbed Huayu by the wrist, and pulled her along. As he tugged her, Fong Xian said, While they're not here, come with me. Feeling a little alarmed, she asked, sneaking around like this, Where are you taking me? Seeing her concern, he said casually, Don't worry about it. Just follow me. Fong Xian led her to a dim room with barely any light. He said to Huayu, Follow me. He opened the door. Creak. The two of them stepped inside. Inside was a flower room, but it was very dark. Huayu asked nervously, Thetis, what place is this? It doesn't seem right for us to just come in without permission. Fong Xian held her by the shoulders and gently pushed her forward, reassuring her. Come on, don't overthink it. Hurry up and see if the flower you mentioned is here. She turned to look at him suspiciously. You troublemaker. Do you do this all the time? He joked, just a few minutes. No one will notice, but try not to make any noise. Then he reassured her again, and don't worry. Even if we do get caught, I definitely won't let you take any blame. She covered his mouth. No, MMGH, she said firmly. We absolutely cannot do this kind of sneaking around. Seeing her expression, Fong Xian felt a little awkward. She turned around and shut the door. The point isn't how long we stay. Going into someone else's room without permission is wrong. He said, You're way too serious. We were just going in to take a quick look. Then he added, What's so bad about taking a little risk once in a while? Just then, something landed on the bridge of his nose. Fan xin ski mean fai. What's on my face? It hurts. Worried, she called out Fong. Fan xin. She slapped at it and knocked the bee away. Smack! He crouched down by the door in fear, and Huayu reminded him, Sure, it was just a bee. Keep it down, or someone will hear us. Only then did he realize he had just shouted. Oh, sorry. The way they looked at that moment was pretty funny. He was sitting on the floor while Huayu stood there. The two of them suddenly burst out laughing. Ha, she said, the way you screamed just now, you really looked like a mole. He laughed too, and you caught a bee with your bare hands. That's pretty impressive. She reached out and helped him to his feet. Fong Xian said, Fine then, since you care that much, we won't go in. Then he added, But don't worry, I'll definitely help you fulfill your wish. She reminded him, but no more sneaking around. Just then, a figure was approaching. That night, Huayu asked Fong Xian, Are you okay? Does it hurt where you fell? Should I get you some ice? He replied, I'm fine, sis. Don't treat me like a little kid. I'm almost 18, you know. She said, Being a teenager doesn't mean you can handle everything. Suddenly, the two of them sensed a strange killing intent. Chi Wu said, That miserable scream sounded pretty pleasing to the ear. The two of them jumped in fright. He was furious. What good deed have you done this time? Fong Xian was startled. He swallowed hard. Trying to change the subject, he stammered, It's not here either. Where did my student ID run off to? He tried to dodge him. Sis, let's go look in the flower garden. But Chi-Wu stopped him. Stay right there. He said angrily, Don't think I don't know what you were trying to do. Did you forget the rules in this shop? Fong Xian broke out in a sweat. I didn't forget. We absolutely can't go into her room. We weren't even planning to go in. Don't be so serious. But inwardly he thought, crap, looks like he's really angry this time. Huayu stepped in to stop him. Chi-Wu, don't be like this. Actually, this isn't his fault. He just, in a small voice, Fong Xian pleaded, Please don't hit my face. Huayu continued, I'm the one who asked him to take me. Ow! Her soft cry made both boys turn their attention to her. Chi-Wu noticed and grabbed Huayu's hand. Fong Xian was concerned too. There, just now. Only then did she realize she had underestimated the bee. Her hand was slightly swollen and red with a stinging pain. Chi-Wu said to Fong Xian, You shouldn't have brought her here. Fan Xin Zipli saw thee. It's my fault. Chi-Wu was still clearly angry with him. Chi-Wu said, Now you should understand that acting recklessly like this causes a lot of trouble for other people. It's a good thing you two didn't go into the room. If you had, it would have been even more troublesome. Fong Xian said, I only know we're not allowed in the room. But why do you have to be this strict about it? Chi-Wu replied, That's none of your concern. Rules are rules. And you don't want to getting back to your mother that you caused trouble again, do you? Just then, when Huayu reached to touch it, Chi Wu smacked her hand away. Don't touch it with your hand. Be careful, or it'll get infected. She said, sorry. He said, right now it's just a sting. But if my mother finds out someone touched the things in her room, she might shut down the flower shop for a while. Feng Xin Laoget, do you really have to be this tense? Ha ha. Hearing that, Chi Wu snapped. I'm not in the mood to joke around with you right now. Feng Xin was intimidated. Chi Wu said, don't blame me for not sparing your feelings. You really went too far this time. Do you think everything could just be laughed off with a grin? You're always so smug, relying on your little bit of cleverness. But in the end, you're still just a high school student who never thinks about the consequences of what he does. You're still wet behind the ears. Feng Xin looked a little stiff after hearing that and said, sorry. Seeing how tense things had become, Huayu felt awkward and panicked. She tugged at his sleeve and said, don't blame Feng Xin. I was the one who wanted him to take me around. I didn't know it would cause trouble. She said, sorry for causing everyone trouble. She would notice that too. He said, since when did you two get so close? You keep covering for him. She was startled. It's not covering for him. Then Chi Wu led Huayu away. Come here. I'll clean and treat the sting for you. She thought, he changes his face fast. Feng Xin Vilda. He recalled what Chi Wu had said. You're always so smug, relying on your little bit of cleverness. But in the end, you're still just a high school student who never thinks about the consequences. Still wet behind the ears. He thought, did he really have to put it so harshly? Feng Xin stood silently in the noisy corridor, crowded with people coming and going, and sent Huayu a message. How's your hand? Does it still hurt? One hand in his pocket, he leaned casually against the wall and looked at the message he had just sent. Then he quietly put away his phone and vaguely replayed everything that had happened. The first time he had ever embarrassed himself like this in front of a girl. Looking so pathetic after being scared half to death by a bee, and then having his sore spot mercilessly exposed by his older brother figure. The more Feng Xin thought about it, the more humiliated he felt. He lifted his chin slightly and looked up at the clear sky, full of thoughts. I might as well turn into a cake and let someone eat me up already. A light breeze slipped through his soft hair, making it even more tousled. On the handsome face of the young boy was all the distress and shy confusion of a nameless feeling. It all formed a scene brimming with the gentle, heart-stirring air of youth. Suddenly, the class bell rang harshly. The students in the hallway hurriedly called to one another. Class is starting. Let's get back. Come on, let's go. He was left there alone, still lost in thought. Just then, two male classmates came running over excitedly with their things and called out, Feng Xin, come on, let's play for a bit. Feng Xin swept his gaze over them for a few seconds, then turned and walked away. Before leaving, he waved them off. You guys go ahead. I'm not going. The other boy looked utterly confused and immediately asked, It's PE class. It's rare for the homeroom teacher not to take over our PE period. If you don't go, that's a huge loss. Besides, you were the one who told me to bring the game over. Don't you want to try the new game? Feng Xion's ears perked up and a trace of hesitation appeared on his face, but in the end he steeled himself. No, I'm going back to class to study. His two friends were stunned and could only stare at the boys retreating back. Only after a while did they ask each other blankly, did he take the wrong medicine or something? The other one was just as baffled. Very likely. At that moment, on the east side of the library, Huayu was standing by the window, holding a cup and enjoying the breeze with a deeply satisfied look on her small face. Her chestnut brown hair was let down naturally, simple and unadorned, yet made her seem warm and approachable. Petals drifted down with the wind, brushing over the top of her head before floating away again, as if leaving a gentle kiss there. She couldn't help curving her lips, enjoying the pleasant atmosphere, and thought to herself, the breeze is warm. It feels so nice. Someone, unable to stand the sight, suddenly spoke up. Looking at that expression of yours is making me strangely irritated. Huayu dreamily looked toward the source of the voice and realized it was Chi Wu. He was walking over with a stack of documents held over his head to block the sun, while his other hand tugged at his collar to fan some air in and cool off. He was drenched in sweat, and the handsome young man's face was flushed red from the heat. Before she could say anything, he added, You look pretty relaxed, don't you? First-year junior? He deliberately emphasized those last 4 words, but Huayu only answered him with a calm, unbothered expression. She opened her eyes wide innocently and replied directly. If this first-year senior hadn't skipped class, it wouldn't have come to this. Maybe the remark hit too hard, because he gave a guilty huff. After all, who on campus didn't know that Chi Wu, the first-year senior, was now frantically making up credits after fighting, ditching class, and skipping school? She didn't press the issue any further and instead took out a tiny handheld fan shaped like a flower petal, pastel pink, and unbelievably cute. Then she switched it on and pointed it straight at Chi Wu. Here, use this for now. This sudden action made Chi Wu, who had been desperately fanning himself with the documents, pause for a moment. His deep eyes flicked over the fan, and he said bluntly, "No thanks. It's a girl thing." At that, Hua Yu looked slightly awkward, but quickly shot back. Huh? So what if it's a girl thing? If it's useful, then use it. Now a little annoyed, she raised her voice. If you don't believe me, try it. It's super cool. Your scalp's already drenched in sweat, so what are you still being picky about? Chi Wu stepped over to the window where Hua Yu was standing. He lowered his head helplessly, his voice slightly embarrassed. It's not that I don't believe you. He lifted the stack of documents and gave her outstretched arm a light tap with it, then raised his head a little and faced the girl in front of him. Do you really think I suit something like this? Hua Yu was still holding out the fan toward him, so when he stepped close, the little fan ended up right on top of his head. It looked ridiculously funny, making her go blank for a moment. Neither of them said anything, just stared at each other like that. Suddenly, a girl's voice sounded from outside the door. Sorry we're late. Have you figured out what topic to choose for discussion yet, Hua Yu? She instinctively pulled her hand back and quickly turned around. I've thought of a few. We can pick one together. The three girls walked in together. One of them smiled gently and said with concern, "Good work. Who were you talking to just now? Why you let out a small huh?" As she spoke, she turned her head toward the window. I was just with, but when she looked back, there was no one standing there anymore. She pointed the little fan at her own face, letting the hair behind her flutter, and thought quietly, he's gone. Before she could finish thinking, the three girls had already rushed over to where she was standing and started excitedly chattering as if they had discovered something incredible. Wah, was that Senior Chi Wu just now? Where? Let me see. Hua Yu, were you talking to him just now? Not bad. The three of them talked all at once, leaving Hua Yu frozen, with three giant question marks practically appearing over her head. The girls' little marketplace of chatter didn't stop there. They went on discussing all sorts of things about him. Most of it was along the lines of, even though he's kind of weird, he really does have a lot of face fans, haha. Don't worry, we just like admiring handsome guys a little. A good-looking guy with that kind of cold vibe is best appreciated from a distance. Yeah. If a guy's too handsome, you actually stop considering dating him. It just feels unrealistic. Handsome? I don't really think so. I like the cute type, like Mickey and Saunosuk. That's even more unrealistic, okay? Ha. Hua Yu could only smile along stiffly and think to herself, haha, girls really are cute when they discuss this kind of thing. Another girl suddenly turned the topic to her. Hua Yu, what about you? What type do you like? Caught off guard, she blinked in surprise. Me? Even before she answered, the face of that boy with a radiant smile had already appeared in her mind. Suddenly her phone chimed, signaling a new message. Hua Yu opened it and saw it was from Feng Xian. The cute sticker he sent made her laugh out loud without meaning to. She immediately replied, "It doesn't hurt anymore. It's just still a little swollen. It should be fine in 2 days," and added an extra super cute head patting sticker. Right after replying to Feng Xian, she also received a message from the class monitor in the class group chat, Genius Children of the Gods, which said, Announcement. After discussion among the class committee, it has been decided that at 6 p.m. on the 21st, we'll hold a get-together so everyone can build closer bonds. The location is set as Rabbit Street Eatery on West Street. Everyone must attend. The class monitor raised the beer can in his hand and shouted, "Come on, even though not many people are here this time, we still have to be enthusiastic. Cheers!" The mood was gloomy. Even though everyone raised the beer cans in their hands, there was little real enthusiasm. The class monitor screamed inwardly in despair and thought bitterly, "Even the people who came are this lifeless." He angrily tapped on his phone and growled, "I'm going to take a ton of pictures and send them to the group chat, so those people who didn't come can see how much delicious food I prepared. I'm going to make them regret it so much it hurts." The others laughed awkwardly. A male student comforted him, saying, "Come on, class monitor. Even if you get more worked up, the people who didn't want to come still won't come. For people who are afraid of socializing, A situation like this just makes them want to get away as fast as possible, right? Haha. The class monitor immediately shot back. Your body temperature is 37 degrees. So how can you say something so cold? He hugged his head, threw his face upward, and cried out in despair. What is wrong with young people these days? Do they dislike socializing that much? Don't they want to take this chance to find a boyfriend or girlfriend? I seriously don't get it. The girl sitting beside him also smiled stiffly with a beer can in hand. She thought in irritation. Even people who came here hoping to find a relationship are probably regretting it badly right now. None of the guys here are my type. Across from her, a bespectacled boy grinned foolishly and waved, saying, "She's looking at me." Hi. Beside him, 3 boys were enthusiastically discussing a game. One said admiringly, "Wow, a 10-hit combo," and it even wiped them all out. The boy holding the phone was thrilled. Awesome, awesome. Meanwhile, the last one just ate chips and watched. The girl clutched a tissue and dabbed at her tears in misery, lamenting inwardly. At this point, only this can comfort me. She turned and said, "Thanks, Hua-yu. I didn't expect you to make a little gift for everyone too. The dried flower bookmarks are so cute. I really like them." Hua-yu, sitting beside her, let out a surprised little huh. The girl hurriedly continued, "You're actually really gentle. At first I thought you seemed fierce, so I was a little scared of you. I am honestly sorry." Blushing, Hua-yu smiled shyly and said softly, "Not at all. I'm glad you like it." That female classmate suddenly leaned against Hua-yu and rubbed her head against her contentedly, saying, "Girls really are better." The action startled Hua-yu so much that the food in her hand fell. Flushed red, she cried out inwardly in excitement. "Teach this. I did it." She recalled earlier when Feng Xin had told her how to get close to people more quickly. Hua-yu had answered shyly and hesitantly, "It's because I'm afraid that when I get nervous and my face goes stiff, other people will misunderstand me." So, Feng Xin had suppressed a laugh and said delightedly, "That really is true. It's already become your habit." Hua-yu had immediately grown embarrassed. Feng Xin then smiled brightly and said, "But you asked the right person. Your consultant here happens to have a great method." Hua-yu asked eagerly, "What is it? Hurry and tell me." He raised a finger excitedly and said, "Buy people's hearts with money. Nobody dislikes money." Hua-yu froze on the spot, staring blankly in thought. Then she folded her arms, pondered, and agreed. "Is that so?" Feng Xin panicked and shouted in disbelief, "Huh?" He quickly said anxiously, "Hey, wait. I'm kidding. Don't take it seriously. I was just joking." Feng Xin stared at her in alarm. He continued, "You know me, I like joking around. Whatever I do, I can easily take it too far." He awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. "You really don't need to listen to someone like me. I'm the least reliable kind of person. My friends have all said so too." Hua-yu replied, "Why would you talk about yourself like that?" Feng Xin looked back at her in surprise. Full of concern, she continued, "To me, your suggestions are always very helpful. I should be thanking you when you talk about yourself like that. It makes me, the one who trusts you, seem like a fool instead. So next time, don't put yourself down like that again, okay?" Feng Xin had never expected her to say something like that, and could only stare blankly and answer, "Okay." Now, back in the present, with her female classmate leaning on her, Hua-yu thought happily. As expected, Consultant Feng Xin's advice is always useful. Money, material things, gifts, right? Making some cute little presents really can convey goodwill to everyone. It wasn't really about buying people over. She just wanted to improve herself a little more when it came to socializing. At that moment, the other girls began chatting excitedly. Someone said, "Huh, this is enough food for 20 people. There's no way just a few of us can finish it. If you don't mind, I can call a few more schoolmates over." "Sure, get a few more people and it'll be livelier." Hua-yu was thoroughly enjoying the bustling atmosphere. A little later, a young man was passionately singing. The sunset fades, the world sinks into a river of light, while the others cheered and clapped along. The singing continued. Perhaps this was what an unexpected summer night was like, everyone enjoying the lively atmosphere together. Hua-yu held the beer can in her hand, though the singing beside her went on. So what if time slips away? She sat quietly in a corner, drinking from her beer can. Looking at the lively scene, she thought, "I wonder why, but the more lively the occasion is, the easier it is for a little loneliness to well up inside me instead." She looked down at her palm pressed against the beer can. The reddened skin there throbbed with pain. Her eyes silently brimmed with sorrow. Huayu remembered how this wound had once been carefully treated, medicine applied little by another hand. She thought to herself, actually at the time, I had a small impulsive plan in mind. If he had asked what I was going upstairs for, I would have taken the opportunity to bring up that flower pot. But he didn't say a single word. He didn't give me even the slightest chance. Extremely puzzled, she thought back and wondered why avoid it. What exactly is the connection between him and that boy? In her troubled mood, Huayu shut her eyes and lifted the beer can to drink alone again. But suddenly a hand slipped in, pulled the can away from her lips, and pushed it aside. Huayu turned in confusion. Feng Xen had appeared right before her and hurriedly said with concern, "The swelling hasn't gone down completely yet, so don't drink alcohol." Holding the can to stop her, he said, "Sister Huayu." As the two of them walked and chatted on the street, a friend said, "Strange, why does it feel like lately you've been fooling around a lot less? Are you okay?" Feng Xian answered while looking at his phone, "Have I? I've always been like this." His friend retorted, "Liar. In every cram class, don't you always come up with all kinds of excuses to skip?" The friend said, "Though honestly, with your grades now, you really don't need it. It's just that your mom keeps forcing you." Feng Xian suddenly widened his eyes when he saw something. He turned back and said, "Bye, I've got something to do. I'm heading off first. If the teacher asks, help me cover for me." His friend called after him in confusion, "Hey." The boy watched him leave in bafflement. "Damn, I just praised him too." In the darkness, Huayu was sitting there when she saw a hand take the beer can in front of her. She was startled. "Fang Xin, why are you here?" He set the beer can down. Two of her friends noticed him and greeted him. "Long time no see, Junior Feng Xin." One of them called out, "Huayu, come sing with us." She refused. No thanks. I'm just gonna rest for a bit." Feng Xian smiled brightly and replied, "Hello, seniors. I saw the video Sister Huayu sent to the schoolmates group, so I came over." The three of them immediately chatted back and forth animatedly. "You're already in 12th grade and still playing around like this. Don't your parents care? As long as I keep my ranking steady, they won't say anything. Ugh, how annoying." Sure enough, people with good grades get to do whatever they want. Sitting beside them, Huayu felt disappointed. She thought, seriously, he's really good at this. So he only came here to have fun. I actually thought. She awkwardly caught herself at that strange thought. She shook her head and told herself, I must have drunk too much. My mind's not clear. She picked up her phone and typed a few lines. She pondered for a moment, then decided not to send it after all. Tangled in thought, she wondered, if I do this, won't I be acting like a tattletale? What am I even doing? Even his family isn't bothered by it. She sighed and propped her chin up as she watched them. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically. She thought, they're talking so happily. They must have known each other for a long time, right? Well, that makes sense. Someone like Feng Xian obviously has a lot of friends. If I really did that, I'd just ruin everyone's mood. She picked up the beer can and decided, forget it. I won't meddle in something that isn't my business. Feng Xian took that beer can from her. He reminded her, I already checked. If you've been stung by a bee, you can't drink alcohol. She said irritably, Is that so? Then I'll just eat. He warned her, Go easy on the spicy food too. Puffing out her cheeks, she snapped angrily, What is it with you? I'm not even bothering about you anymore. So why are you the one saying no to this and no to that? He was baffled. Whoa, are you drunk? Why are you suddenly mad? She turned her face away. Sorry, go back over there and sing. My mood is just a little. She felt upset with Chi Wu and upset with Feng Xian too. He plopped down beside her and complained, Geez, this is what I get for trying to help. I only came here because of you. He said worriedly, because I was the one who got you hurt, I was worried drinking would affect your health. Even though I know you're very thoughtful and independent, when you live alone, there are times when you'll inevitably be careless. When I'm careless, a way reminds me. So when you let her guard down, I also want to use my own way to take care of you. He grumbled, Besides, when you're alone and not feeling well, your temper gets prickly. You were the one snapping at me just now, you know? Boo-hoo. Huayu was startled and felt embarrassed, blushing awkwardly. She said in surprise, Oh, really? I didn't expect you to understand so much. He replied, That's experience from someone who's lived alone for years. Seeing how shy she looked, he teased with a grin, Ah, you're blushing. She denied it. It's the alcohol. I'm only just now getting drunk. She said, I'm a little dizzy. Let's make an excuse and leave early. He answered readily, I've been waiting for you to say that. By that brightly lit building, Feng Xian handed her a bottle of water. She took it. Here, thanks. How much was it? I'll transfer it to you. He refused. No need. I can still afford to treat you to one bottle of water. She said, Thanks. The two of them walked together. He said in surprise, though now that I think about it, I really thought you wouldn't drink. She smiled confidently. Then you've underestimated me. She shared, actually, I quite like drinking. Whatever worries I have, I can temporarily forget them. He laughed. Is that so? Then I'll try it next time, too. Hearing that, she immediately raised her voice and warned him. Underage teenagers are not allowed to drink. Helpless, he said, got it. Seriously, drunk, and you still don't forget to lecture people. After thinking for a moment, he said, honestly, I'm really sorry. He admitted his fault. I couldn't find the flour, and because of that you couldn't even drink properly. She froze. The flour? Then she comforted him, it's okay. But right after that, tears suddenly slipped from her eyes without her realizing it. The next morning, in a bedroom, Feng Xin was lying on his bed. He was deep in thought. He remembered how Hua Yu had suddenly burst into tears. Flustered, he had asked, Hey, are you feeling sick? She shook her head. No. Wiping her tears, she apologized. I just suddenly remembered why I wanted a drink. Sorry for scaring you. I must really be drunk. I lost control of myself a little. She had said awkwardly, actually, I rarely cry. I don't know what happened today. Hick, sorry. I think I even ate a bit too much. Thinking back, Feng Xin wondered, was it because I mentioned that flour? He brooded, that flour. Does it really weigh on her heart that much? He recalled she even cried. To be honest, in a situation like that, I should have been able to handle it easily. He abruptly sat up. He thought gloomily, but this time, somehow I really couldn't do it. While Chiwu was working, he heard clattering outside and glanced over. Feng Xin walked in, but said nothing, which made Chiwu irritated. What's wrong with you? Feng Xin took one look at him, then dropped to his knees and clutched his leg, groaning, Brother Chiwu, please have mercy, noble sir. Startled, Chiwu shouted, get away from me. Feng Xin declared stubbornly, I won't, unless you bring out that flower pot. The two looked at each other in silence for a while. Chiwu asked, I've noticed you care about this way too much. You weren't like this before. Feng Xin answered, that's because she's someone who can make the person I care about change. Chiwu scolded, you're disgusting. Then Feng Xin sighed and confessed, actually it's because I made her cry. Chiwu was struck as if by lightning and immediately flew into a rage. Feng Xin explained, I've been wrong. I'm not the real culprit. Chiwu asked, then what else could the reason be? Feng Xin pointed at him. You. Chiwu frowned in confusion. Me? Feng Xin not that? She cried, because of the flour. Chiwu was stunned when he heard Feng Xin say, I really don't understand. What's so special about that flower pot that you won't even let anyone see it? Do you really need to hide it so carefully? He continued, I don't know what she went through before that made her remember it so deeply. I'm fine with whatever, but you can do it, right? He cast a probing glance at him, then put on a pitiful act and wailed, you treat people so well and so sincerely. Yet someone won't even help with one tiny thing. She could only drink alone to drown her sorrows, and even had to pretend nothing had happened. Hearing that, Chi Wu's face darkened. Feng Xin continued accusing him. Right, of course, since she wasn't crying in front of you, you can just pretend you don't know. Even though a girl crying is a very serious matter, and it was because of you, no less, but someone as gentle and understanding as Sister Hua Yu definitely won't blame you. At most, she'll just be disappointed. It's fine. Hearing that, Chi Wu broke out in a cold sweat, thoroughly anxious. He lowered his head, weighed down with worry. Seeing this, Feng Xin was extremely pleased and grinned smugly. He feels guilty. Smiling, he urged, actually, I think you're being too serious, acting like the consequences would be terrible. Just lending it out for a bit won't be a problem. Besides, I can even help cover for you. I'm very experienced in this kind of thing. He rambled on. To be honest, I've gone in there once before, and nothing happened. She can't be any. Chi Wu's eyes widened in shock. He asked, you've gone in before? Feng Xin ansua, yeah, a long time ago. After that, I never went in again, so don't worry. Chi Wu asked curiously, when? Feng Xin thought for a moment. Let me see. Probably 8, 9, maybe 10 years ago. I don't remember exactly. I was way too young then, only a few years old. Chi Wu pressed further. Did you take anything with you back then? Feng Xin stammered. Oh, of course not. He gave a strained laugh, then said, hey, wait, that's not the point. We were talking about Hua Yu. Chi Wu turned his chair around. There's no room for negotiation. Go home. Feng Xin persisted. Hey, can't you be a little flexible? This is really important to her. You're only lending it out for a little while. Chi-Wu explained, the issue isn't whether I lend it or not. Just like you said, it's better if I pretend I don't know. Feng Xin, weren't we talking just fine a second ago? Why all of a sudden? Chi-Wu stayed silent without looking back. Feng Xin's Thai Feng. Then he puffed out his cheeks in annoyance and stormed out. Fine then, I'm leaving. Bye. But before leaving, he still didn't forget to throw out a few infuriating words. Selfish, cold, heartless. He slammed the door. As he walked away, he felt guilty. Sorry, Sister Huayu. I really try my best. He told himself. Next time I'll buy her some cake as an apology. Huayu was sleeping soundly when her phone suddenly rang noisily. She answered hello. A voice came from the other side. It's me, she said in surprise. Chi-Wu, why are you calling so late? He said, come out for a moment. She put on a light outer robe and sleepily walked out. What is it? I'm so sleepy. Then her eyes widened in astonishment. Chi-Wu was holding that flower pot. Huayu hurried down the stairs. She looked around and a voice called from behind, hey. Chi-Wu stood behind a wall and beckoned. Over here. She nodded. He held the flower pot and waited for her to come over. He glanced at her. She asked, it's so late. Why are you? He looked at her and teased. I heard someone cry their eyes out. Can I come enjoy the gossip? Huayu was so embarrassed she didn't know how to respond. Ah, that loudmouth Feng Xian. I clearly told him not to tell anyone about something that humiliating. Chi-Wu said, you didn't see what he was like. He clung to me and cried and begged nonstop, practically short of kowtowing in front of me. Huayu laughed. If Feng Xian were here, he'd definitely shout. Do you even understand what it means to bend when necessary? Chi-Wu asked. So, are you feeling better now? Huayu was surprised, then smiled happily. Thank you, all of you. He seemed moved by that smile. Turning his face away, he held the flower pot out in front of her and said, hurry and take out the necklace. I might regret this if you wait too long. She stared at him in surprise and asked, but didn't you say there were rules in the shop? He answered, just ignore that. Then he muttered, besides, there's something I want to confirm too. Her eyes widened with interest. She asked, are there really other people like you in this world? He answered, probably not. She asked curiously, then would you ever sell this kind of flower? Now, or in the past? He said no. My mother put a lot of care and effort into growing this. She treasures it dearly. She looked at him in surprise, then nervously turned back to the flower pot. She thought, without any warning, it suddenly appeared before my eyes like this. To be honest, besides joy, I also felt a little fear and hesitation. The beautiful flowers glowed softly. She reflected, I don't know whether the result will be what I hope for, but no matter what, I think I should still thank him. She removed the necklace from around her neck and held it in her hand. She clenched it tightly and looked up at the flower. She recalled, at that time, I smelled a soft, sweet floral fragrance that made me feel both nostalgic and drawn toward it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Follow it. It would lead her to a wondrous place. Excited, she said, sure enough, after coming here, I learned a wonderfully gentle secret, and I also saw that blurry flower from my memory again. Her eyes were full of excitement as she looked at the flower pot. Now it was truly right in front of her. She held out the pendant, and it shimmered with light, just like those flowers. Her bright eyes followed it intently. She thought, as if fate itself had already been arranged by the flower. It had let her see it once more. She looked at the flower, then raised her eyes to Chi-Wu. She thought to herself that the person who had held it was also the one she had always wanted to meet again in her memories. Nearby petals drifted in the wind and merged into the night. She asked, they're the same kind of flower, right? She called out that boy from back then. The hand holding the flower pot shifted slightly. He froze. Stammering, he said, Before he could finish, a few raindrops began to fall. Then it turned into a heavy shower, the night rain pouring loudly by the eaves. Leaning against the wall, Huayu watched the rain. She thought, the rain really has perfect timing. It gave him another chance to run away. Seeing Chi-Wu leave, she called after him. Hey, you still haven't answered my question. Unhappy, she muttered again. He just leaves without saying a word. She remembered what that boy had once said. Look, they've all run away. So anyone who runs away is a cowardly ghost. Annoyed, she huffed. Yeah, a cowardly ghost who talks big but can't follow through. Then she suddenly remembered. Oh, wait. Feng Xian had asked about the person she liked. Flushing red, she had denied it. What nonsense are you talking about? She glanced at Chi-Wu. His face had darkened, his expression almost disdainful. She dropped into a squat and groaned. Worried, she thought. So that's why he didn't want to admit it. Panic rose in her chest. Right? If he found out someone had been fantasizing about him all this time, of course he'd get goosebumps. It would seem totally creepy, like a pervert. Resting her chin on her hand, she fretted. When a fantasy suddenly became reality, all those things she'd done before, missing him without restraint, patching scenes together in her mind, must have been so awkward for him. He must be really troubled. He must think I'm disgusting. Aggrieved, she struggled inwardly. But that wasn't what I meant. I just wanted to thank him. Irritated, she blamed Fong Xin for having such a big mouth. At that moment, he sneezed while eating a pastry, stared regretfully at the piece broken in half, and sighed, "I owe my last bite." Rain drizzled around the bus stop. Chi Wu stood there under the shelter, drenched from head to toe. He brushed his wet hair back and fell into thought. So it really is my family's flower. He stood in the rain, lost in thought. Then he raked a hand through his hair, overwhelmed. Leaning his head against the wall, he sighed. Looks like she misunderstood. He thought in silence. This is exactly why I never wanted to take the flower out. The moment she brought up anything related to that pendant, I knew the person she was talking about wasn't me at all. But just now, I didn't have the courage to deny it. He stared at the rainwater running into the drain. The seed that was lost back then, after going in circles, somehow found its way back. He spoke softly. "You tell me." Lifting the flower pot, he said, "Could this tiny bit of magic really create a fated coincidence too?" He laughed at himself. What kind of idiot am I? Since when can flowers talk? Then he noticed one petal had been hit by the rain and had drooped a little. He used magic to restore it. "Sorry, I won't bring you out again next time." Just then, a book suddenly fell down. He glanced over. Xiao Jinling, who had been on the phone, widened her eyes in shock. He also froze, not knowing what to do. "Panikin, Tamed, THDH, he said awkwardly. "At this hour, I thought there wouldn't be anyone here anymore. This is bad." Standing up, he said, "Don't scream." She was so flustered that she dropped her phone. It landed on her notebook, accidentally switching on speakerphone. From the other end came a voice. He pinned him down, locked both his hands, and the two 30-year-old men were pressed tightly together. The metal restraints behind his back chafed painfully. The two of them stared at each other, frozen and speechless. The voice on the other end continued. "Compared to your previous work, this part is way too restrained. You can make it even more exaggerated." The rain kept falling outside the bus stop. When no one answered, the person on the line called out, "Hello? Hello? Are you listening? Miss Jinling?" Someone pulled the curtain aside. Fong Xin asked, "Chi Wu, Hoi has been waiting for you outside the shop, worried sick. It's been 3 days already. Hey, how long are you planning to hide?" Curious, he added, "What happened between you two? Did you have a fight?" Chi Wu shot him a glare. Fong Xin got annoyed and baffled. "Huh, what's with that look? I wasn't teasing you or anything, was I? This guy again. Why is your temper so unpredictable?" Chi Wu turned and left, circling around to the back door. Fong Xin called after him. "Ai." He looked down below. Seeing Huayu still waiting expectantly, he clicked his tongue in pity. Poor thing, she's still standing there like a fool waiting for him. Suddenly, she looked to the side. Then she abruptly strode off somewhere. He wondered what she was doing, only to see her grab someone by the backpack. Xiaobai shouted, "Let go of me." She refused. "No, explain first why you picked the flower." He retorted, "I did it, so what does that have to do with you?" "You squirrel." Huayu froze, eyes wide and mouth open. "Huh?" She didn't understand. "Squirrel? Me?" He shot her a look. "If not that, then what?" A snort of laughter came from behind them. Both turned around. Fong Xin walked over with a bright smile. "Hey, little buddy, giving people nicknames whenever you feel like it won't help you make friends." The boy pointed at him and called him Redhead. Fang Xin Phil, huh? Then he crouched down and threatened him irritably, apologized to him. "If not, I'll draw stupid little piggies all over your homework notebook so your whole class laughs at you." The boy immediately got scared and apologized. Fong Xin added, "And to this sister too." Trembling, the boy apologized to her as well. With a crisp laugh, Fong Xin said, "All right, since she forgives you, let's move on to the matter of stealing flowers. What's your guardian's phone number?" The boy pleaded, "I won't do it again. Please let me go." Fang Xin ziplit? No. The boy looked at him helplessly. Seeing Fong Xin cheerfully scrolling through his phone, he said, "Don't tell me you never stole anything when you were little." Fong Xin started. "What?" Then he turned to look at Huayu. Giving a dry laugh, he said, "Of course not. Don't lump me together with you." Huayu echoed him. "Exactly. This big brother is an honor student with great morals and grades. He'd absolutely never do something like that. Then she added, still, you're lucky the people you ran into were us. If it had been, hearing all that from behind her, Feng Xen puffed up proudly and nearly burst out laughing. She paused, then faltered. Come to think of it, taking the chance, Xiao Bai slipped away. She said, Chi-Wu's been. Chi-Wu walked into the school with his bag over his shoulder. He suddenly froze. In a noisy classroom full of chatter, his gaze met Xiao Jinling's. A voice from behind grumbled, seriously, this awful weather, I can't take it anymore. One rainstorm, and the temperature drops 10 degrees. The two of them sat rigidly, avoiding each other. Last night at the bus stop, he had picked up her book, held it high so Jinling couldn't reach it. She jumped up. Give it back. Hey! He read the title out loud and blushed. Forbidden Love Awakens by Ling Lingzi. Embarrassed, she shouted, Don't read it out loud. Don't read it out loud. Don't open it. He returned the book to her. Awkwardly clearing his throat, he said, I've never read this kind of thing before. So he didn't see what happened just now either. She stared blankly, clutching the book tightly and lowering her head, while he turned away holding the flower pot. The two silently reached an agreement. Back in the classroom, the two sat far apart, both feeling uneasy. The teacher announced, next from your own groups. Send your assignment to my email by next Friday. The students answered yes. Chi-Wu stared thoughtfully at Huayu's chat messages on his phone. She had sent him many messages, but he hadn't replied to a single one. Xiao Jinling watched him slump dejectedly over his desk. He suddenly sat up in surprise when he heard someone call, Hey! Xiao Jinling sat down beside him. Alarmed, he shifted away. What are you doing? She said. I've thought it over, and this deal is fundamentally unfair. Calculating, she continued, and based on my sixth sense, this definitely feels like excellent material. Then she explained, why do you get to know the pen name I use for writing novels? You know my weak spot, but I don't know anything about yours. That's not fair. So you have to tell me what exactly is going on, and then we'll be even. He thought for a moment. Before I answer your question, I have one of my own. Curious, she said, go ahead. Awkwardly, he said, let me clarify first. It wasn't me. It was a friend of mine. In the classroom, Chi-Wu kept insisting, not me. A friend of mine. Jinling blinked, staring at his embarrassed face. She saw through the lie immediately. But she didn't expose him and pretended not to realize he was talking about himself. All right then, what's up with your friend? Chi-Wu explained, well, my friend's friend, actually was mistaken by someone very important to her for a different person. She blurted out, that's a confusing setup. He wanted her opinion. In this situation, what do you think he should do? But with Xiao Jinling's straightforward personality, she replied, what should he do? Just tell her she got the wrong person. That's all. Chi-Wu paused. Probably not the answer he wanted. Seeing his disappointed face, she thought to herself, yeah. Looks like that wasn't what he was hoping to hear. A little flustered, Jinling forced a bright smile and asked, can I ask one thing? No, your friend's friend. Is that person male or female? Chi-Wu hesitated, then answered, female. Hearing that, she guessed female. Don't tell me it's Huayu. Come to think of it, he only ever seems to take the initiative with Huayu. She kept pretending to be clueless. I see. He scratched his head, troubled by the matter. Looks like that's the only way, then. But how am I supposed to bring it up? Just then, Jinling spoke up, making him turn to look at her. There's another option. If you, no, not you, your friend, him. Then, seriously, she offered her advice. If no one except your friend knows the truth, then let the mistake stay a mistake. Chi-Wu stared blankly. Huh? Leaning back in her chair, she explained clearly, if your friend just can't bring himself to say this misunderstanding out loud, then he should simply replace that important person himself. In love, being selfish is only natural. But inwardly, she was sneering at Chi-Wu. There, isn't it the answer you wanted? In the end, you just wanted someone to support the way you already felt, didn't you? Man, honestly, embarrassed, he said, no, it's not that. It's not like I want to deceive her. Then he suddenly froze. What did you just say? Love? Chi-Wu stared at Jinling, then exclaimed, W what? Startled, she shrank back and snapped. Why are you yelling like that? You nearly scared me to death. Chi-Wu hurriedly said, sorry. She awkwardly lifted her bag to hide her face, then said, but if you want to know, isn't that obviously what it is? This was the kind of thing that could have been solved with one sentence. You got the wrong person. So why have you been hesitating so much? Isn't it because you're afraid that once she finds out it was all a misunderstanding, she'll be disappointed in your friend? hit right where it hurt. His face flushed bright red. Hugging her bag, she blurted it out irritably. No matter how you put it, isn't it all because you like her? He froze. His heart started pounding wildly. I like her. Bang! Chi-Woo slammed both hands onto the desk, making Jinling jump. Eek! In one motion, he grabbed his bag and fled. This is getting weirder and weirder. Totally useless. I'm leaving. She shook with anger. What? This guy again? You're seriously heartless. I went to all the trouble of analyzing this for you. Then she suddenly remembered and hurriedly stopped him. Wait, you still haven't answered my question. Hey! Jinling worried to herself. Did I get it wrong? Men are so hard to understand. Even when I write myself into a difficult plot, it's not as hard to deal with as him. But a few seconds later, she got even angrier. Not only hard to deal with, but impossible to understand too. And so fierce. Why you? You really need to teach him a lesson. Then she sniffed and looked surprised. What? That guy wears cologne too? As he ran out of the classroom, Jinling's words kept echoing in his ears. Isn't it all because you like her? Chi-Woo irritably swung the book around in his hand. Helplessly, he muttered, so annoying. The wind rose, rustling through gaps in the treetops. His steps stopped. He smacked the book against his head. Even more annoying is, covering his embarrassed face from the girls passing by, he suddenly noticed through the glass a white flower bud. It was slowly opening. Hey! The petals were starting to spread too. Don't you bloom? But in the end, it bloomed in full. When did you secretly bloom? Back at the flower shop, Chi-Woo was trimming flowers for customers, while Fong Xian diligently worked on homework. The bell at the door rang. Ding! Fong Xian turned around. Oh, good morning, sis. At that moment, Chi-Woo felt tense. Dressed in simple, neat clothes, Huayu walked in while politely greeting them. Good morning. Fong Xian teased, you're a little late today. As he spoke cheerfully, Huayu's eyes landed on Chi-Woo. He was looking at her too, and their eyes accidentally met. Chi-Woo pretended not to notice and continued with his work. Not knowing what to say, she chose silence. Huayu walked over to the two of them and nodded in greeting again. Fong Xian responded with a smile. He noticed something and exclaimed, oh. Concerned, Fong Xian asked, why do you look so drained? Did you stay up all night? She put her bag down on the table and blanked out for a second. Mema. Then she said, I was writing a report and spent forever reading up on reference material. Fong Xian was surprised. Is college really that stressful? Huayu let out a small laugh. Chi-Woo immediately poured cold water on that. It's not that hard. First-year students are pretty relaxed. She was probably just distracted while writing, so her efficiency was terrible. She was even posting moments at dawn. Startled and embarrassed, she said, Chi-Woo reproached her. Focus when you're working. Couldn't you rest earlier? You can't just let yourself be beaten by this. Huayu narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth, then pitifully said, you tell me, whose fault do you think that is? If I hadn't kept thinking about certain things and certain people, I wouldn't have stayed up so late. I'm sincerely sorry for being late. Flustered, he explained, that's not what I meant. Just then, a voice called from outside. Excuse me. A short-haired girl poked her head in and pointed outside the shop. Sir, could you wrap the flower pot by the door for me? Fong Xian quickly replied to the customer. No problem. Even so, Huayu still hadn't forgiven Chi-Woo, and her cheeks puffed up. I want to go to sleep early too, but I can't control it. I've been hesitating these past few days. He glanced at her, a little restless. Her eyelids drooped as she said, I thought you'd just keep avoiding me forever. For your whole life. He stepped closer and exposed her exaggeration. You're overthinking it. Why would I need to avoid you? I've just been busy with other things. Besides, his heart started racing again. Has she really remembered me for that long? Chi-Woo slowly said, what do you mean, your whole life? That's way too exaggerated. It's not like it's impossible. Lowering her head, she lifted the pendant and said, I've carefully kept this for more than 10 years. He studied it. While the two were talking, Fong Xian came in and asked curiously, what are you two talking about? She turned, about to tell him, I forgot to tell you. You know, it's such an incredible coincidence. The person I've always thought. Suddenly, Chi-Woo shifted over, blocking her line of sight. In a gentler voice, he said, could you not keep staring at the past for now? Her heart started pounding, thump thump. Not only hers, but his too, thump thump. Chi-Woo continued, try looking at the present too. She didn't know whether she had really heard what he said, because what Huayu noticed most at that moment was how close the two of them were. Then he acted as if nothing had happened and smoothly changed the subject. All right, the fair is coming up soon. We've been discussing what to do. What about you? Have you finished the customer's order? Feng Xin looked proud. That older sister even wanted to add me on WeChat, but I gave her the shop's account. Chi-Wu immediately sounded displeased. Hey, why didn't anyone call me for something as fun as the fair? Why was still dazed by what Chi-Wu had just said. What did he mean? Isn't the past part of our shared memories too? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Behind his back, she pulled a face, unwilling to accept it. You always say such weird things. Oomph. He could probably feel it too. Feng Xian happily walked over carrying 2 cups of water. Speaking of which, I made tea. Doing mock exams made me sleepy. He held one out. Want a cup too, sis? You really don't look very energetic, and your dark circles are terrible. She touched her face with both hands. That obvious? Feng Xian also offered one to Chi-Wu, but his tone sounded a little odd. What about you, bro? There's still some left over there. He declined. No thanks. Huayu brightened again and accepted the warm cup. This was tea Feng Xian had specially made for her, so thoughtful. It felt like her whole body had perked right up. She lifted it to her lips and drank. Now that I think about it, in this chilly weather, drinking a cup of warm tea really is the best thing if you're trying not to stay up late. He grinned, right? That's exactly what I think too. Huayu looked at his back and pondered. She thought he would be as easygoing as Feng Xian, but then Chi-Wu ordered, don't just stand there. Go study. Feng Xian, come over here and sort out these flowers with me. Huayu's thin hands gripped the strap of her bag. Oomph. As she walked, her body swayed from side to side. Feng Xian drank tea with one hand and nudged Chi-Wu with the other. Huayu threw the pile of weeds into the trash can and dusted off her hands. There was a rustling sound. Huayu turned her head to look. She peered over the flower fence, then cried out in shock, well, it's you again. The little boy gritted his teeth, his hand still halfway through picking flowers. Huayu walked over and grabbed the child's backpack. Oomph, this time I won't let you run away so easily. Instead of admitting fault, the boy snapped back. Why are you so annoying, squirrel girl? Chi-Wu's voice rang out from inside. Why is it so noisy out there? What are you doing? She jolted. I'm done for. Flustered, she used her small frame to block the child. Why did you come out? Pinned against the fence, the boy complained, don't squash me, you're so heavy. Both Chi-Wu and Feng Xian came out. Chi-Wu answered, we were betting on whether your tiny self could even lift that trash bag. Looks like I won. The boy, still unwilling to behave, muttered, you people are so boring. Chi-Wu's face darkened as he glared at him. The murderous aura scared the boy so badly that he cried out, a terrifying evil dragon. Help! Huayu wasn't much better off. Even though she hadn't done anything, she was so intimidated that she didn't dare look at him, and tears started streaming down. I am scared too, standing behind them. Feng Xian had already recognized the kid. Oh no, what I was worried about really happened. This unlucky child is about to get beaten up. But Chi-Wu stayed silent and didn't scold him at all. He only let out a sigh and folded his arms. All right, tell me. What's going on? Both of them stared at Chi-Wu in shock, feeling that this wasn't like him at all. The boy asked nervously, why you're not angry? Chi-Wu replied quickly, are you kidding? I'm furious right now. It's just that after thinking it over, if I don't figure out the reason first, getting angry probably won't solve anything. What if this is some kind of misunderstanding? Besides, the one who scared that unlucky kid was him. What evil dragon? Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? Huayu stared at him in astonishment, and Feng Xian burst out laughing. Haha, I didn't expect you to care about that. She smiled. Maybe it was because he really had learned to control his temper. She crouched down and asked gently, can you tell us why you wanted to pick these flowers? The boy had the flowers he had just picked behind his back. Both his cheeks turned red, and he didn't dare say it. Suddenly, Huayu said, did you know squirrels can hide lots and lots of pine nuts in their cheeks? Huayu pointed at her own cheeks with her fingers. Didn't you call me squirrel girl? This squirrel can also swallow lots and lots of secrets. I definitely won't tell anyone. The boy pursed his lips and looked at her, then blurted out, are all adults as childish as you? Huayu froze stiff. She was speechless. Both Feng Xian and Chi-Wu turned their faces away, trying not to laugh. Puffed. So cute. All Huayu could do was cry out inwardly, wah, everyone's making fun of me. She and the boy sat on the steps. The boy said, I saw on TV that if you give flowers to a girl, she won't be mad anymore. You made your desk mate Xiao Yu angry? Feng Xian asked. Why? The boy explained, I told her the teacher wanted her to stay on cleaning duty with me, but she found out I lied to her. The two of them ended up being late for arts and craft class. Feng Xian asked curiously, so the flowers you picked last time didn't make her forgive you? Chi Wu shot Feng Xian a startled look. Last time? The boy shook his head, his voice drooping. I don't know. He said that when he got to class, the desk next to his was empty. The next day, she didn't come to school either. The teacher said she had gotten sick and was in the hospital. Actually, I want to go see how she was doing, but I was afraid she was still mad at me. Feng Xian questioned him. So how exactly did you give her the flowers? The boy hesitated, then answered, I secretly left them on the windowsill. But I watched, and when she saw them, she didn't smile like girls do in TV dramas. Don't you think girls are really hard to understand? Feng Xian continued. Do you do that every day? Even so, the boy answered honestly, yeah. The child's face fell. I wanted to buy flowers too, but they're all too expensive. My allowance isn't nearly enough. Then he suddenly lifted his head and confessed, but I wasn't always picking your flowers. Last time was the first time too. I knew if I kept picking from the same place, I'd get caught, so I only picked 1 or 2 flowers and then moved to a different spot. Chi Wu immediately flared up. You little brat, you're pretty clever, aren't you? Feng Xian bent down and smiled at the boy. Then why did you come to our place today? The boy froze, then explained awkwardly, because I found that the flowers here seem a little prettier, and they last a long time without wilting. The two of them exchanged a glance. Even Hua Yu stared blankly at him. She burst out laughing. Uffed. The boy shouted, What are you laughing at? That's so creepy. Embarrassed, she propped up her chin. What was meant to happen happened. The boy got flicked on the forehead by Chi Wu. Chi Wu scolded him. With that attitude, no matter how many flowers you give her, your desk mate still won't forgive you. The boy yelped, That hurts. Why you even fanned his forehead for him? It's fine. Feng Xian seriously advised him. Anyway, if that's the reason, then you definitely shouldn't use stealing flowers like this. If your desk mate found out where the flowers came from, she wouldn't be happy either, right? The boy went blank, but he had already prepared an answer for that. I obviously wouldn't say I stole them. I'm not stupid. I just say I bought them. Why you pointed at his head? Oh, you're so young, and you've already learned to lie? Why do you think she's angry in the first place? You've probably heard this saying before, right? He looked at Huayu. Gulp. Once you tell one lie, you'll have to tell more and more lies to cover it up. And by the time you want to explain, it'll already be too late. The child froze, then lowered his head. But she probably wouldn't care about things like that, right? Like where the flowers came from. Huayu exposed his excuse. No, I'm a girl too, so I understand. She would definitely care. Huayu smiled at him. Of course, she'd be happy to receive flowers. But if I were her, what I'd like even more is for you not to lie to me. The boy's eyes shone as he listened to her advice. Feng Xian looked at them both fondly. Chi Wu stayed silent, his face expressionless. The flowers on the branches were in full bloom. Huayu's words filled the boy's mind. More than these things, she'd prefer that you not lie to her. He remembered the angry expression on his desk mate's face. It was all his fault that they had been late for arts and craft class. He looked at the flower in his hand and admitted his mistake. Okay, I know I was wrong. It went without saying that Huayu looked delighted. Feng Xian looked at her and smiled to himself. Then he raised his index finger and praised the child. Still, flowers really aren't a bad idea. You must be a smart kid. The boy's cheeks turned red. Feng Xian wanted to take him aside. Come here. The other two looked puzzled. Chi Wu asked helplessly, What is he plotting now? Don't go teaching the kid bad things. But Huayu had faith in Feng Xian. I don't think so. Chi Wu glanced at her. Why are you so sure? Her eyes stayed fixed on the two of them as she answered him. Even though Feng Xian doesn't look very reliable, he's actually very thoughtful and always considers other people's feelings. So I believe he must be thinking of a way to help that child. Seeing the trusting look on Huayu's face, Chi Wu suddenly felt conflicted. Feng Xian put his hands in his pockets and asked, Can you do this? The boy eagerly agreed. Yes. Feng Xian was pleased, but also reminded him, Good. Tomorrow, go pick out an even prettier flower branch. And from now on, don't be naughty like this again, okay? The child's eyes were firm as he answered decisively. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Flamingo. Feng Xian immediately said, And don't call me that either. The boy trotted over to Huayu, holding the bouquet out to her with both hands. Even though I don't think I can completely stop lying because that's really too hard, I can promise that I won't just think about myself and ignore how she feels. I won't use a reason like that to keep her around anymore. Chi-woo now saw the boy in a different light. The child repeated what Fong Xin had just told him. Mr. Flamingo said that if I want to become her friend, I first have to learn to respect her. Lying like that means I don't respect her. Next time, I'll tell Xiao Yu that I want to walk home with her. I won't make her miss arts and crafts class again. If she agrees, then I'll wait for her after school and we'll go home together. Hua Yu accepted the bouquet and rubbed the boy's head. She'll definitely agree. The boy turned to look at Chi-woo. Then he lowered his head sincerely. I'm sorry for picking your flowers. Chi-woo folded his arms, looking a little stiff and awkward. It's fine. After apologizing, the boy turned and headed off. Bye-bye. Chi-woo looked at Hua Yu in confusion. Why are you so sure that girl will agree? What if she doesn't? Hua Yu's eyes followed the child's retreating figure. Then she raised the flower to her nose, smiled, and laughed softly. Ha! She noticed a rabbit keychain swaying on his bag. I'm sure. As the boy ran past Fong Xin suddenly remembered something. All right, he gave the boy one last piece of advice. As a man, next time don't be so wishy-washy. You need to be brave too. Hua Yu stared at Fong Xin blankly. The boy replied, got it. Bye, Mr. Flamingo. Fang Xin Sai Hao this brat. I need to give him an even stupider nickname in return. Chi-woo walked over and asked curiously, be honest. What exactly did you pull him aside for? Fang Xin Tuka. You can't get mad after I tell you. Hua Yu looked at the bouquet in her hands. Fong Xin said, I told him that if he wants to keep giving flowers, he can come to the shop and pick one flower a day during the days that girl is in the hospital. He will stiffened. What? Fong Xin explained, of course, I'm not just letting him take them for free because he's a kid. I told him to come run errands for me in exchange for them. He agreed. Hua Yu was just as curious as Chi-woo. What do you want him to deliver? Fong Xin didn't reveal it. Secret. She gave up. Fine. But this is really nice. She touched the soft petals and smiled. Some people aren't good at expressing their feelings directly, so they choose a more subtle way instead. Flowers are the best way to express that. Fong Xin agreed. Yeah, I think so too. Fong Xin said, all right, even though I acted first and asked later, I'll pay for the flowers. Chi-woo refused. No need. Fang Xin Bozai then. Wow, you're so generous. But then Chi-woo immediately snuffed that out. What I mean is, you have to pay double. Fang Xin fill the... What? Walking behind the two of them, he kept scrolling on his phone. As Hua Yu stared at the flower, she noticed, this petal is a little wilted. Chi-woo held out his hand. Give it to me. Hua Yu envied the child from before. Kids' feelings really are pure. Anger, affection, unease, shyness. They're all clumsy, but straightforward. Chi-woo glanced at Hua Yu. He agreed with her. That's right. Adults can clearly express themselves when they want to, yet they often prefer to hide things instead. They can't be that direct. Even simple matters become easy to hesitate over and waver on. Hua Yu looked at him with wide eyes. The things you're saying today are making me feel confused. Chi-woo replied, it's nothing, just a feeling. If you ask the reason, it's probably because when I was his age, I had an experience that wasn't very pleasant. She said worriedly, sorry. He raised the bouquet. No, what I mean is, he held it out to her and said, someone turned those things into the past. Hua Yu took it. Your appearance let me finally rediscover the beautiful, simple feelings you once talked about. She smiled brightly. Haha, thank you. Now Chi-woo's eyes held nothing but Hua Yu's happy, smiling face. He stepped behind her and urged, you've thanked the wrong person. She looked up awkwardly. What are you doing? He said, the person you really want to thank isn't me. The one you've always talked about. Both of them looked toward Fong Xin, who was tapping on his phone. Chi-woo continued, I think. It's actually him. Fong Xin lifted his head and looked at the two of them. Their eyes happened to meet. Fong Xin slowly swayed the hourglass on the table. Then he suddenly turned around to look behind him. Seeing Hua Yu and Chi-woo both silent, he spoke up. Hey, how long are you two planning to sit there in silence? Then Fong Xin turned his gaze toward Hua Yu. Her brain had completely stopped working, and she murmured blankly, who am I? Where am I? What lies at the end of the universe? Then Fong Xin suddenly poked her cheek lightly and continued, if you don't ask now, it'll be dark soon, sis. Hua Yu's face immediately turned red. Inside, she thought, is it true? Is what Chi-woo said true? Meanwhile, Fong Xin said, what's with brother Chi-woo? One sentence, and now we're all stunned. Hey, stop sitting there quietly and explain what you meant just now. Chiwu pondered for a long time, then lifted his head and explained, what I meant was, didn't you once say that when you were little, you went into the greenhouse one time? In truth, you took some seeds, didn't you? The question shocked Feng Xin. He even broke out in a cold sweat when Chi Wu continued, my mother thought I was the one who did it, and she gave me a really hard beating. Feng Xin hurriedly protested, why are you suddenly bringing up old debts now? Can you at least spare me some dignity? But Chi Wu calmly sipped his soda and thought to himself, so that reaction is basically a confession without being forced. Feng Xin said in an obviously fake, innocent tone, Emmy, I'm so well behaved. How could I possibly do something like that? Chi Wu answered, stop pretending. Don't I know you? The answer is written all over your face. Hearing that, Feng Xin had nothing to say and could only stay silent as sweat poured down even more. However, Chi Wu seriously steered the topic elsewhere. That was a long time ago. It doesn't matter anymore. You just need to tell me what you did with them. Feng Xin scratched his head and answered, it was so long ago that I don't really remember clearly anymore. I wasn't interested in gardening, so I probably just scattered them wherever I went. Or maybe I used them to impress girls. Then he suddenly realized something. An image appeared in his mind of Hua Yu sitting absent-mindedly on the sofa, beautiful and quiet. Could it be? The two of them locked eyes. Chi Wu immediately said, didn't you say you couldn't remember the exact time? Then let me tell you. It was 10 years ago. Hua Yu suddenly realized something, and the surprise showed plainly on her face. She thought, 10 years ago. Could that child from 10 years ago really have been Feng Xin? Feng Xin also blurted out, if you put it that way, then something like that really did happen. I gave flowers to a girl, right? Immediately, Hua Yu took out the necklace with a flower petal inside and asked, then do you remember this? Feng Xin took it and looked at it. I remember now. This flower bloomed from brother Chi Wu's seeds. He stared at it carefully. Then he continued, so the person I gave it back then was you? Hua Yu's face turned red too when she heard that. Chi Wu sat there gloomily, listening to Feng Xin talk with her. Wow, you've changed so much. I didn't recognize you at all. Haha. Hua Yu smiled and replied, because back then, you told me I had to be brave. I've remembered those words ever since. He asked in surprise, you still remember that? Then an embarrassing memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. He had once said that a memory that could make someone remember for so long must be just as special as the person who gave it. Feng Xin instantly felt embarrassed and quickly turned away, thinking, all kinds of embarrassing memories are suddenly flooding back. My face is burning. Back then, I only wanted to show off in front of a girl. I didn't expect it to have such a big impact, but she treasures this so much. If I answer like that, she'll probably be really disappointed, right? Meanwhile, Hua Yu happily went on, this is great. I can finally thank you properly in person. But Feng Xin's reply caught her off guard. Actually, I don't think this was my credit. I don't think a few words can really change a person. He propped up his chin, his face unbearably handsome. If the desire didn't come from the bottom of your heart, then no matter who said it or what they said, it would all be useless. So I think the person who truly made you brave enough to change was you, because that strength was already inside you. I just happened to affirm your decision at the right moment. So the person you should thank is yourself for bravely making that decision back then. Hua Yu listened carefully to every single word. After he finished, she unconsciously pressed her lips together, then angrily gave Feng Xin a light smack. You're showing off with words again. Feng Xin replied playfully, everything I said was true. Ouch, ouch. Are you embarrassed? But Chi Wu remained silent, watching the two of them laughing and teasing each other. Feng Xin asked again, speaking of which, after that, did you give the flower and fulfill your wish? Hua Yu hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and answered, I did. That person was very happy. The scene returned to many years earlier, as autumn leaves slowly drifted down from bare branches. Young Hua Yu was sitting on a wooden chair on the balcony, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice rang out, You come here. She immediately turned her head. An aged arm appeared, hooked up to an fore. Hua Yu's grandmother said, You, hold your grandpa's hand. I can still watch you grow up, watch you get into college, but your grandpa won't be able to wait until then anymore. Seeing her grandfather sleeping peacefully in a hospital bed, her eyes suddenly filled with tears. Then she reached out, held his hand, and said, Grandpa, While Huayu was quietly gazing at the autumn leaves, her mother was talking with Grandma. Mom, the house in the city has already been cleaned up. You and Dad should move over there. Grandma replied, Sigh, you know how your father is now. He can't handle any strain. Look, we can't even take care of the flower pots on the balcony anymore. They're all overgrown with weeds. Hearing that, Huayu unconsciously looked over. She immediately remembered the old days, when the balcony had been full of blooming flowers. Back when her grandpa hadn't fallen ill yet, he looked at the hydrangeas and said, Oh dear, my hydrangeas have worms again. Standing beside him, Huayu asked, Worms? He answered calmly, That's right. Why are there worms again? Then Grandpa coughed a few times. Cough, cough. At once, she went to a flower stall, and the florist cheerfully asked, Little girl, are you here by yourself? What would you like to buy? Huayu was so shy she couldn't get the words out. The florist reminded her, Speak louder. I can't hear clearly. She stammered timidly, Do you have hydrangeas? The florist replied, I don't have any here. They're out of season now. Why don't you look over here? These are all very suitable as gifts. Huayu pointed at a bouquet of roses and asked, How much is this? The florist answered, 150 yuan. But when she checked her wallet, she only had 70 yuan and a few coins left. However, the florist smiled and said to her, But these were wrapped this morning, so they're probably not that fresh anymore. I'll give them to you for 70 yuan. Huayu was shocked and overjoyed. She thanked her repeatedly and hurried home. Thank you, ma'am. The florist watched her leave and said, Speak louder. She was hard of hearing, and inwardly she thought, Old Mr. Hua's granddaughter is really shy. Huayu happily walked down a tree-lined road, when suddenly someone pulled a string. She cried out in alarm, The next second, Huayu tripped and fell hard to the ground, and the bouquet slipped from her arms. 3 children above her chattered noisily. Wow, wow, wow. Someone fell into the trap. Who is it? Who is it? One of them suddenly said, Huh? Why is it her? That weird girl. Huayu indifferently sat up while the children went on saying, It's like last time. She doesn't react at all. So boring. Let's go. Let's go play in the south courtyard. But then she saw something that made her eyes widen. One of the kids turned back to look at her. Then he shouted, Look, she's crying. Let's go, let's go. If an adult comes and she tattles on us, we're done for. But Huayu was crying because the bouquet she bought for her grandpa had been crushed. Looking at the flowers scattered on the ground, she sobbed and hiccuped through her tears. Then suddenly a voice said, Hey, stop crying. She quickly turned her head. It was Feng Xin as a child. He stood there and said, I just got here and saw this mess. I really don't understand why those people always like ganging up on someone who's alone. Then he turned to Huayu and told her, If they bully you, you have to fight back. Hearing that, she immediately blushed. Then she awkwardly replied, Fighting isn't good. Feng Xin said, You're talking too softly. He moved closer to Huayu, who was clutching the bouquet, and said, What are you scared of? Are you just going to let them bully you? Aren't you angry? Looking at the lines of her face, Feng Xin thought to himself, She's exactly like my older brother, quiet and withdrawn, but much cuter than him. You can't help worrying about her. Then he spoke again, Hey, don't stay so gloomy. Come with me. Let's go do something fun. Feng Xin talked about what happened back then. After that, we climbed up the parasol tree and shook down a bunch of caterpillars, so they all fell and scattered in panic. Huayu replied happily, That's right. I still remember when the kids fell too, and we laughed so loudly up in the tree. A picture of little Huayu appeared. That time, she had felt so happy to get a tiny bit of revenge, and at the same time she realized something. Just then, Feng Xin suddenly pointed and shouted, Look, the sun is going home. The two of them sat on a huge branch, watching the sunset sky. Huayu continued, It's not only sad memories that are left here. She stared intently at the sky, then gently lowered her gaze. Huayu carefully rearranged the flowers. Suddenly, Feng Xin spoke, startling her. The flowers are all crushed. Who are you giving them to? She answered shyly, Looking at her expression, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Feng Xin laced his hands behind his head and said, You're a lot like an older brother of mine. As soon as I see you, I think of him. You're both always gloomy and don't like talking, but he's a little different. Huayu listened carefully to every word he said. Then he thought of something and opened his eyes wide. Feng Xin said, Hey, don't be sad anymore. I'll do a magic trick for you. Huayu was surprised. He took something out of his pocket and said, You did this for me before. I don't know if I can do it right, but first close your eyes. As she hurriedly covered her eyes, She replied, okay. Feng Xin told her, in your mind, think of the flower you like. The sky gradually darkened. He chanted, abracadabra, 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 making Huayu giggle too. Then he said proudly, oh, it worked. It's so pretty. Open your eyes and look. She slowly opened them. In front of her, Feng Xin was holding a hydrangea. He said, here, this is for you. You have to be brave, okay? Hearing that, Huayu didn't know what else to say. Then Feng Xin began waving his arms and legs around. Be like me. If someone bullies you, fight back. Learn Taekwondo. Ooh. Looking at the hydrangea, she replied, I'll try. This is the first time anyone has ever said that to me. I'm really happy. I'm so lucky I met you. Huayu smiled brightly. Feng Xin looked at her shyly, then answered, why yeah, that's right. If you have something to say, just say it. Suddenly, a voice called from somewhere. It was her grandmother. Oh, my precious granddaughter. Why did you climb so high? Come down now. Don't fall. When we get home, I'll tell your mother. You're way too naughty. Seeing that, Huayu became terrified. She hurriedly climbed down, while Feng Xin sat above and watched. She pleaded with her grandmother, Grandma, please don't tell Mom. Her grandmother replied, what were you doing climbing up that high? And why are you holding flowers? Huayu lowered her head to look at the hydrangea and answered, This is... When Huayu looked back up at the branch, Feng Xin had completely disappeared. Only the bouquet she had bought that afternoon remained. She thought to herself, I still haven't thanked him. I still didn't even get the chance to ask that boy's name. When she got home, her grandpa was still dozing. Then Grandpa suddenly opened his eyes and saw his granddaughter sitting obediently beside him, along with a shimmering pot of hydrangeas. He was deeply surprised and moved. Then Huayu's grandpa gently stroked her head. She quietly thought, this is the most beautiful hydrangea I've ever seen. Grandpa continued, our you will definitely live safely and happily in the future. She opened her palm, and in her hand was now a hydrangea petal. So she decided to preserve it in a necklace. The meaning of hydrangeas is fulfillment. No matter how long we are apart, we will meet again. As evening fell, the last birds finally returned to the flock. Huayu was moved by the scene, just like the sun set. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Oh, Feng Xin complained. I want to go to evening class with you too. Chi Wu, who was on the way out to place an order, advised him, study seriously. The monthly exam is coming up, so stop being careless. And help me watch the shop for a bit while you're at it. Feng Xin turned to Huayu and whined. You kept saying you wanted to find that person. Now that you've found him, you're cruelly leaving me alone in the shop. She was startled by how bluntly he said it. Don't worry. Keep working hard. Keep going. Next year we could be together then. That's still so far away. By then you'll probably already have your own friend list and won't pay any attention to me anymore. She hurriedly said, how could that be? Placing a hand on her chest, she said with firm eyes, I absolutely won't ignore you. You're my lucky star. At that, he blushed and stiffly replied, what the heck? Don't say something so embarrassing with such a serious face. Chi Wu said nothing. At this moment, he had become the third wheel between them. But what if you go back on your word? Feng Xin smiled and held out his little finger. The two of them hooked fingers, sealing the promise between them. Now it's a deal. You believe me now, right? Hehe, Ido. Chi Wu immediately pulled her away, interrupting the conversation between them. All right. There'll be plenty of time to repay kindness later. Stop dawdling. Hey, somebody's in a hurry. She waved, not forgetting to remind Feng Xin about his studies. Bye. Study hard, okay? He raised his hand and waved back too. Bye. The sky slowly changed from pink to blue, showing that dusk had fallen. Huayu hummed softly as she walked, and Chi Wu glanced at her. His heart was full of complicated thoughts. Sorry. She looked up. For what? It had taken a lot for him to speak, but now he found it hard to say. I'm sorry for making you misunderstand. She was startled, and her whole face flushed red. She denied it again and again. No, that was my problem. Without confirming it clearly, I thought he was the little boy from back then. Sorry, I always say strange things and make things difficult for you. No, you didn't. She didn't say anything more, then suddenly thought of something. She opened her bag and looked for an item. Then she took out an omamori charm. This is for you. He took it and examined it carefully. What for? A small gift. No matter what, I still want to thank you. What for? She rested a hand on her chin and thought. First, thank you for telling me that person was Feng Xin. Second, after going in circles, she added that magic seed was actually yours. He listened to her intently. She looked at the seed in her hand again. But I took this without your permission. It's fine. I don't blame you. Actually, I'm really glad you took it. If you hadn't, this seed might still be lying in my drawer now. No different from any ordinary seed. Only a heart full of love and reverence can make it sprout and bloom. So do your best. If it weren't for you, we both might have ended up with regrets. The sunset is so beautiful. I should take 2 pictures for Mama. Is there anything else? What? Besides this, he said, holding up the charm. Is there more? A third reason? She looked at the charm in his hand. That's all. That's it. Aren't those reasons enough? She suddenly changed the subject. Look, there's a plane. Oh, the plane flew into the clouds. Petals drifted in the wind, and in the coolness of the setting sun, the autumn she loved was truly arriving. Rain pattered down at the corner of the street. Cool weather easily made people sleepy. Fong Xian let out a long yawn. Yawn on. Drowsily, he thought, I believe there are feelings in this world that really can last a long time. He remembered every moment with her, but I never imagined that this had anything to do with me, that someone would really keep me in her heart for so many years. But the things I said back then, meant as a joke, are so different from the beautiful memories she has. He guiltily scratched his face. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I should have tried to act more perfectly from the start. Sigh, am I not worthy of those memories she has of me? While he was thinking, she suddenly appeared from nowhere. Good morning. Oh, her smile was as bright as sunshine, and it left him frozen for a few seconds. Fortunately, he reacted in time, quickly adjusted himself, and gave a smile even brighter than Huayu's. Good morning, sis. You tied your hair up today? She turned away a little shyly to avoid his gaze. I just felt like today was the perfect day to tie it up. Starting today, I have to act perfectly and change my image. My mood is really good today, too. Actually, I've been standing beside you for a while, and you didn't even notice. She suddenly froze, then quickly changed the subject and said, It's been raining for days now, so the scent of osmanthus flowers is even stronger. His mood was a little tangled, like his head was spinning. Yeah, so what songs do you like to listen to? She glanced at him, but didn't answer right away. Buffed. She burst out laughing. Today you're the spacey version of Fong Xian. That's new. He stood there rooted in place, not understanding what exactly she was laughing at. Why is she suddenly laughing so silly? It's my first time hearing you talk nonsense. Am I, really? Is it because cold weather makes people sluggish? All he could do was protest inwardly. It's because of you. Then a voice called out from the distance. Oh, the bus is here. He also let out a sigh of relief. Saved. Bye then. I'm going ahead. She took out an umbrella. Take this with you. Don't get caught in the rain. If you catch a cold, you'll get even sillier. He lowered his eyes slightly to her beautiful face. The corners of her lips gently curved up. If she gave him the umbrella, why you do? Don't worry. I run really fast. The rain can't catch me. He was speechless. Even the people on the bus couldn't help teasing this awkward pair. Young love really is nice. Little brother, hurry up and get on. Thank you, miss. Like a hero shielding against the rain. From a distance, he silently cheered her on. Go on. Her small feet ran stubbornly through the rain. I was pretty handsome just now. The umbrella was patterned with flowers. This pattern is really lively. Honestly, I don't really know what to do. If I can't keep up that ideal image, she'll probably be very disappointed. The song lyrics rang out. Wherever you are, I'll always make you smile. No matter where, I'll always be by your side. A little pressure. The ringtone kept going, annoying the people around him. I promise you forever from now on. Sigh. Hey kid, your earphones aren't plugged in. At school, the ringtone was still blaring. People around him whispered among themselves, and some even took out their phones to record. Suddenly a boy ran over and bumped into Fong Xian. Fang Xin, could you be a little gentler? Don't touch my umbrella. That boy held up his phone in front of Fong Xian. You're trending. On the phone was a trending post about the video of Fong Xian meeting that girl. So in the end, the teacher just dealt with you this time, told you there wouldn't be a next time, and let you go? Is this the privilege of a top student? I'm so hurt. Fong Xian gave a wry smile and denied it. Not really. I still got scolded. If it happens again, they'll call my parents. But honestly, I think if you'd rejected that senior back then, none of this would have happened. He considered it and laughed awkwardly. Haha, but that would have made everyone there really awkward. He imagined the scene, everyone surrounding him, the atmosphere all built up, people shouting, say yes. Say yes to her. Anything he said that sounded like rejection would have disappointed everyone. Isn't it more embarrassing now that people are talking about it on the school site? Luckily, it's already been so long, and only now is it getting brought up. Clearly everyone's just under too much pressure and wants an outlet for their emotions. It's just as well that the senior's face wasn't captured. It's fine if they just scold me. People reacted so strongly to your answer only because. That person, how can he still look so carefree? Their faces darkened, as if the whole matter had nothing to do with him. Seriously? And the person involved was still absent-mindedly shaking a milk carton. Is it empty already? Some even said he was only pretending to be calm, while secretly crying inside. Fong Xian didn't forget to remind them, right? Don't reply to those people online. If you're not on the same side, arguing will only make things noisier. If you get dragged into it too, I'll feel bad. Just ignore it. The two of them fell silent for a moment. The next second, they suddenly threw an arm around his shoulders. Son, if you're feeling wronged, don't bear it alone. We, your fathers, will always be your support. Hey, the other girls could only sigh inwardly. These boys are so childish. Is he the guy from the video? We'll wait for the day you finally open up. Fong Xian laughed and brushed it off. Haha, definitely next time. Open up, please spare me. Rejecting someone is hard, and starting a relationship with someone is also hard. Getting close to people is something that takes a lot of thought. I don't like conflict, but if you just keep up a pleasant, friendly face for other people to see, life does become a lot easier. The door opened, setting off the wind chime with a light jingle. Welcome. I always thought that way, but lately it feels a little tiring too. Hey, on what grounds? The teacher only said a couple of perfunctory words to him and let him go, but the two of us got kept behind to write self-criticisms. In the distance, two guys were gossiping. Is his matter really that much more serious? The school clearly forbids dating, so he should be publicly criticized instead. The two of us disrupting class wasn't good either, but weren't you the one saying everyone's dating? Don't you like Zhang Rui from class 2? The guy with the black heart immediately denied it. Hey, no, I don't. I just feel like Fong Xian isn't as exaggerated as you guys say. Every time I don't understand a problem and ask him, he patiently explains the answer. Thinking to himself, he said, hey, no loud noise in the bookstore. Those guys still stubbornly wanted to watch. What do girls know? Only boys know how fake he really is. I agree. Someone even put a picture of him online now. He must be panicking death, haha. Contrary to what they expected, Fong Xian still looked completely relaxed, casually flipping through books. Then they started talking again. Those two girls in the video, even though they had short hair, and you could only see their silhouettes, you could tell at a glance they were beauties. No wonder he kept clinging to them. Now things had gone bad. Hearing that, his gaze sharpened. Can you not be so shallow? Exactly. And I actually think that girl was really cute. That's where you girls are wrong. In this guy's eyes, she's just not pretty. Casually judging girls like that is really rude. We're only saying it in private. Forget it. Don't argue with them. I want to go to the bathroom. I'll go with you. How are we even supposed to write this self-criticism? Just find any sample and use it as a reference. But we also need a parent's signature. No idea what to do. Fong Xian suddenly appeared out of nowhere and scared the two of them half to death. Write it properly. I'll help you. Damn. First of all, you need to show some remorse for the cause of the incident. Only then did they start to get scared. Fei Fong Xian, you didn't hear all of that, did you? Know why the teacher didn't let you off? Because you talked too much. The boy in blue immediately grew awkward. Bro, don't misunderstand. The two of us were just joking around. Ha. To be honest, we actually get you pretty well. We're all guys. We all understand. It's you. You like short ones too. Unable to listen to any more of the garbage coming out of his mouth, he hurled his bag straight into that filthy mouth. Hey, he was physically stunned by the hit and fell to the ground in a daze. Either saw the. Fong Xian gave a cold laugh. It's really too crowded in here. When I turn around, I happen to hit you. What's with all that noise? I put up with you for a long time already. Can't you be quiet for once? He pitifully tossed the guy an adhesive bandage, then said with disdain, but be careful with this. It really could smash that mouth of yours open. You. The wind chime rang once more as someone pushed the door open and came in. Welcome. A familiar voice rang out, startling him. Fang Xin. He abruptly turned around. It was Hua Yu. Wait, why is she here? Why you called out? Fong Xian. He froze, thinking, why does it have to be now? She looked at him and let out a startled little cry. He watched as she lifted her bag to cover her face, and he stiffened, thinking to himself, she's avoiding me. She doesn't even want to look me in the face anymore. He started spinning a whole drama in his head. So he has this side to him too. I'm really disappointed. You're not the person I used to know. Fake trash. His two friends looked at the petrified Fong Xin and wondered, HM, did something just shatter? Why you thought awkwardly? So there are other people here too. She lowered her bag slightly and continued inwardly. Oh no, they're all looking this way now. Someone suddenly blurted out. So the heroine showed up too. Why was stunned? He heroine? A moment later, Fong Xin pulled his bag up, thinking, no matter what I say now, it'll just sound like an excuse. A hand reached behind his back, and he was startled. Hua grabbed his hand and said, sorry, I already called the shop staff over, so you guys can deal with this yourselves. He blinked in surprise. HM? His two friends also froze, thinking in unison, huh? Then she pulled him away, running as she said, sorry for the disturbance. His two friends were baffled. Wait, no, you just leaving like that? They both thought, so what exactly are we supposed to deal with? A girl ran over and said, what are you two doing? The store staff just came specially to remind us not to make noise. This is so embarrassing. Then the girl asked, why are you smirking? The boy in the green shirt raised a hand to his mouth, thinking. Then he said nothing. Just got hit by a book corner, that's all. The girl scolded him, idiot. The boy complained, you're cursing me again. After running for a while, Huayu and Fong Xin gradually stopped. Both of them were panting hard. Then he hesitated. About that, sis, she interrupted him. I know you're very enthusiastic, but just now you could have let the store staff handle it. He thought, Then she let go of his hand. She said, look, those two were tall and strong. She wiped the sweat from her face with her sleeve and continued. The scene was already a complete mess, and one person was even hurt. Even if you insisted you wouldn't start a fight, what if, seeing them get angry, you got dragged into it too? He looked at her, thinking, so that's how she understood it. A sudden bit of joy rose inside him. She really does have a filter when it comes to me. Huayu worriedly shook her head to herself. He was already acting a little too silly today. If I say the wrong thing and it gets back to his family, if there's a problem, they could just talk it out. Why start throwing hands in a bookstore? No, unacceptable. Then he laughed, startling her. He laughed so hard his shoulders trembled, thinking, she's seriously so adorably clueless. She flusteredly wondered, is he okay? After laughing, Fong Xin raised his head and said, but you have to be a little braver, right? Otherwise, how can it work? I could be a good role model. She looked at him. Then she covered her mouth and said, oh my, so you have idle baggage too. He blushed and shook his head. No, that's not. Oh, come on. She laughed and said, but even so, you don't have to charge ahead over everything. Saw thee. It's all because I said too much before. But as long as it's me saying it, I'm not trying to demand anything of you. Fong Xin looked at her, then pointed to himself and asked, if I can't do it, won't you be disappointed in me? Huayu looked at him and smiled. Why would you think that? He answered, I don't know either. Just asking casually. She looked at him, smiled, and said, no matter when, you're always smiling. Still smiling, she continued, and you take care of everyone around you too. Since that chance meeting when we were little, you've probably been everyone's little son. He gave a slightly uneasy laugh. Hee. The two of them continued walking together. Fong Xin looked at her and heard her say, but this morning, when we were waiting for the bus together, that flustered look on your face. She blushed a little awkwardly and confessed, I thought it was really cute too. He blushed and thought, Huayu explained, you're always so careful and meticulous when taking care of others. You told me even little troubles shouldn't be overlooked, and when I was sleepy, you brought me a cup of warm, fragrant tea. She continued, but whether it was the way you got so scared you fell down, or the way you tried to fit in with everyone's mood to avoid conflict. He awkwardly answered, Hey, you still remember that so clearly? Without minding it, she went on, or the way you get flustered and your words stop matching up. She smiled at him and said, at times like that, I think you feel very real, very interesting. He looked at her. Then Huayu said, I want to see even more sides of you. Looking at Fong Xin, she thought, your uneasiness, your negativity, your anger, even your darkness. She continued inwardly, I want to know all of it. Huayu stammered, first of all, don't come closer. Blushing, she explained, I'm not teasing you or anything. Her face reddened further as she continued. Everything I said was sincere. Fong Xin pulled his hood over his head and turned to face the wall. I don't know. She shouted, then don't react like that. It just makes me feel guilty. He thought to himself, the guilty one is obviously me. He said, who taught you to use words like that? It's really weird. She hesitated and replied, sorry, I was just a little nervous. Then she continued, I was worried you'd misunderstand. In her heart, she thought, that stuff about being afraid, I'd be disappointed. I don't want you to feel that kind of hesitation. Fong Xin pressed his lips together, then looked at her and said, but what you said is even easier to misunderstand. Usually when people hear that kind of thing, they'd think it means, ahem. She was startled. Then she lifted a hand to her chin and hesitated. That's true. Sorry, I'm really not good at keeping proper boundaries in what I say to people. I didn't really have friends before. I'll pay more attention to that in the future. He cut her off. Don't. She was startled. Fong Xin asked, a little flustered, you want to understand me better, right? Then why are you trying to keep your distance? She looked at him, blank-faced. Why you answered? I thought you didn't like too much contact. He nodded and said, for most people, that would be true. She blinked. Huh? Fong Xin smiled, which surprised Huayu a little. He hesitantly wound the hoodie string around his finger and said, but... He looked at her, then handed her the string of his hoodie and continued, if it's you, then please go ahead. She took hold of the string and laughed. Ha ha. Suddenly, a dog barked loudly. Huayu jumped and yanked hard on the hoodie string, forcing Fong Xin to bend his head down. He shouted, hey! She anxiously turned to look behind her. He wrapped his arms around her and shielded her. Then he shouted, keep a better hold on your dog. The dog's owner hurriedly said, sorry. The girl scolded, hey Wong, shut your mouth. Huayu still hadn't recovered. Fong Xin called sis. He kept calling sis, hey sis. Only then did she snap back and look at him. He complained uncomfortably, I'm suffocating here. Huayu let go and said awkwardly, sorry. Fong Xin laughed, pulled off his hood, and let out a relieved breath. He asked, are you okay? The dog didn't hurt you, did it? Huayu answered, no. Then she gave a strained smile as she heard him say, that stupid dog suddenly charged out. You jumped so high, and just now you nearly wrestled me to the ground from grabbing me like that. She reached out, rubbed his head, and said with a smile, what normal person would hand someone else the drawstring? Haha, you're really strange too. Fong Xin laughed and replied, because I trust you. You'd let yourself get bitten, but you wouldn't stop it. In the end, you still held on to me tight. Boo-hoo. She laughed and said, haha, sorry. Inside, she felt a little embarrassed. HM, why did I say that? She looked at Fong Xin, then thought further, I kind of want to thank that dog. She suddenly smacked herself on the face. Smack. Then she thought, that's terrifying. What on earth am I thinking? He looked at her and asked worriedly, are you really okay? She answered, I'm fine. He looked at her and murmured, that must be it must be. She thought to herself, the light blurs the boundaries between things, making certain senses more sensitive. Huayu pressed her lips together and continued inwardly. This is just the influence of the light, that's all. That must be it. Chiwu said, stop following me. Xiao Jinxing replied, no way, second brother. Next week is the deadline. He answered, there's still a week left. What's the rush? She shouted, I'm afraid you'll disappear again and not turn in your report. Grinding his teeth, he said, relax, I won't. And besides, you keep babbling all day long. Aren't you tired? She shouted back, do you think I want to? I have to make sure where you are. If you don't submit it, I'll stand at your door and yell just to annoy you. Chi Wu suddenly stopped, and her face smacked right into his back. She cried out, ow. Then she looked up and asked, what is it? She saw Huayu. Then she looked back at Chi Wu and saw his dark expression, silent and wordless. Holding a bouquet, Huayu thought to herself, my thoughts have been a little chaotic lately. Somewhere in my heart, a patch of fog has suddenly appeared. Something I can't make sense of and don't dare touch. It feels like if I waver even a little, it will change and never go back. So it should remain a pure, clean place. Chi Wu gritted his teeth and said, time really is tight, that's true. He looked at Huayu holding the bouquet and told Xiao Jinxing, these are for Senior. Xiao Jinxing exclaimed, wow, that's so many. He continued, but why is she here? Huayu said, because the two of us simply couldn't finish wrapping all these by ourselves, so we had to call Sister Jinxing to come too. To make tomorrow's flower market in time, Xiao Jinxing happily replied, if Huayu needs help, of course I'll come. Feng Xin poked his head out from behind and said, oh, are these your friends? Welcome, welcome. Qi Wu frowned, propping his chin in his hand and thinking, who's friends with her? Knowing he'd get attacked by the girls if he said it out loud, he chose to silently keep his mouth shut. Feng Xin whispered, oof, the atmosphere's tense. Huayu murmured awkwardly, weren't things fine before? Xiao Jinxing shouted, what? Don't flatter yourself. I didn't come because of you. I didn't even know you were here. Qi Wu replied, I didn't say anything. She added, but anyway, don't forget to turn in your paper. Annoyed, Qi Wu held his head and replied, haha, keep dreaming. Feng Xin laughed and said, second senior brother, you should listen to master's words. Qi Wu replied, cut the weird sarcasm. Xiao Jinxing asked, how do you wrap this bouquet? Why you instructed like this? She answered, got it. So complicated. Looks like earning money at a flower shop isn't easy either. Huayu smiled and replied, haha, I don't know. I actually think making these can calm a person down. Qi Wu cut in, but you just wrapped several flowers wrong. Xiao Jinxing thought to herself, if Big Bro doesn't know how to talk, he can choose not to talk. Huayu ziplit, saw thee. He added, your mind isn't on this at all, is it? She thought to herself, right, that's true. As she worked, she thought, isn't this exactly the state I've always hoped for? So why am I thinking such nonsense? A voice rang out. Oh, how lively. It's been a long time since there were this many workers in the shop. Wow. Qi Wu's mother came in carrying a plate of pastries and said, come. Fresh cake just out of the oven. Try some, all of you. One person said, thank you. Another said, the decoration is different too. So cute. Feng Xin, Huayu, and Xiao Jinxing all ate cake and said in unison, it's so good. Xiao Jinxing happily said, if you ran a bakery, you'd definitely have tons of customers. Qi Wu's mother smiled and replied, oh my, you sweet talker. What do you mean, younger sister? She kept smiling as she said, I already have a son as big as Qi Wu. She shouted, Huayu kept eating cake, thinking, same reaction I had at first. Qi Wu stayed silent. Xiao Jinxing exclaimed, seriously? You really don't look much older than us at all, and you're beautiful like a flower. She laughed and replied, your aunt here has her own skincare routine. She and Huayu both looked at her with shining eyes. Feng Xin said, girls really do have endless things to say whenever the topic comes to this. Qi Wu silently thought, I've got a bad feeling about this. The two girls followed Qi Wu's mother together, continuously saying, come on. This is amazing. Qi Wu shouted, He angrily thought, just as I expected. Feng Xin teased, oh, you got left out. Someone who only knows how to talk dryly should work harder too. He reached out and nudged Qi Wu. Qi Wu said, quit pretending. On Xiao Jinxing and Huayu's side, the two of them were happily applying face masks. Xiao Jinxing said, it's so cool and comfortable around the eyes. Huayu added, and it smells so gentle on the face. The two of them enjoyed themselves, thinking together, not just the face, even body and mind feel massage like being surrounded by flowers. Qi Wu's mother explained, this is my special homemade mask. It's refined from different flower petals with some other ingredients added as well, so it's very effective for skincare and wrinkle prevention. But you girls are still so young, so the effect won't be too obvious. Still, with the fragrance I specially blended, it has a very good calming effect. Rubbing her face, Huayu thought, if Auntie opened a beauty salon, business probably wouldn't be bad. Xiao Jinxing narrowed her eyes and thought, other ingredients means unexplained stuff, just like Qi Wu. Interesting. Feels like usable material. She brushed a strand of hair off Huayu's face and said, your hair's stuck to the mask. Huayu replied, thanks. Xiao Jinxing looked at the photo on the table and asked, is this Annie from before? You really don't look much different from now. She laughed and replied, that was about 10 years ago. Xiao Jinxing cried out, really? You seriously can't tell. In the photo, she was standing with a little boy in front of a birthday cake with number 10 candles on it. She asked, is this Qi Wu when he was little? She replied, that's right. Oh dear, he was really tiny back then. Huayu exclaimed, wow, his smile is so cute. Xiao Jinxing looked over at her and blurted out, She realized something. Now he's the only one left by himself. In the two girls' imagination, Chi Wu said, "Thanks for still remembering me." Chi Wu's mother smiled and replied, "It's okay. Even if he sits by himself now, he doesn't feel lonely anymore." At that moment, Chi Wu was holding a small bouquet of daisies. He murmured, "The me now, compared to the days before." Feng Xin asked from his side. He answered, "It looks like you and Hua Yu are very close." Feng Xin was startled and fell silent. The two of them, Ji Wu and Feng Xin, were sitting there keeping each other company and chatting idly. One was studying, while the other sat there with nothing to do, holding the bouquet on the table. He saw Hua Yu and him together, looking very close. The atmosphere between the two of them was a little awkward, and he fell silent in thought. He held a flower in his hand, not knowing what else to say. Suddenly, he let out an ah. Seeing that, he immediately asked, "Ah, don't tell me you remembered something?" No. Feng Xin smiled brightly, but it looked like his usual polite, social smile again. "I was just thinking, since when were you interested in this kind of thing? That's really strange. Your whole world clearly revolves around taking care of all kinds of flowers." He looked away. "I just happened to see it, so I asked casually." "Really?" It seemed Chi Wu really wasn't good at hiding things. His face showed a hint of awkwardness. Embarrassed into anger, he turned and left. "Forget it if you don't want to talk. I don't care anyway. Hey." When he was in a bad mood, he took it out on whatever was in front of him, and the flower in his hand had already been crushed. Realizing he'd overdone it, he became a little flustered and had no choice but to restore the flower. Feng Xin, seeing the whole thing, gave an awkward smile. He clearly cared a lot. Resting his chin on his hand, Feng Xin looked off to the side. "So it was because a dog suddenly rushed out and you helped block it for her. That's what happened, right?" Seeing that he'd guessed correctly, he grinned smugly. "It's not like I don't know you. What you're thinking is way too easy to read." At that moment, Chi Wu, his mother, and Xiao Jingxing seemed to be reminiscing over old memories by looking through Chi Wu's childhood photos. "Haha, this is so funny. How did he manage to crawl into a flower pot?" That was when Chi Wu had just learned to walk. He kept crawling into enclosed spaces by himself, and every day he'd come back covered in mud from head to toe. He really never let anyone worry less. Hua Yu spotted a photo. "So he's been such a handful since he was little." Seeing the pink-haired boy in the photo, she asked, "Auntie, is this Feng Xin?" "Let me see. Yes, that's right." Chi Wu's mother smiled gently. "Haha, why does he look so unhappy?" It's completely different from how Feng Xin is now. He didn't smile so brightly when he was little. That child. Sigh. His parents used to fight all the time. When he was only 5, he started being passed around to different relatives to be looked after. When our family had just moved here, he was always gloomy, and this picture was taken during that time. I wanted to replace it with one where he was smiling, but the moment that child saw a camera, he'd run away. So there was no choice but to keep this one. She sank into memory. He was very cute when he smiled as a child, too. It's such a pity I never managed to capture that moment. But he was always very obedient. In life and in school, he never gave anyone any trouble. Maybe he was afraid of burdening us more. Actually, I wish he would rely on us a little more. Hearing that, Hua Yu finally understood. So that was why Feng Xin was so sensitive to other people's feelings. Take this with you. Talking with you girls makes me feel much younger too. The two of them bowed and took their leave. "Thank you, Annie." Xiao Jingxing teased. "I'm guessing Chi Wu is furious right now." "Ha ha ha. Then let's hurry back." Just then, a voice stopped Hua Yu. "Hua Yu, wait a second." The two of them were each holding a bag of flowers. "Mine are irises. And yours?" "Let me smell. Lily of the Valley. It really suits you." A clear voice floated over from the distance and caught Hua Yu's attention. "I do believe eternal love exists in this world, but I've always felt like that kind of thing has nothing to do with me." Fang Xin Stiet La Vi Li. Hey, suddenly talking about this kind of thing is a little embarrassing, haha. He smiled again, but behind that smile were countless thoughts buried in his heart. Sometimes people smile not because they're happy. Rather than saying, "I was the one encouraging her," it would be more accurate to say the one being comforted was me. Hua Yu stood nearby, secretly listening. And that, too, was what she had always hoped for, wasn't it? Friends were truly simple, yet full of energy. This was all the courage I had. The longest, best relationship I've had. So, I'm already very satisfied. Some people only want to stay by the side of the person they like and watch them be happy, so the title of friend is the best thing possible. The flowers had already been neatly wrapped and placed into baskets. You all worked hard. With Senior helping, the work went much faster. Calling me Senior sounds too distant. Just call me Xiaoling. Hee Xiaoling. Hearing why you call her that, Xiao Jingxing froze for a moment. Then she pounced and wrapped an arm around Huayu's shoulders. Hee hee, from now on you can call me that even if there's nothing special going on. Ahem. Chiwu spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. Thanks. Wow, that's rare, not seeing your face poke out. Forget the thanks. If you hand in your thesis early, I'll be grateful enough. Hearing that, Chiwu irritably looked away. Huayu, standing beside them, laughed at the way the two bickered. There's one more thing. Xiao Jinxing leaned in and whispered, ever since coming back from the living room, Huayu's been distracted the whole time. Chiwu fell silent in thought. The two girls texted each other their goodbyes. Then I'll head out first. You good luck. All right. I remembered. There's still something I haven't told you. Huayu took out a small pouch. The owner gave this to me. Looking at the necklace around Huayu's neck, Chiwu's mother couldn't help praising it. Oh, it's made so delicately. This is... She covered her mouth and laughed. Haha. Can I tell you the story behind it? Autumn settled in, and the maple leaves gradually began to fall. Below them was the lively scene of a market. Fresh flowers were arranged neatly in pots, ready to be sold. No way. You still have to study at a time like this. Can't help it. I'm aiming for the scholarship. A brown-haired boy leaned over and whispered to Huayu, don't learn from him, girls. You'll exhaust yourselves to death. Beside them, Zhu was holding a sign and calling out, scan the code and you can get a free flower. There was even a photo of Feng Xian and his mother. Thanks to how handsome he was, girls quickly gathered around to buy flowers and, while they were at it, asked for a picture with him. I'll buy a bouquet too. Can I take a photo? Of course. Thank you, sisters, for supporting our business. Me too. Huayu and Zhu also leaned over to watch the situation. Even though they knew Feng Xian was popular, seeing it with their own eyes was still shocking. It feels like the rest of us came here just to slack off. He could probably sell out all these flowers by himself. She looked a little overwhelmed, but they were all on the same side, after all. In complete contrast to Feng Xian's side, Chiwu sat alone in a corner. Why is the difference so huge? He's giving off this antisocial aura. No, there are just way too many people here. Ah, I should have known and refused my mom when she wanted me to join this kind of event. Huayu walked over to him and asked, you okay? How could there already be results? This has only just started. He lifted a hand to scratch his head. Too noisy. My head's about to split open. Seeing that, she encouraged him, cheer up a little. You're the owner of this stall. And I told you, you never listen no matter how much I say. The two of them let out a huff in unison. Chiwu was just about to move when a voice came from the distance. Perfect timing. I'm taking some more flowers. Huayu was holding a bundle of flowers and about to leave when Chiwu spoke up. So, what kind did my mom give you? Have you thought about what you'll grow yet? She froze for a moment, then turned away shyly. I haven't thought about it yet. The owner said what kind of flower it becomes, and whether it lasts a long time depends entirely on the heart of the person growing it. She left it up to me. Thinking back, Chiwu's mother had once advised her, you have to stay true to your own heart and decide clearly for whose sake it lives. Chiwu looked surprised. I didn't expect you to hesitate. What? I thought you wouldn't hesitate to choose Xian. She was taken aback by his judgment, then flusteredly turned away to avoid his gaze. If I hadn't heard those words, I think I would have. Remembering Feng Xian's emotional loneliness and the way he had smiled as he said it, she murmured, this is all the courage I have. The longest and best relationship. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt a little sad for him. He was smiling, and yet it felt like he was wrapped in this lonely atmosphere. And I wasn't really happy either. Chiwu couldn't help glancing at Huayu, looking at the girl as she suddenly fell silent. He wanted to understand what was in her heart. To break the mood, he smacked her in the face with the bouquet. Wah! Huayu started coughing. What are you doing? The pollen got all in my mouth. Chiwu clicked his tongue. What are you making such a long face for out of nowhere? Huayu stuck out her tongue. There still seemed to be a little pollen left in her mouth. Then Chiwu calmly sat down too and lightly tapped his own head with the bouquet. You go stay with them. I'll just cover things from the back. Seeing him suddenly sulking like that, she didn't know what to say. The atmosphere fell heavy. At this point, he wouldn't even look at her. She let out a sigh and slowly sat down beside him. Hey, only then did he glance over. You seem kind of low energy. A crowded place like this really is too much for you after all. He looked startled, the corners of his lips parting as if he wanted to say something. Then he flicked her on the forehead and scolded affectionately. You're the one who's worse. You've been overthinking all day long. It's given me a headache. Huayu clutched her head and complained, I was being nice and keeping you company, and I still get hit? Fine, I'm not worrying about you anymore. Bye-bye. Don't underestimate me. Resting his head on his hand, he looked at her with gentle eyes. Right now, I'm full of motivation. Looking back at the basket, it was completely empty. Whoa, not even a single stem left. Not bad, not bad. Feng Xin came back. Everyone, Chi Wu's mom is amazing. She even made chestnut cakes for us. Then he added, I just saw Chi Wu and Huayu. Io, after this, are we going anywhere to hang out? It's the weekend today. I have to go home for dinner with my parents. Seeing how lively they were, Feng Xin couldn't bring himself to interrupt. As night fell, the dim lights gradually began to swallow up the city. Now, he was walking down the street, listening to music. In his hand was a message from his mother. This project is very important. I won't be able to come for a while. Take good care of yourself, and don't cause trouble for Annie's family. Don't worry, Mom. I've never made you worry. On the contrary, you're the one who shouldn't forget to eat, no matter how important work is. He exhaled, and in the cold air his breath turned to mist. Feng Xin looked lonely among the crowd. It's so cold today. Then a voice called from somewhere in the distance. Feng Xin. He turned around, startled to see who it was. At that moment, the usual smile on his lips was already gone, and he slowly turned his head. Bitterly enough, that familiar voice belonged to the father who had abandoned him. The man was now out enjoying himself with his new little family. He was rubbing foreheads with his child, and the scene looked very happy. He sent the child back to its mother. Go play with Mom, okay. Only then did he look at Feng Xin. Feng Xin. Feng Xin put on a strained smile. In that situation, it looked especially heartbreaking. What a coincidence. The man checked his watch and pretended to care. What time is it already? Why are you still out here? You're still a student. At this hour, you should be at home studying. Were you holding your hand? Feng Xin clearly didn't want to look at him anymore, so he lowered his head. Even after so long, the reunion was still nothing but criticism disguised as concern. The boy's relaxed appearance displeased the man. Sai, it's only been a short while since I saw you, and you've already turned into this? He kept talking without reflecting on himself even once. You're still underage, aren't you? Stay away from places like this. Though he had contributed almost nothing to Feng Xion's upbringing, the man still feared people gossiping about how he raised his son. What if the neighbors see? Have you ever thought about how people will talk when you look like this? They'll say we're parents who don't know how to educate our child. Doesn't your school manage you? How are your grades now? If I have time at the next parent-teacher meeting, I'll go. Seeing Feng Xian not listening at all, he fell silent for a moment, as if he were finally going to stop. But then he continued, and this time even dragged Feng Xian's mother into it. Dressed so lightly. What about your mother? She doesn't care either? You're already in high school now, right? You're at that rebellious age, and she still doesn't bother educating you at all. Oh, I get it. She's busy with work again. She's always been like that. Once she works, she doesn't care about anything else. What kind of mother is that? If you'd follow me back then, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Feng Xian finally couldn't hold back any longer. He gritted his teeth and lifted his head. He hid his emotions behind a smile. Even now would be fine. Hearing that, the man was surprised. You mean you're tired of having nothing to eat? Want to come to my place then? You can pack your things and move in right now. But, then where would I sleep? I'll just let you use the room next to mine. Knowing the man now saw him as nothing but a burden, Feng Xian deliberately tested that fake sense of responsibility by continuing to provoke him. Soft music drifted through the dark night. Feng Xian still wore a smile on his face, while his thoughts were buried deep inside. The man became a little guilty and didn't dare meet his eyes anymore. Then Feng Xian couldn't hold it in and let out a mocking laugh. Puff. Ha 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 ha. The bitter peals of laughter stunned the man in place. Are you messing with me? Ha ha. How dare you toy with an adult like this? No. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing because the way I was pretending just now was really funny. You know, I've always been curious about who I take after. Anyway, it's definitely not Mom. But now I understand. This disgusting look. So I inherited it from you. Only then did the man finally feel ashamed of himself. Feng Xian kicked a stone. I didn't really feel anything before, but after realizing that, I suddenly felt. The stone rolled across the ground, as worthless as his father's feelings for him. A little sick. What I said just now, I meant it. The man stepped forward. He slapped Feng Xian hard across the face. Even so, the smile on Feng Xian's lips still didn't fade. Humiliated into anger, the man shouted loudly enough for everyone around to turn and stare. Ungrateful brat. How dare you talk to your father like that? The way you are now is exactly like your mother. No sense at all. A thing like you shouldn't even exist. Feng Xian looked at him with open provocation. You make it sound so real. Then tell me, have you ever taken responsibility for this family? Even for one day? If I remember correctly, from the time I was little until now, my mother has always been the one taking care of this family, right? And what about you? In the end, all you did was humiliate yourself. The people around them had already begun whispering about what a terrible man he was. Parent-teacher meeting? Huh, why does that sound so funny coming from your mouth? Do you even know what grade I'm in? Or do you know that I found out a long time ago that you had another woman outside? That string of questions left the man speechless. What right do you have to talk about my mother? By now, the smile on Feng Xian's face was gone. His expression was filled only with resentment. Let me tell you this, you are not worthy of mentioning her. The man clenched his teeth. He was furious, but had nothing he could say in return. His illegitimate child called from the distance, "Dad." The irresponsible man could only let it go. He spat out one last insult and left. "You're exactly like your mother. Both of you are things nobody wants." Fallen leaves rustled under the market lights. It's so lively over there. There's a band performing. Let's go take a look. Feng Xian melted into the crowd. Hurry up, there are so many people. Mom, I want ice cream. Okay, let's eat it secretly. Don't tell Dad. Suddenly, he bumped into someone. His body lost balance, and he started to fall. Luckily, a hand reached out and caught him. He looked up to see who it was. That familiar voice said, hey, stand steady. It was as if fate kept tangling him and Hua Yu together. Thank goodness, I finally found you. Many years earlier, on a winter night when Feng Xian was still a little boy, his mother brought home a bag of food and told him, Mom has to work overtime, so tonight we'll have box dinner, okay? He stared at the meal box, and seeing that, his mother felt a little guilty. If it gets cold, I'll heat it up for you. I'm sorry. Feng Xian understood his mother's feelings, so he smiled considerately and said, It's okay, Mom. I like this dish anyway. He kept eating quietly, while his mother stood farther away on the phone saying, Hello, can you hear me? About the proposal just now, I think. As he chewed his food, he thought to himself that in cold weather, hot food really was better after all. Back in the present, he stood in the middle of the bustling crowd when Hua Yu came over and said, I've been looking for you forever. Recognizing her voice, Feng Xian turned and asked, You? She held up a roasted sweet potato and handed it to him with a bright smile. Your nose is so cold it's all red. Here. After seeing his face, she laughed again and said, This roasted sweet potato just came out. I even picked the biggest one for you. Feng Xian stared blankly at the bag of roasted sweet potato in her hand, barely hearing her say, When it's cold, hot food really is better. Suddenly, there was a sniff. Hua Yu glanced up, then froze at the situation in front of her. Feng Xian was holding the sweet potato, but tears were streaming down his face. It's really warm. At that moment, Hua Yu was full of question marks, completely unable to understand what was happening. Then Feng Xian noticed the strange expression on her face and let out a small, startled sound. A second later, he awkwardly pulled his cap down to hide his face, because she had already seen that ugly expression on it. He stammered, Sorry, but he was so flustered he couldn't finish. So she quickly cut in, No, it was my fault. Suddenly, both of them jumped when they heard someone calling, Hua Yu. Instinctively, she turned toward the voice and saw two friends waving at her and Feng Xian. After taking in the situation, she thought, Oh no. Without another moment to think, she grabbed his wrist and pulled him away at a run. He was totally bewildered and just let her drag him along as she said, This way. The two girls in the distance kept calling, Hua Yu, huh? Did I mistake her for someone else? Hua Yu pulled Feng Xian to a place that looked like the foot of a hill, and they hid there. She could tell Feng Xian seemed a little confused by what she had just done. Feeling apologetic, she said, Sorry, I suddenly grabbed your hand and ran. I just thought maybe you didn't want to see them right now. Don't worry, I absolutely won't tell anyone about this. He felt relieved and said, Thank you, sis. After calming down a little, he asked, But won't this make things difficult for you? She told him it was fine. Then she said seriously, "No matter what happens, I won't leave you behind." After that, she gazed off into the distance and added, "Maybe I'm just being presumptuous, but at times like this, you'd probably want someone by your side, right?" He looked at her thoughtfully, then ran over to the railing. Clutching it, Fong Xen shouted, "Ah, so annoying," while he was startled by his impulsive outburst. After shouting at the top of his lungs to vent, he turned back to her with a bright smile and said, "I wanted to be sad for a while, but I got caught, so now I've run out of excuses." She just stood quietly behind him, watching. A little later, he looked up at the starry sky and confided, "Actually, it's not that big a deal. I just ran into my dad. We made a scene, so I'm a little upset, somewhat at a loss." She said, "I don't think there's really anything I can do to help with this." Not wanting her to feel guilty for not being able to help, he took a bite of roasted sweet potato and said, "Who said that? Right now I feel warm all over. This is so good." After hearing him say that, she looked at him thoughtfully again. Seeing how happily he was eating, she asked, "Can you stand up straight for a moment?" He immediately put the roasted sweet potato away, straightened up, and asked why. Once she saw him standing there so seriously, she immediately opened her arms as if she wanted to hug him. But then she just patted both his arms, leaving him confused. After patting his arms, she said, "Don't force yourself too much. It's okay to be a little impulsive sometimes." Cautiously, he replied, "Oh, okay." Though he said yes, inside he was thinking, was she trying to hug me? Her cute little actions made him laugh. And he thought, sometimes the things she does are really silly and kind of strange too. They always catch me off guard. As everyone was enjoying themselves, the loudspeaker announced, "According to the Meteorological Bureau, the cold front moved deep into the city yesterday. Temperatures will drop sharply tonight, and there is a high chance of snowfall. Residents are advised to stay warm." He found himself wondering why. Just as the fireworks went off, the loudspeaker said again, "Let us welcome the first snowfall of the year together." The two of them watched the fireworks, but Fong Xian was thinking, every time I talk to her, it sparkles just like this. Huayu was caught up in the joy of the fireworks and the crowd, not noticing that Fong Xian was looking at her with thoughtful eyes, while somewhere deep in his heart, a corner of it had suddenly lit up. Fong Xian woke up that morning in a cheerful mood, humming as he walked along. Then he spotted something outside and went, Seeing Chi Wu doing something in the yard, he asked, "What are you doing?" Chi Wu draped a piece of cloth over the bare branches and said, "Making a little tent for these flowers so they don't get cold." Fong Xian nodded as if he understood. Oh, he stood there watching Chi Wu busy at work, while Chi Wu muttered as he worked, "This pile can just be moved inside later," and after that spread a little fertilizer to keep the bugs away. After observing for a while, Fong Xian moved closer and said, "I've realized something. Whenever you're in the flower garden, you're like a completely different person, bro. You really do love flowers." Hearing that, Chi Wu turned to look at the flower pot and replied, "Of course. Of course I do." Then a flash of hatred crossed his eyes as he added, "I love them so much I want to wipe out every pest around those flowers. Every last one. Not a single one spared." Standing behind him, Fong Xian was so intimidated he didn't dare say anything. After gathering his courage, he said, "That's a bit much, isn't it? It's freezing in winter. There aren't even any bugs." Chi Wu turned to look at him and sneered. "There are. One really big one." Fong Xian understood what he meant. It stung, though outwardly he looked more annoyed than hurt. Not wanting him to stay uncomfortable for too long, Chi Wu stood up and said, "But not all bugs are hateful." Seeing Fong Xian freeze at that, Chi Wu added, "This flower garden needs them too." Fong Xian seemed to understand what he meant, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Then he replied, "All right. Some bugs are even flowers' best friends." Seeing that he was in a better mood again, Chi Wu handed him a shovel and said, "All right, enough with the boring talk. Help me clear the snow." Fong Xian obediently answered, "Yes." Chi Wu told him, "Put on your coat." Fong Xian replied, "Don't worry, I'm good with the cold." Chi Wu added, "That's not it. Dress like that. You make it look like I'm the one freezing." As they shoveled snow, Fong Xian suddenly said, "Now that you mention it, it's almost noon. Why hasn't Huayu come yet?" Chi Wu looked at him and said, "Today's Sunday." Fong Xian remembered and let out an awkward laugh. "Oh, right." The two of them went back to shoveling snow, but both felt terribly bored. Suddenly, a blond boy jumped out and greeted them, "Hi, hi." Both of them jolted, and before they could recover, the kid said, "Brother Flamingo, long time no see. I came just like our deal said I would. Fong Xin tried to remember what deal he had made with this kid. After vaguely recalling it, he patted the boy on the shoulder and said, "Perfect timing, little bro." Meanwhile, on Hua Yu's side, Xiao Jingxing was holding a cup of warm water and saying, "Seriously, if I hadn't happened to come looking for you today, were you just going to keep lying there and tough it out?" Hua Yu's face was red from the fever as she took the cup and said, It's really not that bad, sis." Xiao Jingxing looked displeased and snapped, "Your face is burning red like this, and you're still saying it's not that bad." Rummaging through the first aid box, she said, fever medicine, right? Haven't you informed the flower shop yet?" Hua Yu confidently replied, "Luckily it's the weekend today, so I don't need to ask for leave." Xiao Jingxing looked at her in disbelief. "That's not what I meant," though inwardly she was already scolding this dense girl. After tidying the medicine box away, she noticed the books on the table and asked, "Now that I think about it, I've actually been really curious. You're so introverted, so why did you choose this major?" Hua Yu, who was taking her medicine, hurried to swallow it and replied, No, I'm not introverted. I actually really like talking to people." Then she said shyly, "I wanted to become bolder about communicating, so the idea popped into my head and I chose this major." Hearing that reason, her senior burst out laughing. "That reason? Huh. That really does sound like you." After laughing together for a while, Hua Yu continued, "But later I realized." Xiao Jingxing watched her for a moment as Hua Yu went on, "Every time I learn a new theory, I come to understand more fields and more new knowledge. It always pushes me forward. Looking back now, I've really come to love this major deeply." She didn't hide anything as she added, "In the future, I also want to study abroad and keep going down the academic path. I want to learn more profound layers of knowledge and get to know even more people." Jingxing listened intently to her confession. Then her senior said, "I really like how your eyes light up and sparkle whenever you talk about things like this. That's great. We have the same goal." Though she said that aloud, Jingxing knew perfectly well that she herself was mainly thinking about writing her thesis. Gratefully, Hua Yu said, Then let's work hard together. I'll learn from you." Before she could finish, a sneeze cut her off. Alarmed, her senior quickly said, Hey, get better first, then we'll talk." Suddenly, the sound of arguing outside drew both their attention, though they had no idea what was going on. The quarrel outside showed no sign of dying down and instead grew even louder. "I told you to give it to me. Stealing stuff from a kid? Aren't you ashamed? If you brats keep arguing, I won't be polite anymore." Xiao Jingxing ran to open the door and saw Chi Wu grabbing Feng Xin by the collar, while his fist was planted on top of the blonde boy's head. With an annoyed look, she said, "Could you please stop making such a racket in the stairwell?" Chi Wu was wondering why it had to be her again. The blonde kid quietly asked Feng Xin, "Brother, are you giving this to this big sister?" Feng Xin irritably replied, "No, inside the room." Hua Yu coughed a few times and called out, "What is it, sis? Has the delivery arrived?" The moment Chi Wu heard her coughing, he rushed straight inside, and Jingxing only had time to shout, "Hey!" Turning back toward the door, Jingxing said to Feng Xin and the blonde boy, "Forget it, you two come in too." Feng Xin, catching on immediately, replied, "Thanks, sis." The three of them left their shoes at the door and went in together to see Hua Yu. Hua Yu stared at them in disbelief. What is all this?" She looked over everyone and asked again, "Why is everyone here?" Chi Wu looked at the box of porridge on the table and asked, "You're eating this stuff?" Xiao Jingxing, annoyed, rushed in and scolded him. "What's wrong with that? I personally chose this porridge flavor, and it's delicious." Feng Xin, meanwhile, didn't care about that all and was marveling, "This is your room, sis," while the blonde kid was staring at the porridge box and drooling, saying he wanted to eat some. My tiny rented room suddenly became unbelievably lively. Hua Yu said awkwardly, Thank you for worrying about me, but there's really no need to go this far. It's just a fever." Chi Wu, who was chopping scallions, suddenly paused and turned to look at her. After staring for a moment, he resumed chopping and said, "You're thinking too much. I just want this little employee to get better quickly so it doesn't affect work later." Standing there watching him, she thought, he really does have the makings of one of those cold-hearted capitalists. Feng Xin and Xiao Jingxing, sitting behind them, both thought at the same time, he's so bad at being honest. She was still standing by the kitchen doorway, eyes on him, while peeling the backing off a cooling gel patch. A little later, she said, "Suddenly I feel like if I don't get really seriously sick at least once, I'd be letting all this treatment go to waste." At once, he snatched the cooling patch from her and slapped it on her face. After that, he said, "Who curses themselves like that? Looks like your fever's gotten so bad it's affecting your brain." She raised a hand to adjust the patch and rubbed her face. "I was joking, geez." Then he silently looked at her while she kept grumbling, "Could you be a little gentler? I'm sick, you know." Noticing her hair had fallen loose, he unconsciously reached out, smoothed it aside, and tucked it behind her ear. She blinked in confusion. "Huh?" And he gently said, "What I said just now was a joke too. The only true part was that I really do want you to get better soon." His action embarrassed her so much that she couldn't even tell whether her face was red from the fever or from shyness. The three people in the outer room sat there silently watching what was going on between them. While arranging flowers, the senior said, "Wow, the atmosphere over there is really nice." No one noticed a trace of sadness in Feng Xian's eyes. Jinxing felt a little irritated thinking, looking at this side instead. The blonde boy was playing a game on his phone and noisily shouting, "Defend, defend." Brothers, sisters, too bored to endure it anymore. She started a conversation with Feng Xian and asked, "Let's see now, are you in your first or second year of high school?" Caught off guard, he blinked. "Huh." A moment later, he cheerfully answered, "I'm in my third year. I'll be 18 this March." She exclaimed, "Wow, that's the breath of youth right there." Then she added, "I'm really envious. Even though there's only a 2-year difference between us, college and high school already feel so completely different." Her words made him pause for a beat. Watching the two people in the kitchen, she continued, "Little brother, looking at the atmosphere over there, it kind of seems like the three of us are a bit unnecessary, huh?" Suddenly, Feng Xian stood up and walked toward the kitchen, but not before turning back to say, "You really know how to joke around, sis. Sister Hua, you doesn't look much like a college student anyway." Xiao Jinxing went blank at what he said and just sat there frozen. Watching him walk away, she turned to the blonde kid and said, "Wow. So it turns out the two of us are the truly unnecessary ones." The boy looked at her in confusion, not understanding a thing. In the kitchen, Huayu was peeling an apple while thinking to herself, "What exactly am I being stubborn about?" Then she looked up again and thought, "It's because I still haven't entered the same orbit as the two of them. That's why everyone naturally sees me as a child." Just then Feng Xian walked over, and she held out a slice of apple, asking, "Want some apple?" He immediately leaned down toward the apple slice she was offering. As she asked, "Want some?" he took hold of her hand and opened his mouth. Just as he was about to bite the apple, Chi Wu turned around, held out a plate of food, and said, "Perfect timing. Help me carry these out to the other side." Obediently, Feng Xian took it and answered, "Okay." He quietly followed directions and carried the dishes to the table, but inwardly he was conflicted. Still, he's my brother, and his whole family has always treated me very well. Suddenly, he remembered Hua Yu once saying that it was okay to be a little childish sometimes. Tense, he watched her eat and wondered, is it really okay to keep going like this? Once the meal had been fully cooked and laid out, it looked incredibly appetizing. Xiao Jinxing exclaimed, "Wow, I really couldn't tell." She moved from praising the food to praising the cook. "Chi Wu, your cooking skills are pretty good. All these dishes look delicious." He barely cared and just said, "As long as it's edible, that's enough. Stop talking nonsense." Hua didn't care much about all that and simply ate with great appetite, saying, "It really is even better than restaurant food. I'm so happy you all came." Chi Wu looked embarrassed, though he still coolly replied, Jinxing kept talking while eating. "Your face looks cold and heartless, like strangers should stay away. That kind of contrast in a guy is really attractive, you know? TSK, TSK." From across the table, Chi Wu looked at her with annoyance and thought, "Why do I get the feeling this girl has bad intentions?" Suddenly, Jinxing nudged Hua Yu with her elbow and asked, "Don't you think so?" Not understanding what she meant, Hua Yu said, "Say that again." Feng Xian ate while thinking, it's just one meal. She's definitely not going to fall for something like this. Chi Wu paid no attention and just kept eating. Feng Xian froze as if he'd just been slapped, because Hua Yu replied, that's right." Chi Wu suddenly covered his mouth, embarrassed, and muttered, "Who wants to hear your evaluation anyway?" Jinxing could tell exactly what kind of mood he was in and secretly thought he's trying to hide a smile. Feng Xian ate in a dejected mood and thought, aren't these just a few stir-fry dishes? I could learn that online too. And anyway, if I did that, it would make me seem more mature. While he was lost in thought, next to him there were constant shouts of double kill, Triple kill. Legendary. Irritated, he turned toward the blonde kid and scolded. Hey kid, put the phone down while you're eating. Playing games at the table, you're young but not innocent. The boy refused to back down and immediately argued. What are you talking about? Isn't this your phone? He waved the phone around and said, You gave it to me and said this game is super fun. You even bragged about how high your rank is and about your skins. Honestly, I don't even like Hellfire. Why you could only look at the situation and laugh helplessly. Ha! Chiwoo didn't miss the chance to tease him. Aha! Rejected by an elementary school kid. Feng Xin was so embarrassed he could only sit there and endure it in silence. Suddenly, a song started playing on his phone. In the night, everywhere is faintly filled with the scent of fireworks. Irritated, he turned to the boy. Ew. Knowing he was in the wrong, the boy hurriedly shut it off and said, Sorry, I was trying to exit the game and accidentally pressed the wrong thing. But the phone continued softly playing, turning courage into the most beautiful art, like fireworks blooming, radiant, and splendid. He looked over and saw that Hua Yu was humming along to the lyrics, not noticing that he himself had been captivated by the sight of her. The song went on, the hesitation in my heart, the knot in my heart, hard to put into words. Seeing her happily enjoying the music, he asked, You listen to Benny Street too? Asked so suddenly, she only replied, Sitting beside them, Jinxing thought, Benny Street? Never heard of them. The song continued, Let these feelings bloom across the star-filled night sky. Then the two of them sang together in unison, Bravely Love Dream. Touched, she said, I've liked them for years. At last he smiled and answered honestly, To be honest, me too. It was as if the two of them had stepped into a world that belonged only to them. And Feng Xin grew, so excited that he started talking a lot. Did you watch last week's live? He asked. She replied eagerly, Not yet. Let me see. He became even more animated. Wait a second. Let me scroll through my collection a bit. The live version is even more intense. After searching for a while, he played that album for her. The soft lyrics flowed out. I breathe, I fall, I want to stay around you. Even the senior had to pause and chime in. I know this song from Clip. The blonde boy asked blankly. Clip? Smiling. She said, Yeah, a film about childhood sweethearts. This is the theme song. But you're still too young, little brother. It's not time for you to understand that stuff yet. The boy was startled to be called too young. He immediately protested. Who says I don't understand? Childhood sweethearts are girls you've known since you were little, right? I've got one too. Jinxing teased him right away. Oh, the boy said shyly, Don't underestimate me. When I grow up, I'm going to confess to her. Interested now, Jinxing encouraged him. Wow, impressive. Feng Xin was looking on shyly, his hands trembling as he thought, I'm screwed. It's exposed. Everyone was still chatting noisily over food at Hua Yu's place. Xiao Jinxing turned and asked Chi Wu, As for me, I don't have any childhood sweetheart. You're from around here, do you? He couldn't quite believe the question, so he fell silent for a moment before asking back, Do I really look like someone who'd have that kind of thing? He put on an annoyed expression and said, Childhood sweethearts and all that? We're we elementary school kids. Doesn't talking about stuff like that feel childish? Irritated by his answer, she grumbled, Hey, we were talking about the movie, so I just said it casually. Then, seeming helpless with him, she gave a mocking laugh. True enough, there's probably no one who could put up with your personality for that long anyway. Huh? He replied indifferently, right? How could I compare to teacher Linglingzi's popularity? He kept eating as if nothing mattered, while she flushed red and stood up, hissing at him. Shusho. Inwardly, she was cursing him as a shameless man. Meanwhile, Feng Xin and Hua Yu were so absorbed in that movie, they didn't notice the two people teasing each other. Feng Xin held out his phone for Hua Yu to look at, trembling as he thought, SOS, what do I do? She didn't notice, right? Delighted, she exclaimed, Wow, childhood sweethearts? That's so nice. I don't have one either. He jerked his head around and stared at her in disbelief. He hesitated before asking again, Why you really don't? Are you sure? She smiled and explained, I moved houses and changed schools all the time when I was little, so I never had a close friend I grew up with like in the movies. He forced a smile. All right, that makes sense. A second later, he sat there alone in dejection, thinking, well, that interpretation isn't wrong. But still, pouting, he muttered, I'm not looking anymore. Startled by what he said, she asked, When he suddenly put his phone away, she asked, "You're not watching anymore." "Why?" Still pouting, he turned to her and said, "Because I don't want to talk to a dumb, stiff little mouse with no childhood sweetheart." She immediately looked baffled and asked, "Why are there so many adjectives in that description?" From where he was sitting, chin in hand, Chi Woo cut in, "Not having a childish relationship like that is no big deal, but I object to dumb." Having suddenly been stabbed in the back, she turned to him in confusion. Then he added, "Not just dumb, slow and clueless too." Fong Xin chimed in, stubborn. Chi Woo piled on, and thick as rotten wood. Furious, she shouted, "Hey, you two, no more personal attacks." Before long, it was evening. As Xiao Jinxing packed up, she asked the blonde boy, "You have to head back, right?" "Makes sense, it's getting late. I'll walk you home in a bit, okay?" The boy hurriedly said in gratitude, "Thank you, sis." Huayu carried the bowls and plates into the kitchen to clean up, then walked up behind Chi Woo and asked, "Hey, how are you two so perfectly in sync just now?" After hearing her question, he answered leisurely, "How would I know?" While she was setting the dishes down in the sink, he said, "Lately." She looked up at him, and he continued, "Someone found herself a new teammate, then tossed aside and grew cold toward another teammate." Then he turned to look at her and emphasized, "My good friend." Realizing something, she panicked, stepped back, and put a hand over her heart. In confusion, she asked, "You're being really strange today." He still asked calmly, "How so?" Still flustered, she said, "The way you talk. It feels weird somehow." He asked back, "Weird how?" While he washed the dishes, she struggled to make him understand. "It's like, sometimes you're really straightforward, and other times, I have to think forever before I understand what you mean." He kept teasing her. "Then think harder. Ideally, your head should be packed so full it's like vines growing everywhere." Aggrieved, she scolded, "Childish. You're like a little kid." He answered at the same relaxed pace, "If I were still a kid, that'd be great." Confused, she asked why. He looked at her thoughtfully and said, "Figure out yourself." Her lips twitched as she asked, "Huh? I have to figure this out too?" He answered briefly, "Of course." Not stopping there, he added, "But with your brain, it'll probably take a while." Annoyed, she shouted, "Hey." Xiao Jinxing left with the blonde boy and called out, "We're heading off now. If you need anything, just call me, okay? Get some good rest." Huayu replied politely, and then bye-bye. She put on her coat and went outside to see them off. Everyone get home safely. After saying goodbye, she fell into thought again. There were more and more things she couldn't make sense of. Turning toward the balcony and looking down, she saw the brothers happily heading home. Suddenly, both of them looked up and said in unison, "Dummy." Hearing them tease her, she angrily shouted, "You too." But the moment she finished yelling at them, she immediately started coughing. Huayu stood there blankly, wondering, where is this? Then with a whoosh, a leaf appeared in midair. Looking at the leaf's indifferent expression, Huayu blurted out, "That face." Kiwoo. More leaves bearing his expression appeared one after another. When their number became so huge they filled the entire space, Huayu widened her eyes in shock. "What on earth?" The leaves advanced toward her. One leaf with a darkened face spoke up. "I don't know whether you're naturally stupid or you trained to be this way." Huayu asked back, "What do you mean by that?" She thought to herself, "Wait, why are you talking in this weird form?" The moment that thought ended, a gust of wind blew past, and a man's hand appeared. Chi Woo materialized, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "What I mean is..." Huayu flushed red and stared wide-eyed. She shoved the blanket away and jolted awake. So it had all been a dream. Huayu's face was still red. Sitting up, sweating, she remembered Chi Woo's words. "Then think harder. Ideally, your head should be packed full, like vines growing everywhere." She looked out the window and let out a long sigh. Burying her face in the blanket, Huayu muttered softly, "That guy. Could what he says actually be some kind of spell?" Snow blanketed the tree, branches in white, and the streets were lively. Huayu walked while checking her messages. It was a message from Fong Xin, sending a picture of a snowman with Chi Woo's expression. Holding back laughter, she muttered, "That's ugly." Fong Xin then sent another picture into the chat, a snowman with pink hair. Huayu squinted with a smile and said softly, "This one's even uglier." She suddenly froze, breaking into a sweat as she thought, "Something feels ominous." A snowman with long black hair appeared next, along with the message, "Silly girl." Huayu shouted, "I knew it." She stared at the words "silly girl" on the screen. Her face reddened, and she pressed her lips together. Huayu looked left and right. Then she stomped her foot. With a determined look, she rolled up her sleeves. Squatting down by a pile of snow beside a flower bed, Huayu started molding it while grumbling. Just you wait. A little girl passing by asked curiously, Mommy, that big sister is so weird. What's wrong with her? Her mother replied, Silly child, that's just a southerner. Why you jumped at the mother's next words. No wonder people always say northern people's fun comes from southerners playing with snow. Fong Xian had appeared beside Hua Yu at some point and teased, Sis, you're taking this really seriously. Startled, while shaping snow, Hua Yu looked over at him. Chiwu walked over and said, You've got nerve talking. That huge human-shaped mark in the yard earlier must have been made by a ghost. Fong Xian protested, I was helping you clear the snow. A snow car powered by human labor. You don't understand anything. Helpless, Chiwu said, Yeah, sure. Tilting his head, Fong Xian looked at Chiwu and said, But rolling around like that tilted the fence I just put up. Chiwu replied, And now you're starting to pin it onto Wang again? Watching the two of them talk, Hua Yu heard Fong Xian say, Did heaven send you here to torment me, or what? Chiwu immediately replied, You can't put it like that. I bring joy to your work, don't I? Hua Yu started imagining the leaves from her dream again, pulling his coat tighter against the cold. Chiwu said softly, I don't know why the snow came so early this year. I don't like this cold at all. The other two were even thinking of finding somewhere warm to hibernate through winter. By then the shop would be even emptier. As Hua Yu's imagination ran wilder, those leaves with Chi Wu's expression surrounded her again, making her dizzy. Noticing something off about her, Chi Wu asked, What's wrong with you? Hua Yu looked at him, blushing, and said nothing. Inwardly she thought, How am I supposed to say that dream out loud? Hua Yu turned her face away. Fong Xian and Chi Wu looked at her in confusion. Fong Xian smiled as he watched her. At dusk, Hua Yu's voice came from inside the shop. I'm heading back now. A voice answered her. Tightening her scarf, Hua Yu sighed and thought, Today really passed in such an uneasy way. Then boom, peekaboo, Chiwu popped out. Raising a hand in greeting, he said, What a coincidence. Hua Yu immediately replied, Coincidence, my foot. You were just in the shop. Chiwu lifted his face to the falling snow and changed the subject. It's really cold. Looking at Hua Yu, he said, Come on, I'll treat you to milk tea. From outside the cafe, Hua Yu's voice rang out, I'll have it hot, with less sugar. That'll do. The sweet-voiced clerk replied, Certainly. After ordering, Hua Yu noticed Chi Wu still hadn't placed his own order and turned to look at him. She gestured invitingly. Your turn. Chi Wu blinked. What? He looked deeply thoughtful. Apparently unable to decide, he simply pointed and said to the clerk, Same as hers. The clerk replied sweetly, Of course. Please wait a moment. Hua Yu stared blankly, thinking he didn't even choose. In the staff area, an older owner came out. The moment he saw her, he smiled brightly. Oh my. Walking over, he asked, Little Yu, you're here? She answered politely, Hello, uncle. The uncle pointed at his own chest. I got a bonus today. What do you want to drink? It's on me. Hua Yu hurriedly declined. No need, thank you. Then she added, I've already been treated. Seeing Chi Wu standing beside her, the man immediately understood. Oh, is that so? Then I won't steal the young man's spotlight. Suddenly recognizing Chi Wu, he burst out laughing. Oh my, I was wondering who it was. So it's the boy from the flower shop. This is the first time I've seen you patronize my shop, you know? Ha. Seeing Chi Wu look surprised, Hua Yu leaned over and whispered in his ear, He often comes to our shop to buy flowers. Only then did Chi Wu understand. He politely bowed his head too. Hello, uncle. As he made the drinks, the cafe owner smiled and said to Hua Yu, Every time I buy the flowers you recommend, my wife loves them. She says I'm getting more and more romantic. Hua Yu replied cheerfully, Actually, no matter what you give her, she'll like it. The most important thing is who it's from. Chi Wu silently watched the two of them converse so naturally. So that's how it is, huh? That's good too. The owner went on. So, are the two of you busy with university abroad? I've had a lot of assignments lately, and exams are coming up, Hua Yu answered. Finally, the owner handed the drinks over. Here, your 2 drinks. She reached out to take them. Thank you, uncle. Outside, Chi Wu and Hua Yu walked as they talked. During the time you've been here, you sound like you know this place even better than I do. She only smiled. Try the milk tea. Chi Wu took a sip as well. As the coffee flavor spread across his mouth, he immediately stuck out his tongue. Ugh, it's bitter. Hua Yu burst out laughing. Haha, I knew it. I ordered less sugar. Who told you to copy me? Then she turned back and asked, Do you like it? Wiping the corner of his mouth, Chi Wu answered frankly, No, but I don't dislike it either. After pausing a moment, she continued, but it seems like you'd prefer sweeter things. Chiwoo replied, I've never had it before, so I don't know. Why you didn't know what else to say? She asked hesitantly. Don't tell me this is your first time drinking milk tea? Hit right on the mark. Chiwoo went silent for a moment before answering bingo. Why you looked at him with a faint smile. She kept walking. The fruit tea here is really popular. Next time you could try that. What fruit flavor do you like? Or I could recommend something for you. Chiwoo answered softly, don't know. Why you hesitated a little before saying, then I recommend grape flavor. Chiwoo looked at her. Any reason why? Why you thought for a moment. Then she said brightly, actually, it's just because I like Noah's purple packaging. Chiwoo asked, you like purple? She turned to look at him. What about you? He replied absent-mindedly, anything's fine. The two said nothing more and simply drank in silence. By chance, Hua noticed a group of young people over by the park. They're singing over there. Not bad, actually. Come to think of it, our shop has music too, but it's the same style all the way through. Do you like that kind? Chiwoo replied, not really. My mother just thinks it suits the atmosphere of the shop. Then he suddenly said, if you want to hear something else, you can just change it, which left Hua flustered. Oh no, I was just asking casually. The two walked through the park together, Hua trailing slightly behind as she asked, then what kind of music do you usually listen to? Chiwoo thought for a moment. A little later, he answered indifferently, don't know. Anything's fine. I don't pay much attention to that kind of thing. She continued, then is there no singer you especially like? Chiwoo answered flatly, no. She sighed helplessly. This guy. Chiwoo set his cup on top of Hua-Yu's head. Startled, she cried out, ow. He sounded almost sulky. Do you think I'm really boring or something? If so, then sorry. A person like me is too careless and casual, and now you've laughed at me. Hua-Yu fell silent. Then she turned to look at him. It's just that you have things more worth caring about. Chiwoo stared blankly as she ran ahead. Turning back toward him, she flashed a bright smile. Tajda, beside her, was a beautiful flower bed. Looking at the purple flowers under the yellow lamplight, she said, whenever you don't have class, you stay quietly in the flower garden, carefully and gently taking care of every single flower. She smiled brightly. Every time I see you like that, I can't help thinking, how much must someone love plants to be able to do that? If it were me, I'd give up immediately. She scratched her head awkwardly. Though because of that, you do kind of neglect the people around you a little. Chiwoo gave a start. He huffed softly. Sitting down on the swing beside her, he said, so you got quite a lot of opinions about me, huh? During the day, you hardly say much at all. Hua-Yu gave an embarrassed little laugh. Chiwoo threw her a look that seemed a little displeased. Hua-Yu jumped. She immediately explained in a fluster. Actually, what I mean is, it feels like you've been neglecting yourself. Chiwoo's expression didn't change, but in truth, he was listening closely. Oh, look, you know the habits and characteristics of every kind of flower, but you don't even know what flavor of milk tea you like. It feels like you're too perfunctory with yourself. She was so flustered her head was spinning. Oh, of course, that's just my bold guess. That's just your unique personality. Haha. Chiwoo let out a soft laugh. Hua-Yu stared blankly as he asked, then let me boldly ask one thing too. He smiled lightly. Do you have any other interesting things to say? Go on. I like listening. Hua-Yu looked at him in complete surprise. She shook her head and plopped down. No. I only know how to say what's honestly on my mind. I don't know how to flatter people. Chiwoo pouted. Petty. The winter wind whistled through the bare tree canopies. Chiwoo secretly glanced at Hua-Yu sitting beside him. The branches shook, making snow fall. Silently, Chiwoo lifted his milk tea and took a drink. Then he suddenly spoke, making Hua-Yu jump. Who was it just now who said, I don't know what flavor I like? He raised the cup in his hand and smiled faintly. I quite like this one. Hua-Yu pressed her lips together, her cheeks flushing red. Staring blankly, she said, Why you said this one was bitter? Chiwoo took another sip, but I never said I didn't like it. Looking up, he said, it is a little bitter, but if you savor it, it's actually not bad. Pretty special. He licked his lips. From now on, I'll drink this flavor. Hua-Yu was bewildered. Hey, wait. Isn't that a little too careless? This was your first time trying it, and you've already decided? Chiwoo looked at the drink in his hand. Careless? I don't think so. Hua-Yu silently listened as he said, I think whether it's the first time, or the second time, or the 10th or 100th time. He turned to look at her. I think I'll still like this flavor. She asked hesitantly why. It's just a cup of milk tea. Chiwoo stayed silent. He closed his eyes as the wind moved through his hair. He said gently, just now you told that uncle something, that with flowers the most important thing is who gives them. In the quiet air, his low, slow voice rang out. It's the same for me. Whether something tastes good or bad depends on who I'm drinking it with. Her eyes widened. Chi Wu continued, in my world, besides flowers, there's another existence even more important. She stared at him blankly, cheeks pink, the wind slipping through her fluttering hair. In her mind echoed his voice. I wonder if you're really stupid or just pretending. Chi Wu silently looked at her. Hua Yu pressed her lips together. Actually, I still had one more question I didn't dare ask. But now, the two of them sat on the swing, quietly looking at each other. It seemed there was no need to say it out loud anymore, because I already knew the answer. Scene change. Hua Yu was walking alone down the street. Behind her came hushed voices. Hey, look at that girl's face. It looks so strange. What's wrong with her? As it turned out, her cheeks were burning red. She pulled the scarf around her neck higher to cover her face. It's just because the winter wind is too cold. That's all. A flower petal drifted down onto Hua Yu's hair. She reached up and picked it off. Looking at the petal in her hand, she said, purple jacarandas don't bloom this season. Chi Wu looked up. If it wants to bloom, I can't control it either. Hua Yu fell silent. After a moment, she finally said, wanted to control it. When you clearly know it's the wrong time. Chi Wu looked at her in surprise. Her cheeks were bright red when she said that. Across the street, Feng Xian was walking with a friend. He noticed her. Hua Yu's cheeks were as red as if she had a fever. A hand reached out and lightly hooked her little finger. She turned back, startled, as the other person said, it's obviously cold out here. If you sit outside the door, you'll get sick. Seeing Feng Xian standing right in front of her, Chi Wu's question repeated in her mind. When you said that, who were you thinking of? In the flower shop owned by Chi Wu's family, his mother's gentle voice rang out. You've finished arranging everything, right? Then let's carry these things downstairs. As Chi Wu's mother went downstairs after carrying things down, he turned and asked, what time are you leaving tomorrow, Mom? She smiled and replied, 9 o'clock in the morning. He answered, okay. Travel safely, Mom. She turned back cheerfully. I'll send photos every day, so don't miss me too much. Chi Wu looked away. As if I'd miss you. He walked over to the pot of white roses. While packing things into her suitcase, his mother said, anyway, don't stay cooped up in the shop all day long. Go out for a walk once in a while. He replied at once, no, if I go out, what about the shop? She turned around and said, our family won't suffer from closing for a day or two. Besides, isn't Hua Yu still around? The moment Chi Wu heard her name, he jolted. His face darkened, and he picked up the scissors. Seeing her son cutting like mad, his mother hurriedly stopped him. Hey, stop. If you keep cutting, it'll go bald. Suddenly, she raised her brows in suspicion. What's wrong? Why do you hang your head the second she's mentioned? You brat, don't tell me you're thinking of driving her away again? Chi Wu spun around angrily, but his cheeks were bright red. He shouted, no way. After saying that, he stood there panting. His mother, still innocently clueless, said, could it be that you actually like her? The offhand remark struck right at the heart of it, and he snipped the flower clean off the branch. His mother cried out in anguish and rushed over. My precious flower. Chi Wu hurriedly slipped away. Then she suddenly turned back with a grin. You know, no wonder you've been acting like your soul's wandered off lately. Staring him right in the face, she said, tell me, how are things between you two now? Chi Wu immediately put on a lifeless expression. The flower shop owner gave an awkward laugh. Well, that's true too. You can't rush this kind of thing. He said gloomily, just worry about your trip, Mom. Watching him carefully wrap flowers, she couldn't help asking, it's already so late. Why are you still wrapping flowers? Then she saw him lining up bouquet after bouquet, all stuffed full, and panicked. Why you stop right now? Who's going to buy this many? Chi Wu stood frozen in place. His mother chuckled softly. Well now, your mind's wandered off somewhere else again. She frowned and smacked him on the shoulder. In a stern voice, she said, don't use these beautiful bouquets as an excuse. And besides, flowers are meant to carry beauty, not to become vines that tie you down. Chi Wu stayed silent, listening without replying. Looking at the lovely bouquets, his mother continued gently, don't let yourself become blind, and don't keep drowning in this tangle of emotions. Don't lose yourself and forget the life that's your own. The doorbell rang, and she brightened at once. Oh my, seeing Feng Xian walk in with his school bag on, she said, Lil Xian, you're back? Tired? I'll go cut up some fruit. He smiled brightly. Thanks, Annie. He noticed a drink on the table and turned to Chi Wu. Drinking coffee at this hour? Planning to become an immortal or what? Distracted, Chi-Wu replied, "No, it's the milk tea Hua you recommended." Fang Xin's my... Oh, then it must be good. Turning around, he headed upstairs. "I'm going up first." Chi-Wu looked after him. "Come down later for fruit." "Okay." Chi-Wu watched him indifferently for a moment, then lowered his eyes. His cheeks were faintly flushed. Inside Chi-Wu's heart, thoughts bubbled up one after another. I know very well what a XIN means to her. No one can replace him, just like no one can replace her for me. I completely understand how she feels, but I still can't suppress this jealousy. In the group chat deadline disco dancing, a stream of messages popped up. Her fingers kept clattering over the keyboard nonstop. Dark circles hung under her eyes as she thought miserably. My eyes hurt so much, but I can't stop. If I stop, I'll lose control. The moment that thought passed, Chi-Wu's image surfaced in her mind again. I can't control it either. She thumped her forehead against the desk, while you pressed her lips together lightly. Her thoughts were in chaos. Although I'd fantasized before that he'd fall in love someday, I never thought I'd have to face something like this right now. He was being so serious, and in the end, I tricked him like that. This is all I have now, the best and longest-lasting relationship, so I should already be content. Being able to meet him again is already very lucky, isn't it? I have to sort out my relationships with everyone properly. The scene shifted to Feng Xin returning to his room. He tossed his bag onto the bed and flopped down on it. He couldn't stop thinking about how red her face had been and the panicked, evasive look on it back then. Something definitely happened between those two. Just then, a message from his mother came through. The exam results should be out by now, right? If there's anything you don't understand, remember to ask your brother Chi-Wu more. Looking at the message, he could only snort coldly and think, but objectively speaking, Brother Wu is more handsome and more mature than me. He's also a simple, kind person I've lost completely. It was another day of beautiful sunshine. Yellow leaves rustled as they drifted through the air, and birds chirped all across the sky. Everyone busily enjoyed alumni return day at their old school. At the same time, stray thoughts kept surfacing. When you think of the name of the person you like, do you feel more happy or more sad? It should have been such a happy day, but Chi-Wu couldn't bring himself to feel happy. He was terribly troubled, unable to hide the sadness on his face, his gaze lowered to the phone in his hand. On the screen was his chat with Huayu. I'd like to ask for some leave because exams are coming up soon." Chi-Wu didn't force the issue and simply replied, "Got it. The shop hasn't been very busy lately anyway, so you can come back whenever you're done. I've also been busy working on my thesis these days." In the end, the conversation ended with Huayu's little keep it up emoji. Although he felt a little disappointed by her rejection, he also let out a quiet sigh of relief. Tugging up the collar of his winter coat, he thought to himself, that's fine too. He remembered that night. Huayu's cheeks and the tip of her nose flushed pink, her face full of shock and panic when he spoke his true feelings, with even a trace of confusion in her eyes. Chi-Wu blamed himself. I was too hasty then. I didn't think about how she was feeling at all. I suddenly asked her a question that was so hard to answer and left her flustered. Holding his sadness down in his heart, he kept walking through the old campus. Chi-Wu thought, I need to find a chance to apologize to her. After a few more steps, his eyes caught sight of someone ahead, and surprise flickered across his face. Not far away, a woman was standing there, gazing intently at a door worn down by time. Moss and weeds had grown from cracks in the wall. She lightly touched a finger to her lips and stood there for a long while, as if lost in thought. Sensing someone drawing near, she turned to look at Chi-Wu. A moment later, confusion and hesitation showed clearly on her face. Pointing toward the gate, she asked awkwardly, "Excuse me." But she didn't continue, and Chi-Wu had no idea what to say in response. So he could only explain, this used to be the school's gardening club. Apparently that wasn't the answer she was hoping for. Chi-Wu lowered his head slightly, looking a little helpless and uncertain. The next second, she looked up, tenderness and nostalgia in her eyes, as she gently gazed at the scenery inside the gardening club. I know. Chi-Wu stayed silent, watching the expression on her face. After a while, Senior Wu followed Chi-Wu deeper into the gardening club area. Her foot accidentally stepped on a piece of wood, and it cracked in two with a sharp snap. As she took in the sights along the way, her eyes showed a hint of amazement. She hadn't expected everything to have changed so much. She couldn't help sighing. Has it really fallen into disrepair this badly? Continuing to lead her on, he explained the club had already disbanded before I entered the school. But luckily, the school has kept this place empty the whole time, so the things here are still around. Then Chi-Woo turned to look at her and pressed, "You said you used to be a member of the club?" Hearing that, Senior Woo couldn't hide her embarrassment and replied, Holding the strap of the bag on his shoulder, he said politely, "Hello, Senior." This polite, well-behaved attitude from a junior made her extremely happy. Smiling, she said, "What a good and adorable junior." After they had walked for a while, Senior Woo seemed to notice something ahead, and her face filled with surprise and disbelief. In front of her stood a rather old building. Since few people seemed to come here, weeds had crept thickly up the walls, and there were plenty of trees around it too. Unable to believe the building still hadn't been torn down after so many years, Senior Woo cried out excitedly, "Oh my God, the greenhouse is still here." She gently pushed open the greenhouse door, and since it hadn't been touched in so long, it gave a creaking clack. Inside, countless small potted plants of all kinds were displayed. Looking around, she was quite surprised to see that among them were several familiar plants. "They're still here." Senior Woo turned around, a bright smile at the corner of her lips, and asked in puzzlement, "Have you always been taking care of them?" Chi-Woo answered, "I come by sometimes." At that, she sincerely thanked Chi-Woo. Warmth and gentleness filled her eyes as she looked at the lush green plants. "Thank you. They're still alive, and they've grown so well, too. It feels like spring in here." Senior Woo looked extremely happy. She smiled lightly, bent down close to the flower pots on the shelf, and murmured to herself, "But my classmate from that year didn't come this year. What a pity. I wonder what that person is doing now, and where they are." Although Chi-Woo wasn't usually the curious type, after hearing that, he couldn't help asking, "Was that a very important senior to you?" Senior Woo paused, a hint of surprise flashing through her eyes as she looked at him. Then she drew that surprise back in. Her eyes became deeply gentle and tender, though there was sadness hidden in them. It was the president of this club. Watching the shift of emotion on her face, Chi-Woo seemed to have guessed how important that senior was in Senior Woo's heart. At last, he voiced the question in his mind. "Did you join the club because of him?" Having been hit right on the mark, she jumped. She clearly hadn't expected Chi-Woo to guess it. In a thoroughly flustered tone, she asked, "How did you know?" Her face was still full of astonishment as she listened to him explain. "I was only guessing. Because when you talk about him, I can tell your emotions are completely different." She hadn't thought she was being that obvious. Reaching up to rub the back of her neck, Senior Woo squeezed her eyes shut, looking rather embarrassed, and laughed awkwardly. "You're really perceptive. I thought I'd hidden it very well all these years." But Chi-Woo was certain he wasn't the only one who had noticed. His expression didn't change as he said, "Actually, outsiders can all see it very clearly." This time, she wasn't surprised anymore. She didn't seem to care much, only sounding a bit helpless. "Really?" But the person involved doesn't know a thing. Realizing that she'd been rambling on and on about pointless things, Senior Woo waved her hand and leaned to one side with a little embarrassed laugh. "Oh dear, sorry. It's been such a long time since I came back here. I made a fool of myself in front of my junior." Chi-Woo empathized with her mood. "I understand." Looking at a blue morning glory that had yet to fully bloom, Chi-Woo said, "You came back here to visit them. I think they'd be happy too, like seeing an old friend again." Hearing that, she laughed in amusement. "Haha, plants don't have feelings like that." Senior Woo lightly touched the stem of a white daisy that was just beginning to bloom. Holding the base of the flower pot in her hands, her face glowed with warmth and tenderness as she gazed at the white buds stretching upward. "But for some reason, every time I see them, I feel happier than I would have expected." Senior Woo lifted the flower pot and looked at the word she herself had carved into the bottom. "This was the flower pot I liked best back then. I even carved that person's name underneath." Chi-Woo listened to the story she was telling with complete seriousness, silently receiving Senior Woo's confidences. "Even now, I still think that person was incredibly outstanding. The time I spent here means so much to me. But these things can only remain secrets together with them." Knowing that this flower pot held so many beautiful memories for her, sadness lingered in his eyes as he made a suggestion. "Senior, why don't you take this flower pot home and raise it yourself?" Instead of answering right away, Senior Woo gave it one last look, admiring its pure and delicate beauty. "Adjuratum," she said softly. Its meaning is unspoken love. A bright smile spread across her lips, but in the end she still refused his suggestion. Holding the pot out, she passed it to Chi-Woo. "Forget it. It's already been so many years. It suits this place better. He reached out and took it. His face couldn't hide his surprise when she returned the flower pot, and he asked in puzzlement, "Do you not like him anymore?" The question was beyond anything she had expected. Senior Wu lifted her head, her eyes full of surprise. She rubbed her slightly pink cheek in embarrassment, then tilted her head to one side and thought, "Do I still like him?" To be honest, in my memory, that person's image has already become too blurry. Realizing he had asked something that put the other person on the spot, Chi-Woo hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, I asked too much." Even though she could have chosen not to answer, Senior Wu still lifted a hand to her chin and thought about it. Asking herself the question, she said, "Your question really does make me stop and think sometimes. Do I still like him?" The feeling was too vague for her to read clearly. So in the end, she waved her hand and gave up. A radiant smile appeared on her face. Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore anyway." Her answer startled him, leaving him surprised and bewildered. "It doesn't matter anymore?" Then Senior Wu tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, revealing a small flower-shaped earring the color of the sea. At that moment, her face bloomed like a flower. She closed her eyes and smiled, and even without fully understanding her, anyone could tell that she cherished this one-sided love dearly. In order to chase after that person, I worked hard and gradually became better and better myself. I like the person I'm now much more. Maybe that's the meaning of loving someone in secret. Still wearing that happy expression, she asked Chi-Woo, "Do you have someone you like, Junior?" Of course, he already had someone who occupied an important place in his heart, so he answered shyly, "I do." Senior Wu looked straight at him with a girl's gentle softness in her eyes and sincerely offered him her blessing. "I hope that no matter what the outcome is, you'll gain something even greater than love from it." Carefully reflecting on her words, Chi-Woo sank into thought. Of course, if you can truly connect with the person you like, that would be the perfect ending. Just then, a ringtone sounded from inside Senior Woo's handbag. She quickly answered and lifted the phone to her ear. "Hello," the person on the other end said. "Old Woo, where are you? Everyone's getting ready to go eat. Hurry back." Senior Woo replied at once. Okay, wait for me a bit. I'll be right there." The call ended, and she pressed the red button on the screen to hang up. Without lingering any longer, she started to leave the greenhouse. Before going, she didn't forget to turn back and say one last thing. "I'm off. I'm really glad I got to talk to you about this. How strange. Some things can only be said when you're here." By now, his expression had brightened considerably. The corners of his lips curved into a small smile as he quietly said goodbye. "Me too." And so Senior Wu continued on her way, while Chi-Woo's gaze remained fixed on her retreating figure until it disappeared. Then, remembering something, he called out, "Senior." Hearing him, Senior Wu stopped and turned slightly back. Chi-Woo then asked about how she felt toward the person she loved. "When you think of the club president, do you feel more happiness or more sadness?" Senior Wu fell silent for a moment, looking at Chi-Woo standing inside the greenhouse while thinking over his question. Once she had found an answer in her heart, she smiled brightly and raised both hands in a V. "Both. But I choose happiness." That answer eased some of the knots in his heart. Chi-Woo's eyes softened, and he smiled. "Thank you, Senior." Even after Senior Wu had completely left, he remained in the greenhouse. Potted plants of every kind sat neatly arranged on the long shelf, while birds chirped faintly in the distance. Chi-Woo gently held the white daisy pot that Senior Wu had once liked best and placed it back on the shelf. His fingers moved close to the flower bud. A light breeze brushed past the daisy, and the tiny bud bloomed into a beautiful, pure white flower. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind him. WTF, startled by the sound, Chi-Woo turned around, not understanding what had happened. Early that morning at Hua-Yu's school, Hua-Yu and her group of friends were out working. Together, they were doing a project interviewing graduates who had already left the school, and the senior they interviewed was very cheerful about it. Laughing as he answered, he said, "How does it feel to come back to school? I just want to ask one thing. Why did the school only add all this cool stuff after we graduated? I'm so jealous of you guys I could die." The interview finally ended. One of her friends had barely sat down before groaning, "I'm exhausted." Another immediately told her, "Take a break for a bit." Thinking back on that interview just now still makes me mad. This basketball training court was built after we graduated too. So what? It's not like you even like sports anyway. That's not the point. Last time I wanted to go in, the security guard even stopped me. Said if I wasn't a student here, I couldn't enter. It pissed me off so much. All right, stop being mad. Check the footage we just shot. While the other two chatted noisily, Huayu remained silent, not saying a single word. She only turned her head toward the other field and thought to herself, "That's Feng Xian's school, isn't it?" The black-haired girl rewatched the interview video and immediately exclaimed, "Wow, this senior is so handsome." The other girl chimed in with interest. "Let me see. Ah, I know him. I even have his WeChat. He's in broadcasting. No wonder. I'm such a fan. I want to meet a handsome guy like that too." Huayu paid no attention to her friend's conversation. Her mind was full of thoughts about Feng Xian, though he was probably in class by now. Suddenly, someone tugged at her sleeve and called out, "Huayu, Huayu." The black-haired girl said cheerfully, with a teasing tone, "Come to think of it, your senior Chi Wu is pretty handsome too." Huayu widened her eyes in surprise, flustered, her cheeks turning red. "Mine?" she thought, startled. At the same time, she shook her head repeatedly in denial. No, that's not it." Her friend burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You're getting so nervous. I didn't mean it like that." The blonde girl just looked at her friend, thinking there she goes again. The girl smiled brightly, looking friendly on the surface, but in truth, she was deliberately trying to embarrass Huayu. "So you're actually hiding your skills, huh? Hurry and teach me how to flirt. I want to learn a few tricks for charming, handsome seniors too. But I also heard he's pretty hard to handle, so you'd better be careful." Huayu frowned in confusion, feeling irritated. Flirt? Charming? What kind of words are those? Just then, Feng Xian appeared on the other side of the fence and said happily to that girl, "Senior Huayu doesn't think that much. That's why she's so natural and easygoing when she interacts with people. That's why others want to approach her on their own." At his sudden appearance, all three girls stared in surprise. Huayu recognized it was Feng Xian, while the boy-crazy blonde silently marveled, another hot guy. Feng Xian had a very eye-catching appearance. Just his smile alone was enough to make girls fall for him. He spoke with a friendly smile, but there was an unmistakable undertone exposing the other girls' true colors. "This senior is pretty cute. If you were a little more polite, maybe someone would want to pay attention to you too." The other girl, feeling guilty, angrily said to the girl beside her, "Humph, keep watching SOS." The blonde replied, "Hey, don't push me." Huayu and Feng Xian immediately moved away from the two of them. Pointing ahead, he said excitedly, "You can still be seen here. Let's run over there instead." Suddenly, Huayu called out to him, "Wait a second." Then she turned to that tactless friend and said, "And one more thing, Chi Wu isn't the kind of person you described." Feng Xian froze slightly when he saw her defending Chi Wu like that. The sadness on his face grew even clearer, as if his heart were in terrible pain. That girl awkwardly turned her face away and only muttered, "Got it. I just heard rumors. That's all. Sorry." A little while later, Huayu and Feng Xian went somewhere more private to talk. She asked curiously, "Why are you here?" He answered, "It's PE. I just happened to see you over here. We probably won't be seen here." Huayu's expression suddenly darkened. She fell silent for a moment, her mind full of thoughts. In another half year, he'll be a college student too. Then we won't have to talk through this wire fence anymore. He stared at her thoughtful expression. Suddenly, he said toward the front, "Oh, Al Wu is coming." Huayu jumped in shock and hurriedly turned around. But there was no Al Wu there at all. She grew so flustered she almost broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "Where? I haven't even figured out how to face him yet." Seeing Huayu react like that to his joke, Feng Xian's eyes turned even gloomier. "Just as I thought," he thought. "The moment his name comes up, that expression appears." Clearly she said how important that childhood encounter was. But now he didn't want her to see how upset he was, so he turned his back and leaned against the fence, forcing a smile through the pain. "Just kidding. You're so easy to trick, senior." Realizing she'd been fooled, Huayu pouted and jabbed at his back with her fingernails while shouting, "What's so funny about that?" Feng Xian yelped in pain. After a while, Huayu suddenly remembered something. "All right, for the next 2 weeks, I won't be going to the shop as often, because exams are coming up. By the way, I heard the botanical garden in the north of the city is about to open. Xiaoling wants to invite us all out for a spring outing. You should come too." Hearing that she wanted to invite him, he turned back to look at her, a little hopeful. But then she unexpectedly brought up his romantic rival, and Chi Wu too. He probably won't refuse, since it's a botanical garden after all. "All right, I heard they planted a lot of hydrangeas there." Huayu didn't notice anything unusual about him and kept talking enthusiastically. We can see if there's a flower there that's the same color as back then. Huh. Suddenly I'm really looking forward to spring. Hearing that, he silently reproached himself. What's the point of talking about that now? He lowered his eyes and sighed, thoughts churning in his head. After hesitating for a while, he finally said coldly what was on his mind. It would have been better if that flower had been given by Ah Wu from the start. Hua Yu froze for a moment, then asked in disbelief, Huh? His face darkened even more as he began to explain. Actually, I've always been afraid that the only reason I got to be by your side was because, when you were helpless, I just happened to be the one you met first. Like a chick that just broke out of its shell, sincere and passionate. But the truth is, the person who suits you best isn't me. My existence and my feelings will only become an obstacle and hesitation between the two of you. But if it were Ah Wu, what a perfect story that would be. Even though his heart felt as if it were being cut by 1,000 knives, he still forced a stiff smile and asked her, You think so too, don't you? Hua Yu looked somewhat stunned and also surprised to hear him confess something like that. She replied, I thought you'd be like me and see it as a precious memory. Her words made his eyes widen, as if he had suddenly realized something. He rushed forward and blurted out, No, what I meant was... But she had already disappeared. All around him, there was only the rustling sound of yellow leaves falling. Hua Yu stood silently by the roadside, her face filled with sadness. If only Ah Wu had appeared back then, she thought. I was completely denied. Suddenly, someone cried out, Careful! A hand tightly grabbed her wrist. It was Chi Wu. He pulled her into his arms, stopping her from getting into an accident. She stared at him wide-eyed, while an apology sounded nearby. Sorry. Before she could recover, he couldn't hold back his worry and scolded her. Are you stupid? Why are you spacing out while walking? Seeing how angry he was, her emotions welled up. So that's it, she thought. Because that was the wrong thing to say, something so hurtful. Those words left her stunned, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. Seeing tears gather at her lashes, he panicked and thought, Did I yell too harshly? He watched awkwardly as she wiped her tears away. At that moment, the two girls from her group were standing at a distance. Seeing the scene, they stuck out their tongues and thought, I wasn't wrong. That guy's way too fierce. Then Chi Wu's close friend suddenly hooked an arm around his neck, startling Hua Yu, and said cheerfully, Come on, stop dawdling here. His friends waved to her happily and said, Bye, Hua Yu. We still have something to do, so we're leaving first. That other friend insisted on dragging him away, repeating, Let's go already. Stop dawdling. Hua Yu looked at the four of them joking around together so harmoniously. She was a little surprised by this change. Her expression relaxed, and she let out a sigh as many thoughts ran through her mind. Their relationship seems to have gotten much better. Night had already fallen, and stars began to twinkle in the sky. From one house came Chi Wu's voice. I really have to go now. It's getting late. His friends immediately replied, All right. Just don't forget our appointment. He silently walked down the stairs step by step when suddenly his gaze lifted. His attention fell on a petite girl standing timidly by the steps. The drifting autumn leaves across the road only made the young girl's beauty seem even purer. Hua Yu also noticed his presence. But she lowered her eyes, her face looking almost sulky. Gathering all her courage, she faced him and said clearly, I'm sorry. Too shy to look directly into his deep eyes, she said softly, That day, I said some things without considering your feelings. The more I thought about it, the more I felt I needed to apologize to you. Hearing that, he widened his eyes in surprise and for a moment couldn't say a word. Then he suddenly lowered his head and scratched his chin. Today I went to the gardening club and Chun Zhou and the others found out my secret. Those words stunned her so much that she blurted out what? Nervous and flustered, she asked, Teach them, what are you going to do now? In contrast to her panic, he replied calmly. At first, everyone just froze on the spot. She let out a sigh of relief, but then his expression changed completely into a cold look, and he said, At that moment, I was thinking about a lot of things. Whether I should silence them, run away immediately, or pretend nothing had happened. Hua Yu was even more shocked. Huh? He continued. Then after thinking it over, before I knew it, I'd already finished building the cat house they were working on. Hearing that, she asked in disbelief, A cat house? He replied, Yeah. They found out the stray cats at school like to hang around that area, so they wanted to put a cat house in the yard. That way the cats could have a warm winter. It's a pretty quiet place there, so it's suitable. I thought it wasn't a bad idea either. The unlucky part was that we ran into each other like that. They were holding all kinds of tools, and I was holding a flower pot with blooming flowers. Suddenly, he turned to look at her and asked, if it were you, what would you have done? Hua seemed a little absent-minded, and facing his words, all she could do was say, huh? After a second of thought, she answered hesitantly, if it were me, I think I would have done the same as you and finished building the cat house with everyone first. Then she went on, a smile appearing on her lips. I believe that if you explained it properly, they wouldn't tell anyone else. They're all good people. Chi-Woo narrowed his eyes with a smile. Haha, not understanding, she asked, what are you laughing at? He didn't answer that question. Looking into the distance, he said, while I was thinking about which plan to follow, one thought kept circling in my head. Curious, she asked, what was it? He asked her, if you had been there, what would you have wanted me to do? His words left her dazed for a moment. Maybe my actions made them suspicious, so after we finished putting together the cat house, there was just silence. Haha. As he spoke, his mind drifted back to the moment he had assembled the cat house in front of his friends. At that time, the cat house had just been finished, and everyone was staring at him strangely. The atmosphere was awkward beyond words. Unable to face those odd looks, he could only awkwardly look away. Suddenly, the brown-haired boy volunteered a secret about himself. Actually, I have a birthmark shaped like an alien on my left, but everyone stared in shock, and only Chi-Woo looked utterly speechless. The cute pink-haired girl couldn't hold back her excitement either. Hey, are we doing that thing where everyone reveals a personal secret? Then I'll say mine too. With a giggle, she announced, actually, I secretly ate that box of cat food last time. I like eating cat food. Hee. The others all cried out, what? Juju also decided to join in. She held up her phone, showing a picture of a full-on bad girl who looked nothing like her usual calm self. After hesitating for a moment, she said, then me too. Actually, sometimes I go to bars and sing. This time, everyone was even more shocked and shouted, that's you? The group crowded around her phone, bombarding her with questions, and Juju calmly answered them all. So you drink and smoke too? Is that a tattoo? It's a sticker. Juju, your tastes are really weird, and your alien-shaped birthmark is ugly too. Suddenly, all three of them warily looked behind them, at the innocent Chi-Woo. They marched over and glared at him murderously, sparks practically flying from their eyes, while threatening ominously, if you dare leak our secrets, we'll silence you. He looked a little concerned, but still argued back. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Back in the present, he walked while telling Hua. After that, they dragged me to the clubroom to talk. Such a pain. I'm not interested in that kind of thing at all. Standing behind him, Hua smiled to herself. What at Sundara? She laughed at his story and said, even though I don't know all the details, everyone's secrets sound pretty shocking. But he replied coolly, yeah, totally unexpected. Good thing I didn't silence them. What a bunch of oddballs. Hua was so shocked, she nearly choked. Was he really seriously considering that? His eyes suddenly turned to the innocent look on the girl's face beside him. He couldn't help bursting into laughter. Chi-Woo was already handsome when he was cold and aloof, but when he laughed, his youthful charm became even more dazzling. She looked at him for a moment and suddenly realized, Chi-Woo. He seemed to smile a lot lately. He said gently and sincerely, I told you all this because I wanted to say that after being influenced by you, my life suddenly became a lot more interesting. So really, you don't need to apologize. Hearing that, Hua lowered her eyes, her cheeks reddening. This is so embarrassing, she thought. I was so stupid for avoiding him. The one who's always been shrinking back in embarrassment, being cautious, and not daring to move forward, was me. And that day, I was the one who did something foolish. I didn't think about things from his perspective at all. Maybe I made him feel a lot of pressure. I'm sorry. Hua looked up and recognized the familiar house. We're almost at my place. Suddenly, she ran inside, but not before telling him, don't leave yet. Wait for me a moment. Faced with her strange behavior, he looked baffled for a while. Not long after, she came back, holding something in her hands, and waved him over. Sorry to keep you waiting. She paused for a moment, both hands seeming to carefully hold onto something. His face turned to shock when she opened her palms. There was a tiny seed, carefully wrapped in a clear little packet. She asked hesitantly, this is Ausiu Lonlin envelope feng sin. His heart ached. I asked myself that too once. How wonderful it would have been if that plant had been given by Ao Wu from the very start. If it had been someone else instead, would anything really be different? Back with Chi-Woo and Hua, two cats nearby were just about to pounce on each other. Hua Yu hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is the seed my mother gave you." He replied, Holding the little seed in his hand, he asked in confusion, "Why are you giving it to me?" She answered, "Because." But before she could finish, there was suddenly a rustling sound beside them. The two cats had now tangled together fiercely, and the air filled with loud, piercing meows. The sudden commotion startled both of them badly. Meow, meow, meow. One mischievous cat kicked the seed out of Chi Wu's hand with a meow. Seeing that, Hua Yu cried out in alarm, the seed, but it was already too late. The seed had fallen down the steps and disappeared. A while later, the two of them were both searching hard for the tiny seed. He stole a glance at her. She was still searching intently, unable to keep from feeling anxious. Where on earth did it fall? Once it gets darker, it'll be even harder to find. Stupid bad kitty. He said casually, "If we can't find it, then forget it." At once she objected strongly. "No." He was silent for a moment, then said, "If you're giving it to me as compensation, then I don't want it. I don't want to accept it." Then came another apology. Hearing that, Hua Yu turned back and looked at him in surprise. He continued to explain, "Back then, that seed was the last comfort my grandfather had. I really was grateful for it. I've already heard you say that before. I want to hear something else. Your real thoughts, for example." By now the sky had gone dark, and the air suddenly became quiet. Hua Yu sighed as she looked at him, standing there deep in thought. Her eyes lowered, and her heart too seemed full of thoughts. She walked over to where he stood, rested her hands on the railing, and said, "You've misunderstood. It's not compensation or anything." Hearing that, he silently looked at her while the rustling of leaves drifting from the branches echoed around them. She continued, "To be honest, I was really scared of you at first. I always felt like you were fierce all the time." He replied softly, It was all just a misunderstanding. I even wondered whether someone with a personality like yours had any friends at all. But later, when you willingly shared your secret with me, I realized I'd made the same kind of mistake you had. You're actually a very gentle person. I think from that moment on, we became friends." Her words left him stunned. There were so many differences between them, but also so many similarities. "My friend, my real friend." Hua Yu lifted the seed strung on her necklace and said, "This seed carries far too much meaning. My family, Feng Exen, the shop owner, the flower shop, and you too. It's also what deeply tied our fates together. So this gift is a blessing, a present, not compensation, and not returning something to its old owner." She lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, then continued, "And there's gratitude in it too." At that moment, he also strode toward her. She said to him clearly, "Thank you for liking me, but I can't return your feelings because I can't think of Feng Xin as just a friend anymore. So I want to give you this seed. It will definitely bring you real happiness, and you'll always be the friend I treasure most." Hearing this, Chi Wu froze. He had never imagined that one day he would hear words like these from her. The air suddenly fell silent, with only the rustling of leaves remaining. The two stood facing each other without saying a word. After a while, he lowered his face and, suppressing the hurt in his heart, said, "You really are something, not even giving me a chance to say those words first." She seemed to realize that what she had just said had hurt him, so she awkwardly said, "I'm sorry," but before she could finish, he pinched both her cheeks. Still wearing that composed expression, he said calmly, "I told you I don't want to hear apologies." He took the chance to stare at the little pout of her lips on that adorable face, then sadly looked away. He let go of her cheeks. Suddenly, with an evasive look in his eyes, he said, "I already made plans with Chun Zhou and the others. When spring comes, we're going to visit the botanical garden. After summer vacation, the shop will probably get a lot more orders too. My parents sent me pictures from the city they traveled to. It looked beautiful. I was thinking I'd go there too when I have time. I'm also planning to grow some new plants in the garden. When they bloom, I'll definitely show them to everyone." Hearing this, Hua Yu replied, "I see." He continued, "I suddenly realized there are so many things I still want to do." Then Chi Wu walked around behind her, which left her a little confused. She looked at the boy's back as he seemed to be searching for something. A few seconds later, he held up the seed the two of them had thought was lost. A bright smile spread across his lips as he said, "I got it back. Even if you regret it now, it's too late." At a glance, she recognized the seed. A A smile immediately appeared on her lips too, and her voice rose as gently as the wind. It belonged to you in the first place. Night fell, and the streetlights came on. Hua Yu saw that Chi Wu was still strolling leisurely down the road and quickly asked, "You're only heading home this late?" Hearing that, Chi Wu answered honestly, I signed up to do volunteer work for the school, so I can only help out at the shop before New Year's." Hua Yu showed him her phone screen with a schedule already opened. Chi Wu glanced at it, then said, "Of course I'd be happy if you came, but your parents don't have any objections?" Hua Yu smiled and answered no. They're always away on business anyway. Then, shyly, she held the phone up near her chin and lowered her face slightly. "If I go home, I'll just be sitting around killing time. It's more fun here." One look from Chi Wu was enough for him to understand the real issue. He stuck a finger into his ear and wiggled it. All right, I get it." Then he bluntly voiced what he was thinking. "Let me say this first. None of that lovey-dovey stuff in the shop, got it? I'm not going to bless the two of you." Caught red-handed, Hua Yu's face flushed bright red, and her phone even slipped from her hand onto the ground. That's not what I meant at all." Her cheeks were burning, and sweat trickled down with them. Hua Yu raised both hands in an X to show how serious she was. "Don't worry. I'll put work first. I won't think about anything else for now." Seeing how determined she was, Chi Wu felt a little guilty. "Still, there's no need to do that just because of my relationship with you." Hua Yu pressed her lips together and cut him off. "That's not it." Chi Wu also realized he had misspoken. Just now, his own words had startled even himself. Just thinking of her threw his mind into chaos. Before he could get a handle on his emotions, keeping a little distance was probably for the best. Hua Yu waved goodbye to Chi Wu and started up the stairs, then reassured him one more time, "Anyway, don't worry. I won't let it affect Feng Xin. Head home." He stood still for a moment, his handsome face expressionless. Suddenly he called out loudly, "Hey you, why are you being so cautious and timid? Seriously, you're way too chicken." Hua Yu froze at his words. She turned to explain, "That's not being timid. It's just..." Suddenly, a hand shot out and grabbed her. Startled, Hua Yu turned around, and it was Feng Xin. He looked like he had just run here at top speed. He was breathing hard, and his cheeks were flushed red. Hua Yu was just as surprised to see him there. "Feng Xin, que will find surprise." Oh, not pretending anymore. Without saying a word, Feng Xin grabbed Hua Yu's hand and pulled her away. She only had time to cry out, Hey. And then, to her surprise, Feng Xin said, "How chaotic does my mind have to get before you'll stop thinking this won't affect me?" Hua Yu froze for a few seconds, and then guilt crept in. Looking at Feng Xion's back, she suddenly realized he heard all of it. Now only Chi Wu was left standing alone in the night. The winter night was cold and lonely. His lowered lashes covered part of his bright eyes. The seed given to him by the girl he liked now seemed like the only warmth in his hand. He clenched his fist. His feelings for her would probably linger in his heart for quite a while longer. It seemed only much later would he be able to smile and let it all go. Then suddenly, he heard someone crying beside him. When he turned to look, he discovered it was a little boy with a very sad expression, clutching a flower pot in his arms. That little boy seemed to be Chi Wu as a child. He patted the boy's head to comfort him, then shared the seed in his hand. "Look, we have a brighter seed now." It was as if the boy had seen a new hope. His face brightened a little. The boy asked uncertainly, "Will it grow up healthy this time?" Chi Wu crouched down and looked at the little pot. He planted the seed in the soil himself, and with it, planted hope for himself as well. The seed lay quietly in the earth, waiting only for the right conditions to sprout. The boy stared intently at the flower pot. In a short time, a young shoot broke through the shell and emerged. And before long, it'll grow up strong and healthy. Chi Wu answered the little boy's question. It was like a promise to the seed of feeling he had planted in his own relationship. The wind rose with a rustling sound, just like Feng Xion's mood at that moment. He led Hua Yu by the hand down the street. The streetlights cast their shadows onto the wall. After walking for quite a distance, she was already getting tired. Hua Yu was about to turn around to see whether Chi Wu had left yet, but Feng Xion suddenly covered her eyes. He wrapped an arm around to cover Hua Yu's eyes, and at the same time, took the chance to pull her into his arms. Lowering his head close to her face, he said, "Could you not turn around yet?" At such close range, her heart suddenly began to race. The two of them stood there facing each other like that, embarrassed. Hua Yu wanted to pull his hand away and stammered, Feng. Unfortunately, before she could finish, Feng Xin nearly made her stop breathing. She struggled helplessly. Hey. After a while, the two stopped beside a vending machine, and Huayu bought a bottle of soda. She handed the drink to Feng Xin, but turned her face away shyly. Are you feeling better now? He lowered his head, took the bottle, and replied, yes. Feng Xin pulled his hood low over his head, blushing as he remembered what had just happened. He had run so long that he was out of breath, and then went and did something so embarrassing right in front of her. When Huayu turned back and noticed the way he looked, she couldn't hold back her laughter. Feng Xin was startled when he realized she was laughing at him and looked up. He had just opened the bottle and hadn't even had a sip yet when he stammered, Don't laugh, please. Huayu tried hard to hold it in as she explained, I don't want to laugh either, but haha. Feng Xin, what are you laughing so happily? Then reached into his pocket for something. After searching for a while, he took out a gift and handed it to Huayu. Here. Feng Xin felt that simply saying sorry wasn't sincere enough, so he thought he should add a small gift. His cheeks were still pink, whether from not fully recovering or from embarrassment. It was hard to tell. About what happened at school. I am sorry. Okay, please forgive me, senior. Huayu was touched by Feng Xin's earnest words. She reached out and accepted the gift. Through the wrapping, she could see an incredibly cute hamster keychain. You rushed all the way over here because of this? Feng Xin answer honesti, mama. If you say you weren't, I wouldn't believe it. His sudden change in tone made Huayu feel guilty. Just now you were saying you wanted to draw a clear line between us, but that's obviously not what you really feel. Feng Xin went on sadly. You must be really disappointed in me. And if I made you upset enough for it to carry over into the next day, then my crime is really serious. Huayu pondered for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, she started whacking Feng Xin on the head over and over with the gift he had just given her. That's right. I'm very disappointed. If you knew that, then don't say things like that. He didn't resist at all and just took the blows. That's why I came straight here as soon as class ended, to explain it clearly. Feng Xin still kept his head lowered, his lashes drooping heavily. His thumbs rubbed against each other restlessly. When I said that, it wasn't because I thought it wasn't worth remembering, but because... At this point, Feng Xin hesitated a little. I started doubting my own existence. Hearing that, Huayu thought she must have misheard and exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Feng Xin still didn't lift his head as he continued. When he was little, he had been an incredibly adorable child. Since I was young, I've been very good at reading between the lines and reading people's expressions, because I knew that would make more people accept me. He always wore a smile, but no one knew how tangled up his heart really was. But the more goodwill I got from people, the harder it became for me to say no. His honest words made Huayu feel guilty. I realized a long time ago that Chi Wu likes you. The wind passed through the treetops with a rustling sound, and the stillness of the winter night made the scene feel even colder. Feng Xin continued, I thought I could deal with this just like I deal with everything else. But when I stood behind the wall and saw you and him laughing and talking together, I felt terrible. The two of you have so much space to be together, at school, at the shop. Feng Xin felt deeply wronged that every time he met her, he couldn't even talk to her freely. But I only get to talk to you for a few words during this brief final year of high school. At first, I could still smile. I wanted to pretend nothing was wrong, but the unease in my heart just kept growing. Gradually, he couldn't even force the corners of his mouth up anymore. Most importantly, remembering the times he had upset Huayu, he could still see the emotions on her face. I'm the one who made you look like that. Even his friends, seeing him so gloomy, finally spoke up. You just said the wrong thing. Do you really need to keep dwelling on it like this? Exactly. Aren't you supposed to be good at handling this kind of thing? Feng Xin lay collapsed on his desk, unmoving. Right? I'm supposed to be good at dealing with this sort of thing. That's the problem. He raised his gloomy face. With other things, I can go along with whatever. But this one thing I can't. Turning to Huayu, Feng Xin said, but you were the one who said you wanted to understand me better. So if I tell you now, don't get scared, okay? Huayu stammered back. What? What is it? Feng Xin swallow, then let out a sigh. His cheeks flushed red again, and word by word, his small mouth slowly forced it out. The truth is, I'm really insecure and selfish. Feng Exin shyly turned his face away. At that moment, a little girl entered the frame asking for food. "Mom, I want roasted sweet potato." Her mother answered gently. "Let's go home, wash your hands, and then eat, okay?" Out of habit, Feng Exin lifted a hand and rubbed his nose a few times. The words he had just spoken still seemed to echo in the air. "The truth is, I'm really insecure and selfish." Hua Yu stared at him for a long while without saying anything. Then suddenly she stepped closer, making the boy, who hadn't had time to react, flinch back instinctively. Seeing her come even closer, Feng Exin hurriedly tried to keep his distance. What are you doing?" Hua Yu smiled brightly, like cherry blossoms in bloom. She sat down beside him and sighed. "All right then, I forgive you." Hearing the answer he wanted, Feng Exin couldn't hide his happiness. Hua Yu looked behind them and said with feeling, "Look, from here you can even see roads far away." He also lifted his gaze into the distance. The city was filled with lights shining brightly in the night, and from this spot it really was easy to see the whole view. Feng Exin responded, "Yes, just like what we saw back then." Hua Yu stole a glance at Feng Exin and sank into her own thoughts. Since when had she started to realize it? Whom exactly was her heart thinking of? She wasn't even sure herself. Could have been when she and he sat together on the swing beneath the cherry blossoms? Or when he rested his chin on one hand, tilted his head, looked at her, and said, "The one who really changed you is yourself." Or when that boy coldly said such hurtful things. When you call out to him, he'll definitely remember it too. Could have been when she saw that dazzling, sunshine-bright smile of his. Or maybe it was even before she knew that he was him. Hua Yu looked up at the sky. The stars sparkled warmly, gentle as the universe itself. As I look at them, I realize they had already long since etched themselves across every corner of my sky. Then she looked at the boy in front of her and thought, what you call reading between the lines and reading people's expressions was really just your way of gathering a little more kindness around yourself. There was only a brick's distance between them, yet some invisible bond could still be felt. I once wondered, too, whether my gratitude toward you came from my own dependence when no one else was there to help me, or whether there was something more mixed into it. Hua Yu stared into the empty space ahead, her eyes unfocused. Maybe it was both. There's nothing I can do about it now. That's why I try to draw a line under these feelings. Only then did Hua Yu speak, drawing Feng Exin's attention. "I think, no matter whether it's now or the past, no matter where we met, no matter whether you were like you are now," the two sat facing each other and looked into one another's eyes. Hua Yu said sincerely, "I would still be drawn to you." Hearing those words, Feng Exin was utterly shocked. What he felt in that moment was impossible to put into words. Suddenly, Feng Exin lowered his head, his whole body trembling, and Hua Yu became very worried. "What's wrong with you?" But in the very next second, he burst into laughter. Turning to her with a radiant smile, he said, "That's so like you, Senior. You always say things so directly that I can't handle it." Hua Yu explained calmly, "I was afraid that if I didn't say it, someone would start doubting himself again." She felt rather proud of herself for having just untied the knot in Feng Exin's heart. The boy obediently replied, "I won't be like that anymore." Feng Exin clasped his hands together under his chin as if he were thinking about something. He nudged Hua Yu with his shoulder. "There's still something else I want to tell you." Feng Exin said shyly, "Actually, I heard your whole conversation with Chi Wu." Hua Yu jolted. "What?" Angrily, she punched Feng Exin. You were eavesdropping?" Knowing he was in the wrong, he meekly took the blows. "It wasn't on purpose. It was just a coincidence. I couldn't exactly interrupt while you two were talking, could I? Besides, I was afraid that was just an excuse you were making up." Hua Yu snapped. "Do I look like that kind of person?" Feng Exin felt a chill run down his spine. "Of course not. I was wrong. He gently reached out and caught her fist. Then, taking the opportunity, he held her hand as well. Hua Yu blushed, her whole body stiffening. Feng Exin looked at her cautiously and asked, "So, can you wait for me a little longer?" Hua Yu. On a bright sunny day, a flock of birds flew back and forth around the area, making it feel lively. On the branches, two little birds chirped merrily. Hua Yu was lying in her room, under the shade of the trees, listening to the birds chirping. Suddenly, she raised a hand and pinched her own cheek. The pain made her cry out in irritation. It really hurt. She sat up, looking completely disheveled. Her cheek was red from the pinch just now. She picked up the stuffed squirrel and stared at it blankly. But when she looked at it, her eyes gradually began to shine. At that moment, the image of a man appeared in her mind. It felt so real, yet she was still aware that it was almost like a dream. Everything felt hazy and unreal. Then she suddenly pulled the curtains open to let the light stream in. Daily life went on as usual. Our lives continued normally. Just then, as she was looking out the window at the scenery outside, a sound caught her attention and made her look down. A sender's name appeared on her phone, XI. She hesitated a little as she looked at the message on the screen. Then she unlocked her phone and started texting. Your academy? It's in the Dongpei building. Okay, I'll remember that. Our school is organizing a visit to your academy next week. You're coming to my school? You're very welcome. Yeah, I already signed up as a volunteer. At the end of the message was a rather cute sticker. Wait for me. As she read the message, joy welled up in her heart. Her cheeks flushed red, and the feeling of anticipation was fresh and exciting. While she was still thinking about it, her phone chimed again. It was another message from him. Actually, I just thought of something. She read it, full of curiosity, wondering what it could be. Then she replied, What is it? On the other side, Fong Xin was sitting there typing out his messages to her. Talk! The sound of typing could be heard. He sat on the bed, and from his side came a rustling noise for some reason. Hearing the movement, he walked to the window and pulled the curtain aside. The bright sunlight shone straight onto his face. Down below the window, Chi-Wu was using a shovel to dig up the soil. Fong Xin was very curious about what he was digging for, but he said nothing and simply watched in silence. Chi-Wu kept rustling around in the soil below. Suddenly the light disappeared, so Chi-Wu turned around. When he realized it was Fong Xin, he hurriedly said, You're blocking the light. At some point, Fong Xin had already come downstairs and walked over to him. Even after being reminded, he still said nothing, only seeming somewhat gloomy. Seeing his unusual expression, Chi-Wu didn't know what to do either, so he sat there quietly and fell silent too. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit stifling, Chi-Wu spoke up to ease it. Is something wrong? If there's nothing, before he could finish, Fong Xin grabbed his hand, leaving him a little flustered and unsure what to do. Fong Xion's face was bright red now, and sweat was pouring down it. He clutched Chi-Wu's hand anxiously and said earnestly, Please beat me up. His actions made Chi-Wu freeze for a moment, feeling that something was very strange. He shook Fong Xion's hand off and shouted irritably, Have you gone crazy? Not caring that Chi-Wu seemed a little frightened by what he was doing, Fong Xion continued pleading, Ever since I was little, you've always beaten me up. Suddenly, I really missed that feeling. In shock, Chi-Wu yelled in fear, Stay away from me, you pervert. In the end, Fong Xion let go of him, but he still continued, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Just hit me as much as you want. You can stop once you're not mad anymore. Chi-Wu's expression was awkward, and even the sweat on his face couldn't hide it. But after hearing that, he did calm down a little. Looking at him calmly, Chi-Wu asked, Is this because of Huayu? At the mention of her name, Fong Xion's face instantly turned red again. Embarrassed by the question, he lowered his head. Unable to hide it anymore, he decided to tell Chi-Wu what he had been keeping in his heart. What I'm about to say may be something you don't want to hear, but I still feel like I need to say it. Chi-Wu kept that same calm expression and sat listening. Looking at him with eyes full of determination, Fong Xion said, So if you're angry, just hit me. But I won't give up. Chi-Wu remained dazed, sitting there listening to him ramble on. I'll keep pursuing her. I just want to do my best to catch up to her. Chi-Wu's brows furrowed slightly, and his gaze sharpened a little. He raised his hand. Fong Xion thought he was about to be hit, so he shut his eyes tightly and braced himself. But unexpectedly, Chi-Wu merely placed his hand on his head and ruffled his hair, making him look like a child. Fong Xion sat there obediently, letting Chi-Wu pat his head like he was soothing a little kid. He had no idea why, so he looked up at him in confusion. Still ruffling his hair, Chi-Wu said, At least now, you're a little less annoying to look at. His expression was incredibly gentle, and his voice was soft, as though he were comforting him. When they were little, Fong Xion had always been loved by everyone around him. He brought the toy models he had collected to play with his friends. Look, these are all the precious models I've collected. The children around him all marveled in admiration. From the other side, Chi-Wu saw him having a great time playing with the others. Although he had a book in his hand, his ears were still tuned in to the conversation over by Feng Xian. Especially this one. It's my favorite. It's so pretty. Let me play with it too. Because the toy was so beautiful, they began tugging back and forth over it. After struggling for a while, someone suddenly cried out. The wooden toy boat fell to the ground and snapped cleanly in two. Feng Xian looked worriedly at the broken toy lying on the ground. His friends panicked too. What do we do now? That's Feng Xian's favorite toy. But then Feng Xian acted like nothing had happened and said, it's fine. No need to panic. Chi Wu, standing nearby with his book, couldn't help but marvel. You're really something, little brother. In front of the toy store display, both the model car and the wooden boat were priced at 110. The two brothers fished a few bills and some coins out of their pockets. Pointing inside, Feng Xian happily said, I remember you really like this car, right? Chi Wu, puzzled, pointed at the wooden boat and asked, don't you want this one? Fang Xin Green Bodali. I don't want it anymore. Chi Wu stood to the side, dumbfounded, unable to figure out what his little brother really liked. After that, Chi Wu held the model car they had just bought in his arms. On the way home, he kept secretly watching Feng Xian's expression. Then he blurted out, you idiot. Feng Xian still walked beside him. In the flower garden, Chi Wu said, don't think your brother is that weak, okay? Chi Wu sat in the flower garden, chin resting on his hand, gazing ahead. Feng Xian looked at him in surprise. Chi Wu continued, I can accept being compared to myself, but none of that changes how I feel about you. As he spoke, Feng Xian sat very seriously, both hands on his knees, listening. At that point, Chi Wu suddenly turned to look at him without saying anything. Feng Xian's eyes were wide open, round and fixed on him. Chi Wu had been about to say something, but then he looked away and said, forget it, as long as you understand what I mean. Hearing that, Feng Xian suddenly seemed to understand something. His eyes lit up, and he said happily, I got it. You'll always be my good big brother. Seeing his excited expression and bright smile, Chi Wu wearily covered his face with a hand, lowered his head, and said, all right, shut up. Then he went back to what he had been doing, skillfully covering the soil with both hands. Feng Xian sat nearby, playing with a white butterfly. Suddenly, Chi Wu turned to look at him and said, actually, I'd already expected this outcome, because from the very beginning, the person she always wanted to find was you. Having his feelings exposed so directly, Feng Xian immediately blushed. Chi Wu continued, honestly, I was a little surprised that she likes you. But I also understand. At that point, he lowered his face, his eyes carrying a faint sadness, and said, because what I am to her expectations and what she is to you aren't the same. Feng Xian sat there blankly and asked, not the same? It seems like you have feelings for her too, but because she doesn't like you, you don't want to force it. Seeing that he didn't quite understand, Chi Wu explained, it's about entering the magic in her heart. Then he continued, it's something she created herself. As he spoke, Chi Wu suddenly stopped covering the soil and raised a hand. His hand was still covered in dirt. In a serious voice, he said so. Then he suddenly grabbed Feng Xian by the shoulder with that dirt-covered hand and coldly added, if you little brat dare not be completely serious about this. Feng Xian cut him off in a rush. I volunteer to become fertilizer. But inwardly, all he could think was, my clothes. Chi Wu removed his hand from Feng Xian's shoulder. Feng Xian brushed at his clothes, then looked at him, huffed, and said, could you not look down on me so much? Chi Wu replied lazurely, oh, then help me bring over the watering can. So Feng Xian brought it over to him. Watching Chi Wu water the soil, he asked innocently, what kind is this? I've never seen it before. Chi Wu said calmly, Hua seed. HM? She didn't tell you? Hearing that, Feng Xian's face darkened. Chi Wu gleefully teased him. Haha, so you didn't know? She gave me the one and only seed. At that, Feng Xian turned his back, took out his phone and looked at it. Then he clenched his fist, trembling, and tears began to flow. Pretending not to care, he said, forget it. If she did that, she must have her reasons. I'm a grown man. It's just a seed. Seeing his little brother putting on such an act, Chi Wu ignored him and said nothing. Even so, Feng Xian still cracked one eye open and secretly stared at that seed. He crouched down and looked at it properly. His eyes turned bright again as he said, when I remembered the first time I saw her sitting here, timid and unable to say anything, I suddenly thought of you. The moment he said that, it was like he had hit Chi Wu's sore spot. Chi Wu clenched his hand into a fist and smacked him hard on the head, angrily saying, "Having just been hit," Feng Xian immediately slipped into teasing mode and hurriedly said, "Sorry, sorry." Chi Wu looked at him and explained with a calm expression, "I wanted to hand the seed over to her." That's the thought that suddenly came into my head back then. Hearing that, Chi Wu seemed a little satisfied and smiled. Feng Xian suddenly asked, "What will this little cutie look like when it grows up?" Caught off guard by the question, Chi Wu let out a small "Chem." He looked at Feng Xian tenderly, imagined what it would be like when fully grown, and said, "It'll probably grow into a tree full of blossoms." Feng Xian looked at him cheerfully and said naturally, that suits you perfectly." Chi Wu looked at it and smiled, his cheeks faintly tinged pink. Feng Xian turned to look at him and said, "I finally understand where the appeal of that seed lies." Chi Wu looked puzzled by that. Feng Xian folded his arms over his knees and lay down lightly, saying, "The way you two look at it is honestly mesmerizing. Even I feel moved." Then he suddenly started messing around again and turned to say something to Chi Wu in a teasing tone. His behavior left Chi Wu utterly helpless. Chi Wu's face darkened, and he trembled with annoyance as he said, "Why do you always say such disgusting things?" Feng Xian put on an innocent face and said, "I'm being straightforward. This is called being straightforward." Then the two brothers started bickering again. Disgusting. Straightforward. Disgusting. Straightforward. One said disgusting. The other insisted it was straightforward, and the two of them just kept arguing like that. Chi Wu turned off the water and said calmly, "I really hope I can take care of this seed until it blooms as soon as possible." Feng Xian was a little surprised. "Huh? You can't?" As he spoke, he lifted a hand to his head. Turning his face away, Chi Wu said, "Do you think this is something you can just learn? Besides, it's not that simple to succeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't long for it this much." Feng Xian blushed from what he said. He stood up, one hand scratching his head while the other clenched slightly. "Oh, a rare item." Chi Wu continued, "You could put it that way." Then Feng Xian said to him, "The guidance method your mother gave before. She rejected it." Chi Wu shouted in confusion. "Hey, why?" His eyes were full of incomprehension. Feng Xian slowly said, "She said." As he spoke, he remembered that mother, a very beautiful and fashionable woman. Recalling that time, her words had been, "Right now, you're still not qualified." Back then, Chi Wu's face had been covered in large and small injuries. The corners of his mouth were scraped, and there was even a bandage stuck to his face. At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew past, making his hair flutter. Feng Xian continued, "But now, you should be qualified." Feng Xian looked at him tenderly. Chi Wu patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Definitely." And so the two brothers smiled happily at each other. Patting Feng Xian's shoulder, Chi Wu added with a touch of disdain, "By the way, just a reminder, your hair is still very fragile." As he said that, he curled his lips into a grin. Feng Xian immediately blushed in embarrassment. "Oomph." Then he shouted in frustration, "Why is it all dirt?" In a room decorated with flowers and leaves, Chi Wu sat at the table pouring a full glass of milk. A phone was tucked between his ear and shoulder as he listened. After pouring the milk, he walked to the refrigerator and opened it. Over the phone, he asked in confusion, "The plan? Same as usual?" At that moment, a hand plucked down a banana leaf. Feng Xian and Hua Yu were standing beneath the leaves, and the voice on the line continued. "They have something to do. Don't know. Don't want to say. Very good. He's here. Ha ha. Doesn't that sound like a guilty conscience?" Feng Xian and Hua Yu stood under the tree canopy, eavesdropping. No. I don't like doing this kind of thing." At that moment, Hua Yu took out her phone and tapped at it. Feng Xian also peeked over to look. "Have fun, everyone. Got it. Hanging up now." Then from the other end came the disconnected signal. Beep, beep. On the other side was a very beautiful woman. She snorted, "You brat." Then she said calmly, "This time, it's not up to you." Meanwhile, Chi Wu was strolling leisurely through the house. He suddenly turned his head to the side and let out a sigh. Looking out the window, he said, "Forget it. I'm used to it anyway." Then he noticed voices coming from outside the flower shop. "This shop is really roomy. We're not the first customers today, are we?" A whole group of people crowded inside and said excitedly, "Sorry about this." "So it really is true. Then you should hurry up and support this little business." It's as deserted as a temple. "So when's the right time to pray for blessings?" Caught off guard by the question, Chi Wu turned around. Pray for blessings? The girl happily held out a picture on her phone and said, that's right. It's a team-building activity. People say this place is very spiritually effective. You can get whatever you pray for. And it's not far from here. A little flustered, Chi Wu hurriedly said, so you guys just came here to buy flowers? She replied calmly, that's right. What else? Meanwhile, her friends were already chattering excitedly about the flower pots around them. This flower is so cute. Feeling awkward, Chi Wu sighed and said, Then he lowered his face slightly in embarrassment. She continued, take us there with you. Chi Wu scratched his face awkwardly. Then he looked at them with an embarrassed expression and said, I kind of want to go pray for something too. Like booming business. At that, her eyes lit up. She turned to her friends behind her and gave them a thumbs up. Chi Wu then trotted inside. Wait for me a moment. He went in and locked the door. At that moment, Feng Xian and Hua Yu were hiding behind the trellis, whispering to each other. They're gone? They're gone. Then Hua Yu turned to Feng Xian and said, action. Feng Xian cheerfully replied, yes. She moved closer to the bag of supplies and took something out, and he helped her. Suddenly, while they were getting things out, something caught their attention and they turned to look. A noise had come from upstairs. They whispered to each other, isn't that the direction of the landlady's room? Hua Yu looked a little scared and started imagining things. Did some small animal get in? Or is it a thief? Feng Xian, on the other hand, innocently asked, would either of those be okay? At the temple for blessings, they had come to pray for various things. One by one, people made their wishes. Some prayed, please let me pass my exams. Money, I want to be rich. Some prayed, bless me with Emperor tier luck. At that moment, Chi Wu stood in a place filled with wish charms. Standing below, he looked up at the little charms hanging from the tree. Suddenly, something seemed to draw his attention. He stepped forward and reached out to take down a wooden blessing plaque. Just then, Xiao Jinling walked over, hands on her hips, and said in a weary tone, I don't really dare believe in this stuff anymore. Hearing that, Chi Wu turned around in surprise and asked, why? Looking at the plaques hanging on the tree, she said, not a single wish I've written has ever come true. Of all the ones hanging here, how many are just pointless? Chi Wu pondered for a moment, then said, but in the end, he put on that cheerful expression again and said, even if it doesn't come true, that doesn't mean it has no meaning. She turned back to him in slight surprise. Chi Wu slowly raised his hand and said, I actually think there are still many possibilities in this world. He closed his eyes and felt the moment, speaking as he stretched his hand out again. Or maybe one day, through some unexpected form, it will come true. As he said this, he opened his eyes. In his hand was a colorful flower. With a carefree smile, he said, so let's not be so quick to deny it. It's enough to believe. Then he tucked the flower he was holding into the hanging wish plaque, looking thoroughly satisfied. After that, he hummed a few notes and walked away. She stared at his actions in slight surprise. Oh, she looked up. Suddenly, her face flushed red, and her expression turned awkward and embarrassed. The flower he had placed on that prayer plaque was glowing. Confused, she said, did he just do magic? Over on Feng Xian and Hua Yu's side, things weren't much better. They were so shocked by what was in front of them that they screamed, their faces covered in sweat. Their expressions darkened as they stammered. There's a leg sticking out of the door there. Then suddenly someone cried out, is that dried shrimp? The thing beneath the giant flower let out a sound. Meow. By the well, drops of water trickled down into it. Xiao Jinling and her friends were chatting cheerfully as they skipped along. Let's go walk over there again. Okay, sure, charge. He stood off to the side watching them, his face completely expressionless. At that moment, Chi Wu's face reddened slightly. He said, go talk to them. But in the end, he still couldn't do it. Forget it. Just then, one of the boys walked over and said, I think it's getting kind of dark, so I'm heading home first. You guys keep walking around. Hearing that, Xiao Jinling said in surprise, huh? She and the others all spoke up at once. No, don't go yet. We want to go over there and take some pictures. He said calmly, you've already gone around 3 times. Hearing that, they turned away awkwardly. The boy beside him whispered in his ear, that's just how they are. We could just stay behind them. At that moment, they all huddled together, looking at her phone and whispering, is Hua Yu still not done? I already asked, but she said calmly. She hasn't replied. Over on Hua Yu's side, something suddenly fell into the water with a splash. Feng Xin reacted quickly and grabbed it, making the creature squeal, eek. He said happily, finally caught you. He looked at the little flower spirit and said, what weird toy did Makai make this time? Suddenly, the little flower spirit kicked his hand hard, making him cry out in pain. Hey, don't kick. That hurts. Then a thought flashed through his mind. Right? He hurriedly turned and asked, Sister Huayu, are you okay? Behind him, she was lying on a pile of flowers on the ground. Helplessly, he said, Hey, why did you suddenly go limp? The floor's really cold. Suddenly, she cried out in panic, I've caused huge trouble. Once Chi-Wu gets back, he's definitely going to explode. And the boss too. Ha, he said helplessly. The whole plan's been thrown off. Before they come back, we probably won't be able to finish. But before he could finish, she cut him off. Even so, he still looked at her with a bright smile, his eyes full of affection. If only we could turn back time. She was still lying there on the cold floor, covered in flowers. He slowly crouched down, picked up a flower, placed it on her head, and said cheerfully, If you keep lying there, we really won't have enough time. Beside them, the little flower's spirit hovered in the air. Hearing that, she turned to look at him. He continued, Honestly, I don't think it's as dramatic as you think. From what I know about Annie, you can never really be sure what kind of plan she has in mind. Seeing her stay silent and downcast, he quickly changed the subject. Besides, look how cute this little guy is. He got up lightly and slowly held out his hand. Come on, let's keep setting things up. A little shy and embarrassed, she reached out to take his hand. Still wearing that cheerful expression, he said, After this little accident, I'll explain it to Chi-Wu. Beaming, he joked, and don't underestimate me either. I'm an accomplice too. Hearing that, she looked a little troubled. After that, she stood up and pulled her hand back. He suddenly looked startled by something. What? Accomplice? At that moment, Chi-Wu and Xiao Jinling had already returned. Walking over, he said, Didn't you two say you had something to do? Why are you both at the shop? Behind him, Xiao Jinling clasped her hands apologetically, as if saying sorry. She really couldn't keep it hidden. Feng Xin thought in confusion. Why are they back so early? One of the friends behind them whispered, Is this setup part of our original plan? Seeing how awkward the situation was, he turned and asked her, Why did you guys come here too? She put on an innocent, harmless look. Then he suddenly noticed something and froze with his mouth open. The little flower spirit from earlier suddenly poked its head out. He tried to catch it, but it was too fast and slipped away. It stomped on his hand and let out a cry of awe. The little flower spirit jumped straight onto his collar and clung there tightly. Everyone was shocked. Hey, what is that? It's so cute. Is this part of the plan too? Wow, a little magical surprise for love. All of them were stunned by the scene. Feng Xin suddenly looked toward Huayu and said happily, Look. She followed his gaze. Just then, the phone in his pocket started ringing. Ring. He took it out. On the screen were his parents, saying excitedly, Aya, so you noticed already? Wow, it looks so lively there right now. Looks like this little one really likes you. Looking at his parents, he said, Likes me? This gift. A little confused, he stammered, Gift? The little flower spirit was sitting on his shoulder now, smiling happily. His parents continued, We were worried you'd be lonely, so we specially asked it to keep you company. But it looks like Mom worried for nothing. Just as those words fell, a loud pop from a party cracker went off behind him, and he turned around in surprise. Everyone was holding party poppers. In unison, they shouted, Happy birthday! Huayu was holding a cake in her hands, while Xiao Jinling and her friend stood nearby, enjoying the excitement, some of them filming. Then his phone spoke again, Happy birthday, my little flower fairy, for Mom. Outside at night, the air was cool and fresh. Everyone was eagerly waiting to eat. Xiao Jinling's girlfriends took out their phones to snap selfies. He held the cake knife, but his hands were trembling non-stop, so much that he had to use both hands just to steady himself a little. Seeing that, Feng Xin sighed, and the little flower spirit on his shoulder also looked surprised. The others had already picked up their forks and were just waiting for the cake to be cut so they could start eating. Everyone looked excited. Someone couldn't help shouting, It looks so good, so good. He was still staring at the cake on the table, overwhelmed. Finally, he lifted a piece of cake in front of himself, then slowly put it into his mouth. The moment the cake touched his lips, he felt as though everything around him changed. It was as if he were in a place filled with flowers, a place where there was only him and the little flower spirit. While he was lost in that feeling, everyone else was already chattering. Let's take a group photo. Wow, the flowers here smell amazing. Wait, why is our birthday boy spacing out? Fong Xin turned his face away shyly. Just then, a little girl entered the frame, asking for food. "Mom, I want roasted sweet potato." Her mother replied gently, "Let's go home and wash your hands first, then you can eat. Okay?" Out of habit, Fong Xin rubbed his nose a few times. The words from earlier still seemed to echo in his ears. "The truth is, I really lack a sense of security. That's just too selfish." While you watched quietly for a long moment without saying anything. Suddenly, she moved closer, startling the boy, who instinctively leaned away before he could react. As Huayu came nearer and nearer, Fong Xin hurriedly tried to keep his distance. Sister, what are you doing?" Huayu smiled brightly, like a blooming cherry blossom. She sat down beside him and sighed. "All right then, I'll forgive you." Hearing the answer he had wanted, Fong Xin couldn't hide his happiness. Huayu looked behind them and said with wonder, "Look, you can see all the faraway roads from here." He also lifted his eyes and looked into the distance. The city was flooded with bright lights in the night. It really was easy to take in the whole view from where they were. Fong Xin replied, "Yeah, just like what we saw back then." Huayu stole a glance at Fong Xin. Lost in her thoughts, she wondered when exactly she'd begun to realize it. Whom was her heart thinking about? Even she wasn't sure. Could it have been when she and he sat together on the swing beneath the cherry blossoms? Or when he rested his chin on one hand, tilted his head toward her, and said, "The one who truly changed you is yourself"? Or perhaps when that boy coldly said those hurtful words, "When you call out to him, he'll definitely remember it too"? Could have been when she saw his dazzling, sunny smile. Or maybe even before that, when she still didn't know that he was him. While he looked up at the sky, the stars shone softly and warmly, like the universe itself, glowing with such gentleness. By the time I realized I was looking at them, they had already long been etched into every sky of my world. Then she looked at the boy in front of her and thought, what you call reading the air and reading people's expressions is really just your way of making the world around you a little kinder. The distance between them was only a brick's width, yet there seemed to be some invisible bond connecting them. I once wondered whether my gratitude toward you came from how much I relied on you when no one else was helping me, or whether there was also something more. While you stared into the empty space ahead, her eyes unfocused. Maybe it was both. I couldn't help it, so I finally made my feelings clear to myself. Only then did Huayu speak, drawing Fong Xin's attention. "I think, whether now or in the past, no matter where we met, no matter whether you were as you are now." The two of them sat facing each other, looking into one another's eyes. Huayu said sincerely, "I would still be drawn to you." Hearing those words, Fong Xin was utterly stunned. What he felt in that moment was beyond description. Suddenly, Fong Xin lowered his head, his whole body trembling, which made Huayu worry. "What's wrong with you?" But in the next second, he burst out laughing. Turning toward her with a radiant smile, he said, "As expected of you, sister. You're always so straightforward that I can never handle it." Huayu calmly explained, "I was afraid that if I didn't say it, someone might start doubting himself again." She felt proud that she had finally untied the knot in Fong Xin's heart. The boy obediently replied, "I won't be like that anymore." Fong Xin brought his hands together under his chin, as if thinking about something. He nudged Huayu with his shoulder. "There's still something I want to tell you." Embarrassed, Fong Xin said, "Actually, I heard your whole conversation with Brother Wu." Huayu jumped. "What?" Furious, she punched Fong Xin. "You actually eavesdropped?" Knowing he was in the wrong, he just endured the blows. "I didn't mean to. It was just a coincidence. It's not like I could interrupt while you two were talking. Besides, I was afraid it was only an excuse you made up." Huayu snapped. "Do I seem like that kind of person?" Fong Xin felt a chill run down his spine. "Of course not. I was wrong." He gently reached out and caught her fist, then naturally held her hand as well. Huayu blushed, her whole body going stiff. Looking at her cautiously, Fong Xin asked, "So, can you wait for me a little longer?" "Huayu?" On a bright sunny day, a flock of birds flew back and forth through the area, making it feel lively. Two birds perched on the branches, chirping merrily. Huayu was lying in her room under the shade of the trees, listening to the birds sing. Suddenly, she raised a hand and pinched her own cheek. The pain made her cry out in discomfort. "Ow, that hurts." She sat up in a messy state. Her cheek was red from the pinch. She picked up the stuffed squirrel and stared at it blankly. As she looked at it, her eyes began to glisten. In her thoughts appeared the image of a man. It felt so real, yet she still knew it was almost like a dream. She felt lightheaded, as if none of it were real. Then she abruptly pulled open the curtains to let the light flood in. Everyday life still went on as usual. Our daily lives continued on normally. As she stood there looking out the window, a sound drew her attention downward. On her phone, the sender's name appeared, Phone Exine. She hesitated a little as she looked at the message, but then she opened it. "Your academy is in the East Building, right? Okay, I remember now. Our school is organizing a visit to your academy next week. You'll be coming to my school? You're welcome anytime. I already signed up as a volunteer." At the end of the message was a rather cute sticker. "Wait for me." Reading the message made her heart fill with joy. Her cheeks flushed red, and the sense of anticipation felt fresh and new. As she was lost in thought, her phone chimed again. It was another message from him. "Now that I think about it, there's something else." She read it, full of curiosity, wondering what it could be. Then she texted back, "What is it?" On the other side was Phone Xin, sitting there typing out his message to her. The tapping of the keys sounded click, click. He sat on his bed when a rustling sound came from nearby. Hearing the noise, he went to the window and pulled the curtain open. The harsh sunlight shone directly onto his face. Below the window, Chi Wu was using a shovel to dig up the soil. Phone Xin was curious about what he was digging for, but he said nothing and just quietly watched. Chi Wu continued, rustling around in the dirt below. Suddenly the light was blocked, so he turned around. Seeing that it was Phone Xin, he quickly said, "You're blocking the light." At some point, Phone Xin had already come downstairs and walked over to him. Even after Chi Wu pointed it out, he still said nothing and instead grew strangely quiet. Noticing Phone Xin's unusual expression, Chi Wu didn't know what to do either, so he just sat there in silence too. Feeling the atmosphere grow a little stifling, Chi Wu spoke to ease it. "What's wrong?" "If there's nothing," before he could finish, Phone Xin grabbed his hand, leaving him flustered and unsure what to do. Phone Xin's face was bright red now, sweat pouring down it. Clutching Chi Wu's hand urgently, he pleaded earnestly, "Hit me." That made Chi Wu pause, finding it all very strange. He shook Phone Xin's hand off and shouted irritably, "Did you lose your mind?" Ignoring the fear in Chi Wu's eyes, Phone Xin kept pleading, "You used to beat me up when we were little." Suddenly, I really missed that feeling. Startled, Chi Wu shouted in horror, "Stay away from me, you pervert." At last Phone Xin let go, but he still continued, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Just hit me as much as you want, until you're not mad anymore." Chi Wu still looked flustered, and even the sweat on his face couldn't hide it. But after hearing those words, he gradually calmed down a little. Looking at him calmly, Chi Wu asked, "Is this because of Huayu?" At the mention of her name, Phone Xin's face instantly reddened again, and he lowered his head shyly. Unable to hide it any longer, he decided to tell Chi Wu everything he'd been keeping inside. "What I'm about to say might not be something you want to hear, but I still feel like I need to say it." Chi Wu kept that same calm expression and listened. Phone Xin looked at him, eyes full of resolve, and said, "So if you're angry, then hit me. But I won't give up." Chi Wu remained silent, still listening as Phone Xin rambled on. "I'll keep trying to pursue her. I just want to do my best to catch up to her." Chi Wu's brows drew together slightly, and his eyes sharpened. He raised his hand, and Phone Xin, thinking he was about to be hit, squeezed his eyes shut and braced himself. But instead, Chi Wu placed his hand on Phone Xin's head and gently ruffled his hair. At that moment, Phone Xin looked just like a child. He sat there obediently, letting Chi Wu pat his head like a little kid being comforted. He had no idea why, so he cautiously lifted his eyes to look at him. Still rubbing his head, Chi Wu said, "I guess you've become a little less annoying to me." His expression was incredibly gentle now, and his voice soft, as though he were trying to comfort him. When they were little, Phone Xin was loved by everyone around him. He brought over the toy models he had collected to play with his friends. "Look, These are all precious models I've collected. All the kids around him marveled in admiration, each one going, wow. From the other side, Chiwoo watched him having fun with the group. Even though he had a book in his hands, his ears were still tuned into the conversation around Feng Xian. Especially this one. It's my favorite. It's so pretty. Let me play with it. The toy was so beautiful that they started tugging it back and forth to get it from each other. Then suddenly, a cry rang out. The little wooden boat fell to the ground and snapped cleanly in two. Feng Xian looked worriedly at the broken toy on the ground. His friends also panicked. What do we do now? That's Feng Xian's favorite toy. But then he acted as if nothing had happened and said, it's fine. No need to panic. Standing to the side with his book, Chi-Woo couldn't help admiring him. You're something else, kid. In front of the toy store was a display area. Both the toy car and the wooden boat were priced the same, 110. The two brothers pulled a few paper bills and some coins from their pockets. Pointing inside, Feng Xian said cheerfully, I remember you really liked that car, right? A little confused, Chi-Woo pointed at the wooden boat and asked, don't you want this one? Feng Xian grinned and said, I don't want it anymore. Chi-Woo stood there in a daze, unable to understand what his little brother really liked after all. After that, he held the model car he had just bought in his arms. On the way back, he kept watching Chi-Woo's expression the whole time. Then he blurted out, you little idiot, while Chi-Woo still walked beside him. In the flower garden, Chi-Woo spoke up and said, don't think I'm that fragile, okay? He sat in the flower garden with his chin propped on his hand, eyes looking ahead. Feng Xian looked at him in slight surprise. He continued, I admit I compare myself to myself, but none of that affect how I feel about you. While he was speaking, Feng Xian sat very properly, both hands on his knees, listening carefully. At that point, Chi-Woo suddenly turned to look at him without saying anything. Feng Xian's eyes were still wide open, round and fixed on him. Chi-Woo had intended to say something, but then turned his face away and said, forget it. It's enough if you understand what I mean. Hearing that, Feng Xian suddenly seemed to get an idea, and his eyes lit up. He happily said, got it. You'll always be my good big brother. Seeing Feng Xian's excited expression and radiant smile, Chi-Woo tiredly raised a hand to cover his face, lowered his head, and said, all right, shut up already. Then he went back to what he was doing, skillfully covering the soil with both hands. Feng Xian sat beside him playing with a white butterfly. Suddenly, Chi-Woo turned to look at him and said, actually, I already expected this outcome. From the very beginning, the person she was always looking for was you. Since Chi-Woo had hit the nail right on the head, Feng Xian immediately flushed red with embarrassment. Chi-Woo continued, to be honest, I was a little surprised that she likes you, but I also understand. As he said this, he lowered his face, and there was a faint sadness in his eyes. Because what she expected from me and what she feels for you are not the same. Feng Xian sat there blankly and looked at him. Not the same. It seems like you also had feelings for her, but because she doesn't like you, you didn't want to force it. Seeing that Feng Xian didn't quite understand, Chi-Woo explained, that was only the magic she entered in her heart. He went on, it was created by her. At this point, Chi-Woo suddenly stopped covering the soil and raised his hand. Mud still clung to it as he said seriously so. Then he abruptly grabbed Feng Xian's shoulder with that dirt-covered hand and coldly said, if you little brat dare to be even a little insincere. Feng Xian cut him off at once and hurriedly said, I'll willingly become fertilizer. But inwardly, he was only thinking about his shirt. Chi-Woo took his hand off Feng Xian's shoulder, and Feng Xian immediately brushed at his clothes. He looked at Chi-Woo, snorted, and said, could you stop looking down on me like that? Chi-Woo leisurely replied, bring me the watering can over there. So Feng Xian brought over the watering can, and, while watching Chi-Woo water the soil, asked foolishly, what kind is this? I've never seen it before. Chi-Woo calmly said, Hua Yu seeds. HM, she didn't tell you. At that, Feng Xian's face darkened. Chi-Woo happily teased him. So you didn't know? She gave me the only seed. Hearing that, Feng Xian turned his back, picked up his phone to look at it, then clenched his hand so tightly it trembled, and tears started streaming down. Pretending not to care, Feng Xian said, forget it. If she did that, she must have had her reasons. I'm a grown man. It's just one seed. Seeing his younger brother putting on airs like that, Chi-Woo ignored him and said nothing. Even so, Feng Xian still squinted with one eye and kept peeking at that seed. He crouched down fully to look at it. His eyes shimmered as he said, when I remember how she was sitting here the first time I saw her, timid and unable to speak, I suddenly think of you. As soon as he said that, It was like he had hit Chi Wu's sore spot. Chi Wu clenched his hand into a fist and smacked Feng Xian hard on the head, then angrily said, "Was that an insult just now?" Feng Xian immediately dropped his teasing tone and hurriedly said, "Sorry, sorry." With a calm expression, Chi Wu explained, "I had to deliver the seed to her." At that time, that thought suddenly popped into your head. Hearing him say that, Chi Wu seemed a little satisfied and smiled. Feng Xian suddenly asked, "What will this little cutie look like when it grows up?" Caught off guard by the question, Chi Wu let out a soft chem. He looked at Feng Xian with gentle eyes, imagined what it would look like when mature, and said, "It'll probably grow into a tree full of flowers." Feng Xian looked at him happily and naturally said, that really suits you." Chi Wu looked at it and smiled, a faint blush rising to his cheeks. Feng Xian turned to look at him and said, "I finally know where the seed's appeal comes from." Chi Wu was a little puzzled by that. Feng Xian folded his arms over his knees, then lay back lightly and said, "The look on your faces when you look at it really is captivating. Even I feel moved." Then Feng Xian suddenly started messing around again and turned to say to him, "Soft, gentle." It had to be said, Feng Xian's behavior at that moment left Chi Wu at a complete loss. Chi Wu's face darkened, and he said, trembling with disgust, "Why are you saying something so nauseating?" Feng Xian put on an innocent expression and said, "It's honesty. This is honesty." Then the two brothers started bickering, nauseating, honest, nauseating. One kept saying it was gross, the other insisted it was honesty, and the two of them just kept arguing like that. Chi Wu turned off the water, his expression calm as he said, "I really hope I can take care of this seed and make it bloom as soon as possible." Feng Xian looked a little surprised. "Huh? You can't." As he spoke, he raised a hand to his head. Chi Wu turned his face away and said, "Do you think this doesn't require learning? Besides, it's not something that can succeed so easily. Otherwise, it wouldn't make me long for it this much." Feng Xian blushed for what he said. He stood up, scratching his head with one hand while clenching the other as he said, "Oh, a rare prop." Chi Wu continued, "You could explain it that way." Then Feng Xian said to him, "The method your mother mentioned before. She rejected me already." Chi Wu shouted in confusion. "Hey, why?" His eyes were full of bewilderment. Feng Xian slowly said, she said, as he spoke, he thought of that mother, beautiful and fashionable. Recalling that time, Chi Wu's mother had said, "As you are now, you're not qualified." At that time, Chi Wu's face had been covered in wounds, large and small. The corners of his mouth were scraped, and there was even a bandage stuck on his face. At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew past, lifting his hair. Feng Xian continued, "But now, you should be qualified." Feng Xian looked at him with a tender expression. Chi Wu patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Definitely." Then the two brothers smiled at each other happily. Chi Wu patted Feng Xian on the shoulder and said with a hint of disdain, "By the way, just a reminder, your hair is still very weak." As he said this, he curled his lips into a grin. Feng Xian grew a little embarrassed, his face turning red at once. Then he suddenly cried out in annoyance, "Why is it all dirt?" In a room decorated with flowers and leaves, Chi Wu sat at the table and poured a full glass of milk, with a phone tucked against his ear as he listened. After pouring the milk, he walked to the refrigerator and opened it. From the phone came a voice, sounding a little puzzled as it asked, "The plan?" "Same as usual." At that moment, a hand plucked off a banana leaf. It was Feng Xian and Hua Yu standing under the leaves. The voice kept going, "They're busy, don't want to say, very good, he's here." "Huh? Why does this feel like a guilty conscience?" The two of them were standing under the tree, eavesdropping. No, I don't like doing this kind of thing." At that moment, Hua Yu took out her phone and tapped at it, and Feng Xian leaned over to peek. "Have fun, everyone." "Got it, hanging up." Then from the other end of the line came the tone, "Beep, beep." On the other side was a very beautiful woman. She snorted and said, "You brat," then calmly added, "This time, it's not up to you." Back on Chi Wu's side, he was slowly walking through the house when he suddenly turned his head aside and let out a sigh. Looking out the window, he said, "Oh well, I'm used to it anyway." Then he noticed voices outside the shop. "The shop is so quiet. We're not the first customers today, are we?" The whole group rushed inside excitedly. Sorry, it really is. Then please support this little business of mine. It's as deserted as a temple. So when's a good time to pray for blessings? Chi-Wu turned around, surprised by the question. Pray for blessings? Xiao Jinling happily held up a picture on her phone and said cheerfully, That's right. It's for our team-building event. They say this place is very spiritually effective. Whatever you pray for here comes true. It's not far from here. A little flustered, Chi-Wu hurriedly said, So you're just here to buy flowers on the way? She calmly replied, That's right. What else? Her friends, meanwhile, were already excitedly discussing the flower pots around them. This flower is so cute. Feeling embarrassed, Chi-Wu sighed and said, Then he lowered his face a little awkwardly. Xiao Jinling continued, Take me there too. Chi-Wu awkwardly raised a hand to his face and scratched at it. Then he looked at them with an embarrassed expression and said, I kind of want to go too, to pray for something, like thriving business. Hearing that, her eyes lit up and she turned back to give her friend a thumbs up. Chi-Wu trailed inside behind them and said, Wait for me a moment. He went inside and locked the door. At that moment, Feng, Xian, and Huayu were crouching behind a trellis of plants, whispering to each other. Did they leave? They left. Then Huayu turned and said to Feng Xian, Action. He happily replied, Yes. She moved toward a bag of supplies to take something out, and he helped her. Suddenly, while they were taking things out, something drew their attention and made them turn to look. There was a noise coming from upstairs. They whispered among themselves, Isn't that the direction of the boss lady's room? At once, Huayu became a little frightened and started imagining things. Did a small animal get in? A thief? Feng Xian, meanwhile, blankly asked, Wouldn't either of those be bad at a blessing shrine? Meanwhile, at the blessing shrine, everyone was making their wishes one by one. Some prayed, Please let me pass my exams. Money, money, I want to be rich. Someone else prayed to become blessed by the European emperor. At that moment, Chi-Wu stood beneath a tree hung with many wish charms, looking up at the little plaques dangling there. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He stepped forward and reached up to take down a wooden prayer plaque. Just then, Xiao Jinling came over, hands on her hips, and said dejectedly, I don't really dare believe in this stuff anymore. Hearing that, Chi-Wu turned back in surprise and asked why. She looked at the hanging plaques on the tree and said, None of the wishes I wrote ever came true. How many of the ones hanging here are just pointless? Chi-Wu fell silent for a moment, then said, But in the end, he put on that bright expression again and said, Just because it hasn't come true doesn't mean it's meaningless. She turned back, a little surprised. Chi-Wu reached out his hand and slowly said, I actually think there are still many possibilities in this world. He closed his eyes as if feeling something, and while doing so, extended his hand again and said, Or one day, by some form or another, it might come true. As he said that, he opened his eyes. Then, holding a brightly colored flower in his hand, he said, dashing, Let's not deny it too quickly. Just believe. Then he tucked the flower he was holding into the hanging plaque with a look of full satisfaction. After that, humming lightly to himself, he walked away. Xiao Jinling looked a little startled by what he had done. She looked up. Suddenly, her face turned bright red, and her expression became flustered and awkward. The flower Chi-Wu had tucked into that plaque was glowing. She said in confusion, Did he just use magic? Feng Xian and Huayu weren't doing much better on their side. Shocked by what they saw, they cried out, both of them covered in sweat. Their faces darkened as they stammered. It's that. A leg sticking out of the door. That. Suddenly, someone yelled, Is this dried shrimp? From beneath the giant flower came a tiny sound. Meow. By the well, drops of water slid from a bamboo pipe and dripped down into it. Xiao Jinling and her friends were chatting merrily as they skipped along. Let's go walk over there again. Okay, charge. Chi-Wu stood to the side watching them, his face completely expressionless. At that moment, Chi-Wu's face flushed a little as he thought, say something to them. But in the end, he still couldn't do it. Forget it. Just then, one of the boys came over to him and said, I think it's getting a little dark, so I'm heading back first. You all keep looking around. Hearing that, Xiao Jinling said in surprise, She and several of the others all protested. Don't go yet. We want to go over there and take some pictures. Chi-Wu calmly said, You've already gone around 3 times. Hearing that, they awkwardly turned their faces away. The boy beside Chi Wu leaned over and whispered, "That's just how they are. We can stay in the back." At that moment, the girls huddled around Xiao Jinling's phone, whispering among themselves, "Is Hua Yu still not done?" I asked, but Xiao Jinling said calmly, "She's not replying to me." On Hua Yu's side, something suddenly fell into the water with a plop. Feng Xin reacted quickly and grabbed it, making the little creature cry out, "Rip it," he said happily. "Finally caught you." He looked at the little flower spirit and said, "Annie really made another weird little toy, huh?" Suddenly, the little flower spirit kicked hard against his hand, making him cry out in pain. Hey, don't kick, that hurts." Then a thought suddenly flashed through his head, and he hurriedly turned to ask, "Hua Yu, are you still okay?" Behind him, Hua Yu was lying on a pile of flowers on the floor. Helplessly, he said, "Hey, why did you suddenly go limp? The floor is really cold." Suddenly, she cried out in panic, "I've caused huge trouble. Once Shi Wu comes back, he's definitely going to blow up. And the boss lady too. Ha ha ha." Feng Xian said helplessly, "The whole plan's completely messed up now. Before they come back, we probably can't finish." But before he could finish, Hua Yu interrupted him. Even so, he still looked at her with a bright, cheerful expression, his eyes full of affection. If only we could turn back time. At that moment, she was still lying on that cold, flower-covered floor. Feng Xian slowly sat down, picked up a flower, and happily placed it on her head as he said, "If you keep lying there, we really won't have enough time." Beside them, the little flower spirit was still hovering in the air. Hearing that, she turned to look at him. He continued, "Actually, I don't think it's as dramatic as you think. Based on what I know about my aunt, whatever plan she had, nobody can say for sure." Seeing her stay silent and downcast, he quickly changed the subject. "Besides, look how cute this little guy is." He quickly stood up and slowly reached out a hand. "Come on, let's keep decorating." Feeling a little shy, Hua Yu bashfully reached out to take his hand. Keeping that cheerful expression, he said, "After this accident, I'll talk to A Wu." His face lit up as he jokingly added, "And don't underestimate me either. I'm your accomplice too." Hearing that, Hua Yu looked a little troubled. Then she stood up and pulled her hand back, while Feng Xian suddenly said in surprise, "What accomplice?" At that moment, Chi Wu and Xiao Jinling had already returned. Chi Wu walked in and said, "Didn't you two say you had something to do? Why are you both at the shop?" Behind him, Xiao Jinling clasped her hands apologetically, as if saying, "Sorry, I really couldn't hold them off." Feng Xian felt a little flustered and thought, "Why are they back so early?" One of the friends behind them whispered, "Was this setup part of our original plan?" Seeing how awkward the situation was, Chi Wu turned back and said to Xiao Jinling, "Why did you all come here too?" She immediately put on an innocent, harmlessly cute expression. Suddenly, Chi Wu noticed something and froze, mouth agape. The little flower spirit from earlier popped its head out. Feng Xian tried to catch it, but it was too fast and escaped in time. It kicked hard at his hand and cried out, "Ah!" The little flower spirit jumped straight onto Chi Wu's collar and clung there tightly. Everyone was stunned. Hey, what is this? It's so cute. Was this part of the plan too? Wow, such a moving magic surprise. All of them were astonished by the sight. Feng Xian suddenly turned to Hua Yu and happily said, "Look," making her turn to look as well. Just then, the phone in Chi Wu's pocket rang. Chi Wu took out his phone. On the screen were his parents, speaking excitedly. "Agio, so you figured out early after all. Wow, it looks really lively there right now. Looks like this little rascal likes you too." Looking at his parents, Chi Wu said, "Likes me? This gift." He stammered in confusion. "Gift?" The little flower spirit was perched on his shoulder, smiling happily. His parents continued, "We were afraid you'd be lonely, so we specially invited it to come keep you company. But it seems," Feng Xian said, "looks like Annie worried for nothing." Just as he finished speaking, a bang of confetti popped from behind Chi Wu. Chi Wu turned around in surprise. Everyone was holding party poppers, and they shouted in unison, "Happy birthday!" Hua Yu was holding a cake in her hands. Xiao Jinling and her friend stood nearby watching the excitement, some of them filming. Then a voice came from Chi Wu's phone. "Happy birthday, Mom's little flower fairy." Outside in the evening, the air was cool and fresh. Everyone eagerly waited to eat. Xiao Jinling's female friends took out their phones to snap selfies. Chi Wu held the cake knife in his hand, trembling so hard he couldn't stop. He was shaking so much that he had to use both hands to steady himself. Seeing this, Feng Xian sighed, and even the little flower spirit on Chi Wu's shoulder looked surprised. The others had already picked up forks and were waiting for the cake to be cut so they could eat, every one of them looking excited. Some couldn't hold back and cried out, "So good! Looks delicious!" Chi Wu still stood there, overwhelmed, staring at the cake on the table. At last, he lifted a piece of cake in front of himself, then slowly put it into his mouth. The moment he put the cake into his mouth, he felt as if everything around him had changed. It was as though he were standing in a place full of flowers, where there were only him and the little flower spirit. While he was lost in that feeling, the others had already started whispering among themselves. "Let's take a picture together. Wow, the flowers here smell especially good. Wait, why is our main character zoning out like that?" In a narrow alley at the corner of the street, the wind rustled through the treetops. A man carried over his shoulder a pole strung with many candied hawthorn skewers. He walked in the opposite direction of a woman riding a bicycle, the back of her bike piled high with all kinds of fresh flowers. Her bicycle bell rang in a steady rhythm. Ding, 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 ding. Hua Yu walked up to the flower-selling woman and politely said, "Hello, ma'am. Could I have a bouquet of flowers, please?" It was so cold that even when the woman spoke, a faint mist escaped her lips. She smiled and said, "Of course, dear." She reached out and handed over a yellow bouquet, carefully reminding her, "Hold it carefully, okay?" Hua Yu received the bouquet with both hands and thanked her politely. "Thank you, ma'am." Hua Yu gently cradled the bouquet in her arms and turned to leave. With her back to the girl, the woman was putting money into the pouch at her side. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she looked up and widened her eyes. "Huh?" She turned to look at Hua Yu's retreating figure. Wasn't that Dr. Hua's granddaughter? In her memory, Hua Yu had once been a small girl with shoulder-length short hair, always looking down, her expression a little timid. The woman thought, it's only been a few years. Has she changed this much already? Then the image of Hua Yu as she was now appeared. She had grown into a beautiful young girl, with long hair and big round eyes. Because the weather was so cold, each breath she exhaled formed a thin white mist. The blue scarf around her neck matched the blue floral pattern coat she was wearing. Hua Yu held the yellow bouquet to her chest. As she walked, she thought to herself, the holiday's finally here. I'll come back to the old house after such a long time to spend the new year with Grandma. As her thoughts drifted farther away, a loud voice suddenly rang out. "Come over here, quick!" Then a child ran straight into her with a thump. She lowered her head to look. The child didn't apologize and just kept playing with his friend. He teased, "You run so slow." Hua Yu felt a little annoyed. Raising one hand high to scare them, she shouted, "Hey kid, watch where you're going." The two children jumped in fright, turned back to look at her, and cried out in unison, "Ah, run, run." Watching the two children scramble away, she put her hands on her hips and sighed helplessly. Hua Yu lifted her head and looked toward the balcony of a nearby house. There was a bird's nest on it. It seemed the owner did not care for it much, so there were not many flowers or plants there. Only a cactus lay lopsided in the flower bed. Since it was winter, the trees around it had all gone bare, with only a few dry leaves left clinging to the branches. A light breeze blew by, carrying several dead leaves drifting across the balcony. Seeing the scene, she could not help sighing. So many people had moved to better places. Everything here was slowly becoming a thing of the past. Holding the bouquet in her arms, she looked with eyes full of affection toward another balcony. That one was filled with flowers, all lush and thriving. A few blossoms bloomed brilliantly among the green leaves, and warmth filled Hua Yu's heart. But that balcony had always remained full of life. At that moment, inside the room, her grandmother, her hair now silver, reading glasses perched on her face, was arranging the flowers Hua Yu had just bought into a vase while grumbling. "You think I like it? That old man keeps running into my dreams all day long and nagging me." As she hung her coat on the rack, Hua Yu rubbed her head and smiled brightly. "Haha, Grandpa just can't bear to leave you." Grandma closed her eyes and pretended to pout as she complained. One moment it's turn the soil, the next it's catch the bugs. After speaking, she gazed into the distance, her eyes brimming with sorrow and endless longing. Then Hua Yu and her grandmother placed the vase of flowers on his memorial table. Hua Yu wrapped an arm around her grandmother's thin shoulders, and the two leaned against each other. Looking at his portrait, Grandma said somewhat choked up, "You rotten old man, I don't like growing flowers the way you did it all." You have to keep reminding me. Resting her head against her grandmother, Hua Yu closed her eyes and said, I miss Grandpa too. Leaning against her, Grandma looked at his portrait with gentle eyes and said, Actually, I never hated taking care of his flowers at all. Looking after them feels like I can really talk to him. Grandma recalled the scene of the two of them tending the flower pots together. She had been watering the plants, and Grandpa had carefully shown her how, while saying, This pot needs extra care. It was a gift from my precious little Yu. Grandma had replied in annoyance, I know. Returning to the present, she held the yellow vase in both hands, turned to look at Hua Yu, and smiled. Tell me, do you think these plants have some kind of magical power? Hua Yu stared at her blankly. Then she smiled at her grandmother with eyes full of affection. Changing the subject, Hua Yu said, Oh right, Grandma, let me tell you something. Do you still remember that tree behind the mountain? You scolded me before because I climbed it. In her heart, Hua Yu thought, I often feel very lucky. Being able to meet them was truly wonderful. Hua Yu's parents were pasting Red Spring Festival couplets on the wall, while her voice continued. After that, I met a guy. His family runs a flower shop. The moment Hua Yu's father heard that, tears came streaming down his face. Why is it always some boy you're talking about? Dad is very worried, okay? Hua Yu's mother was listening closely, and she elbowed him. Stop talking. I can't hear clearly anymore. The scene shifted next door. Feng Xin was sitting in his room, wearing headphones, listening to music while reading intently. Resting one hand against his forehead, he kept jotting notes into the big book in front of him. Suddenly, there was a clatter, followed by someone exclaiming, Yikes! Feng Xin stopped writing and looked up toward the source of the noise. In the kitchen, everything was a complete mess. On the phone, Chef Baji's voice could be heard giving instructions online. Turn the heat down a little. Just stir it gently. Feng Xion's mother was sweating as she stared at the dish in her hand, now char black. Flustered, she asked, How low is a little lower? And what counts as gently? Chef Baji was speechless. Feng Xion's mother's expression darkened. Closing her eyes in frustration, she said, Sigh, I can't even cook rice properly. A mother like me is really too unqualified. Baji hurriedly comforted her. Take it slow. No ruse. Feng Xian suddenly dashed over to his mother with a whoosh, holding up a drawing in both hands and calling out cheerfully, Mom, these were all designed by you. Startled by her son's sudden voice, Feng Xion's mother froze for a few seconds, her eyes wide. Then she asked in surprise, That's right. What? Feng Xion held the picture in both hands, his face full of pride. He broke into a radiant smile, gave her a thumbs up, and said sweetly, I just wanted to say, you're amazing. Hearing her son praise her, Feng Xion's mother stared at him. With his hands on his hips, Feng Xion proudly continued, As expected of my mom. Embarrassed, his mother lowered her head and scraped the burnt food off the plate. She jokingly picked up his words, As expected of my mom. Even eggs can be burned into charcoal. Feng Xion replied at once, Doesn't that just prove how awesome you are? Hearing that, Feng Xion's mother froze slightly, her eyes widening. Feng Xion flexed his arm, showing off his healthy, strong body to her as he flattered her. Even if you're not good at cooking, you still raised me this well. And you're amazing at your work too. His mother, who had been scraping food off the plate, paused and turned to look at Feng Xion's arm. Nearby was a table covered with tools for drawing architectural designs, and several rejected drafts had been crumpled into balls. Feng Xion was still talking to his mother. Honestly, Mom, ever since I was little, you've always been the person I admire most. Feng Xion lifted his index finger and pointed to the left side of his chest. He looked at his mother with eyes overflowing with love and happiness. Right now, I'm super happy. Feng Xion's mother looked back at her son with the same loving gaze and smiled happily. After saying that, Feng Xion tipped his chin up and spread his arms wide, striking a pose as if waiting to receive praise. His mother, embarrassed by all his sweet talk, blushed bright red. Waving a hand, she laughed and said, Oh my, since when did that mouth of yours get so sweet? You're making your own mother blush. After being cheered up by Feng Xion, she narrowed her eyes in a smile and said, All right, I need to keep studying cooking now. Your father is still waiting to teach me some of his signature dishes. Feng Xion blinked and said, Hey, I want to learn too. His mother refused. What's the rush? You go study first. Feng Xion darted his eyes around, looking a little guilty, and muttered softly, but everyone says boys who can cook are even more charming. Feng Xian's mother was still holding a cooking utensil. The moment she heard what her son said, she whipped around and looked at him sharply. Feng Xian jolted in fright. Feng Xian's mother moved her face right up close to his, pressed a spoon against his cheek, and asked darkly, "What exactly did you mean by that just now? Explain it clearly." Sweating, Feng Xian stammered and searched for an excuse to escape. I'm going to review now." The clock pointed to 6 o'clock. In the room, Feng Xian's mother's voice rang out. "Something's up." Right after that, Feng Xian was being tugged by the ear by his mother, crying out repeatedly, "Ow, ow, ow." From a phone, Baji's voice sounded again. "Hey, are you still learning or not?" Over there, Baji was cooking while looking at his phone. From the phone came the repeated sounds of, "Something's up." Mom misunderstood. Baji was speechless. He complained, "It's rare that I get to join in, and now I'm being ignored." At that moment, there were also two people in another room. Chi-Wu was standing and talking with his mother, and she held a stack of red invitation cards in her hand. Chi-Wu's mother held the stack of cards in both hands and passed them to him. "Here, if you can't hand them all out, that's fine. Just come home early." Chi-Wu took the stack and flipped through it as he said, "Don't worry. This little bit is easy to handle." Hearing that, Chi-Wu's mother narrowed her eyes and smiled at him. Carrying the stack of cards in his arms, Chi-Wu walked down the road. The wind rustled through the treetops and blew a few dry leaves away. Coming toward him were an elderly man and his granddaughter, one old and one young, supporting each other as they walked. As they passed Chi-Wu, the granddaughter asked her grandfather, "Is this the house you lived in when you were little?" The old man raised a hand to shade his eyes and looked up. "That's right." Tom had flown by, and everyone was gone now. He stopped and pointed toward a tall tree behind the wall. "See that osmanthus tree? I planted it when I was about your age." The little girl asked, "Osmanthus?" The old man replied, "That's right. It smells wonderful." The girl asked curiously, "Then why can't I smell anything?" The old man explained, "Silly child, osmanthus season ended a long time ago. It's a pity we came at the wrong time." Then he said, "I really want to smell it again, the scent of the osmanthus I planted." Chi-Wu happened to overhear those words. In his blue eyes flickered a trace of hesitation, as if he were thinking about something. Suddenly, the osmanthus blossoms on the branches bloomed in profusion, and a gust of wind swept past, carrying the fragrance of osmanthus into the air. The old man sniffed. Then he waved to his granddaughter. "Come here, sweetheart." The girl asked, "What is it, Grandpa?" Suddenly, she caught the floral fragrance in the air and cried out happily, "Wow, it smells so good." Then she suddenly asked, "Huh? Grandpa, why are you crying?" The old man hid the emotion in his heart and said, It's just that the wind stung my eyes." The little flower spirit poked its head out from Chi-Wu's scarf and glanced at the grandfather and granddaughter. Leaning on his cane, the old man stood with his granddaughter beneath the tree, looking up at the falling osmanthus petals as he sighed. What a surprise. Her flowers are still blooming after all. This scent is bringing back so many old memories. The little girl looked up with bright, shining eyes in the same direction and said innocently, "Because you came back to visit her, she must be very happy." Chi-Wu's footsteps gradually carried him farther away, but there was a faint smile on his lips. The little flower spirit inside his scarf was still turning back to look at the grandfather and granddaughter, while their voices continued to drift over. The old man, cheered by his granddaughter's words, laughed. "Ha ha, is that so?" The girl affirmed, "It definitely is." Footsteps stepped on a yellow leaf fallen onto the green grass. The wind whooshed past, lifting Hua Yu's long hair. She raised a hand to brush it back, then looked up at the tall tree with its great thick branches. Its crown was lush and full. She picked up a yellow leaf and held it in her hand. Standing beneath the tree, she smiled as she looked up into the canopy and thought, "We received gentle strength from him." On the table was a feast of delicious food. A hand reached out with chopsticks and picked up some food from a plate. As he picked it up, Feng Xian gave a thumbs up and generously praised his mother. Feng Xian's mother happily held her bowl of rice, smiling with narrowed eyes. Meanwhile, Hua Yu was still thinking, "We also shared this gentleness. I'm so happy." Chi-Wu pushed open the wooden gate in front of the yard and said, "I'm home." As he stepped inside, a tiny pale purple jacaranda tree planted in a pot in the courtyard dropped a leaf. Beneath the blooming jacaranda stood a cheerful group of three. Huayu was holding a large basket of roses and smiling with her eyes narrowed. Feng Xin was holding up a chubby cat for Huayu to see. Chi-Wu stood there with an arm slung over Feng Xin's shoulder, and everyone's faces shone with happiness. In her heart, Huayu thought sincerely, we all found it again, the treasure we've always cherished. A text conversation appeared on a phone screen. Too bad. She left in a hurry. I went to this place once too. It would have been great if you had been there then, Senior. This used to be my favorite snack shop. Their grilled food was the best, but sadly it closed last year, so you didn't get to try it. Yeah, I remember there was so much snow that year. It snowed for a long time where we were too, but I caught a cold and couldn't go out to play. I went out to step in the snow by myself. The two fell silent for a moment. Then one of them said, "We really missed a lot, didn't we?" The other replied, "Yeah." The cicadas sang beneath the blazing summer sun. Beside the huge school building, a few patches of greenery stood here and there, and under the trees voices could be heard. "This summer is so hot." Another voice replied, "Yeah, it's 40 degrees this year. Looks like there's going to be a heavy rain soon. Come over here quickly. I can't take it anymore." Huayu held a blue book in her hand, but her attention had drifted to the gossip from the group standing nearby. A girl in a floral dress with a brown backpack said, "When did you two start dating?" "In 11th grade. Couldn't tell at all. We only dare to say it after graduation." Someone exclaimed in envy. 999. The girl standing nearby looked enviously at their interlocked hands, while someone else said sourly, "Honestly, it's already this hot and you two are still glued to each other. I seriously can't stand you." Another person jokingly replied, "Huh, a single person like you wouldn't understand." Suddenly Feng Xin appeared out of nowhere. Folding his arms on the desk as support, he leaned his whole body closer to Huayu and asked with a bright, squinting smile, "What are you looking at?" Huayu jumped in fright, her cheeks flushing red with embarrassment, and widened her eyes as she cried out. Huayu blushed scarlet, eyes wide, and stammered behind the book she raised to cover her mouth. Feng Xin, why are you here?" Greatly amused by her flustered reaction, Feng Xin casually responded, Then he squinted and burst into laughter. Did the heat fry your brains, Senior?" Under the trees, the cicadas kept chirping, while all around them people bustled noisily. Several tables had been set up under the shade, and above them hung a sign that read School of Journalism. Huayu sat by one of the tables, staring blankly while holding the blue book. Feng Xin crouched down, resting his folded arms on the table, and said to her, "Today is registration day, Senior." Immediately, the voice of the student sitting nearby rang out, "Welcome, Junior. This is the enrollment guide. 50 meters ahead is the class information board." "Thank you." That bit of dialogue only made Huayu even more embarrassed. Going pale and stiff as a puppet, she replied, "All right, of course." Huayu looked at Feng Xin with shining eyes, and suddenly her heart began to pound. Looking down at the blue book still in her hands, she thought, I actually forgot all of a sudden that we ended up attending the same university, and now he's my junior. Someone called out, "Feng Xin." Hearing his name while he was looking at Huayu, he turned toward the caller. Feng Xin smiled brightly, stood up, and walked toward his friend. He rubbed his head, pointed ahead, and said to Huayu with a grin, "I'm going to say hi to my friends. You go ahead and get back to work, okay?" Huayu answered blankly, Mumus. Watching Feng Xin's retreating back, Huayu's eyes showed a trace of disappointment. Then, embarrassed, she used the book to cover her whole face and thought dejectedly, was I acting too awkward just now? Even with her face hidden behind the book, the blush on Huayu's cheeks could still be seen. She thought I practiced greeting him several times in my head. But the moment I saw him, it all fell apart. That's right, after more than half a year apart, this was our first time meeting again. She looked at the silent phone lying there, its dark screen showing no sign of activity, and let her thoughts continue to wander. During those months before this, we had only chatted occasionally. His phone had been confiscated. Different personalities and different plans meant each person had different activities during summer vacation. Because everyone had their own schedule, the summer passed that way. Feng Xin explored different places with his friends, happily taking commemorative photos in sportswear. Huayu, wearing oversized glasses, diligently attended lectures with her classmates and listened seriously in class. Because their activities were different, they had no chance to meet. Chi-Wu also had his own activities. carrying lots of luggage on his back and the little flower spirit with him. He took out the necessary tools and caught a drop of dew that was about to slide from a leaf. Hua thought of him. At the same time, to cultivate the flower lady boss's planting magic, Chiwu had been venturing all over the world collecting materials, while of course not neglecting his studies. Returning to the present, Hua ran a hand through her long hair, but it was so smooth that the strands slipped through her fingers without tangling at all. Looking at her hair, she thought a little gloomily, I thought there'd be something special when we met again. Suddenly, a familiar burst of laughter rang out. Ha ha. Drawing Huayu's attention, she lifted her eyes toward the source of the clear, bright laughter. She saw Feng Xin with his back to her, chatting animatedly with his friends. Laughter occasionally rang out among them, and Huayu could not help wondering, what are they talking about that's so funny? Feng Xin was still chatting with his friends, raising a hand as he animatedly told the story. Watching him talk and laugh, Huayu felt a little disappointed as she thought, so I'm the only one who's been affected after all. One of Feng Xin's friends smiled and said to him, "That's right, there's a mixer tonight. Are you coming? I heard there'll be some really pretty senior girls there." Feng Xin turned and walked toward Huayu. When he heard his friend ask, he turned his head and answered with a smiling squint, "No, don't bother inviting me to things like that." At that moment, Huayu was busy guiding a new student. She pointed at the paper and said, "You need to sign here." The new student replied politely, "Okay." Feng Xin slyly stood beside her, leaning slightly toward Huayu, and said meaningfully to his friend, "I already have plans." Sensing that the atmosphere was somehow off, Huayu stopped what she was doing and looked up, asking blankly, "HM?" Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Hello, senior." Then Feng Xin's two friends stood up straight and bowed 90 degrees. Huayu was so startled by their actions that she broke out in a sweat all over. She pointed at Feng Xin's two friends, her eyes full of confusion as she looked at him. Feng Xin spread his hands, shrugged, and shook his head. Feng Xin sat beneath a tree, picking up a seed and offering it to a little squirrel. The people around them had gradually dispersed, and now the cicadas were the loudest sound in the area. The girl next to Huayu stood up, stretched, and said cheerfully, "Great work today, volunteers. Come on, let's clean up." Huayu sat with both hands braced on the chair and turned toward her friend. Just then, a boy holding a phone walked over to them. A conversation rang out. "Hello, seniors. Could we exchange WeChat?" "Sure." "Sister, what about you?" "Huh, you won't mind too?" The conversation drew Feng Xin's attention. As he held out the seed to the baby squirrel, he turned his head to look at the group. The boy looked at Huayu and continued, "I'll add you to the group. You probably don't have a boyfriend yet, right?" Huayu was a little surprised and couldn't react in time, so she could only repeat, "Huh?" But to Feng Xin, the boy's words hit his ears like a thunderbolt. He froze and dropped the seed in his hand, making the little squirrel very annoyed. Huayu answered the boy, "I." Feng Xin, looking gloomy, peeked out from behind a tree trunk and nervously listened for her answer. Huayu caught sight of the figure sitting under the tree and hesitated as she said, "Probably, yes." Then Huayu looked at Feng Xin with shining eyes, her cheeks flushed, and said uncertainly, "I think I do." Hearing Huayu's words, Feng Xin's eyes widened, and his heart slammed hard in his chest. A long hand with distinct knuckles smacked down on the table with a loud thud. Feng Xin appeared behind Huayu. Pretending to stay calm, she sat upright, staring intently at the book in her hands. One of his hands braced against the back of Huayu's chair, the other against the table. He bent slightly, his tall figure almost enclosing Huayu in his arms, and coldly asked the boy, "What do you want?" Feng Xin shot the boy a crackling look. Startled and sweating, the boy hurriedly said, "Sorry to bother you." The girl beside them covered her face with both hands, huge hearts in her eyes, and said admiringly, "Oh my God, he's so handsome." Huayu didn't know what to do, so she could only sit there silently like a wax statue. She stole a glance at Feng Xin's strong arm propped on the table beside her hand and thought, "So close." The wind whistled past, lifting a few strands of Feng Xin's hair. His eyes were deep as stars, and the black stone earring by his ear made him even more attractive. She thought, he got this ear pierced too? When did he do that? Did it hurt? He seemed a little tanner too, but he looks really healthy. I like it. It feels like he's become so much more mature. Huayu's heart pounded wildly. Perhaps because her heartbeat was too fast and her emotions were in such turmoil, her whole face had turned bright red. Her heart kept racing madly in her chest, and Hua Yu's feelings wavered. Strange, it was only because he leaned in a little. Why am I this flustered? Meanwhile, Feng Xian was asking himself, does she still remember that promise? Feng Xian lowered his beautiful gaze toward Hua Yu and saw her nervously rubbing her fingers together. Her whole little face flushed red. Feng Xian felt a little flustered too. He looked away and thought, so cute. Suddenly, he sat down beside the table, placed both hands on it, leaned closer to Hua Yu, and softly asked, let me ask you something. Hua Yu saw him become serious all of a sudden and felt a little uneasy. She turned to look directly into Feng Xian's eyes. He asked, when you answered yes, you looked at me. Feng Xin Bo Lu Set, resting his face close to his hands on the edge of the table. He looked a little anxious as he asked her, can I take that to mean that person is me? Asked so directly by Feng Xian, Hua Yu felt as if she'd been struck by Cupid's arrow. Her face, already pink, turned scarlet, and she didn't know how to answer. Under Feng Xian's expectant gaze, Hua Yu curled her forefingers inward with her thumb tucked in, making a hand gesture like a monk reciting scripture, and said, don't mess around, that person already left. But Feng Xian kept a straight face and said, I'm serious. Hearing that only made Hua Yu's emotions even more tangled. Feng Xian was blushing too. He lowered his head slightly and cast his eyes down to hide his embarrassment as he said, during the time we weren't seeing each other, listening to the album you gave me became something I did every day. While listening, I'd think about our promise, about when we were little, and about everything that happened after you came here. Hua Yu turned to look at Feng Xian. Hearing what was in his heart, she stared at him wide-eyed for several seconds. Feng Xian lifted his head and looked straight at Hua Yu. There was a trace of regret in his eyes as he continued. But in all that time, we still missed so many things. Every time I think about it, I feel really regretful. After hearing him, Hua Yu looked at him and said, nothing in this world is perfect. Being able to meet again is already very lucky. The rustling tree branches in the wind created a peaceful feeling. Feng Xian's thoughts drifted on. But for me, that isn't enough. Getting closer to you, talking to you, that feeling only grew stronger. He kept sitting beside the table, looking at Hua Yu. Sitting in her chair, she looked back at him as a soft breeze lifted her long hair. Feng Xian suddenly called her name, Hua Yu. She widened her eyes and looked at him. Feng Xian folded his arms on the table, his gaze gentle, and with a smile he asked her, would you do me the honor of letting me be your boyfriend? Hearing that, Hua Yu's heart pounded wildly. Feng Xian stared at Hua Yu, his own heart racing too. When she stayed silent, worry rose in him. Oh no, what now? But seeing her blush and lift her book to hide her face made him a little happy. Ah, she's blushing. He stared at her, thinking, she's so cute, I want to pinch her cheeks. His hand almost lifted on its own, but he restrained himself. If I do that now, it'll only make her even more flustered, right? Calm down, calm down. He hurriedly said, you don't have to answer me right away, if you want. Before he could finish, a blue book was suddenly raised between them, making Feng Xian's eyes widen in surprise. Hua Yu used the blue book to shield the two of them, lowering her head. The posture they were in was extremely ambiguous. Just then, the girl at the next table cheerfully said to Hua Yu, if there are any guidebooks left over, remember to return them. Hua Yu hurriedly hugged the stack of books in her arms and ran after the girl, leaving Feng Xian sitting there dazed as he watched her back. Feng Xian's heart pounded as he watched Hua Yu run away and noticed that her ears were bright red. He let out an ah. He raised a hand and touched his own cheek, thinking about the one who was flustered. His face immediately turned red. His eyes widened, his hand still on his cheek, and in alarm he thought, was it me? Hua Yu ran off hugging the books, smiling as she ran, her face tinged red. Feng Xian jumped up, threw his arms into the air, and shouted happily yes. His face was slightly flushed too. On a vast, boundless grassland, two children dressed in a rustic European style chased each other with blue flowers in their hands. The little boy bumped into a tall person and cried out, ouch. A brown leather-bound notebook cataloging different kinds of plants fell to the ground. Following the book with his eyes as it fell, the little boy looked up with wide, round eyes. Standing opposite him was Chi Wu, his expression gloomy, one hand still outstretched. Apparently, the brown book had fallen from his hand. The dark aura around him scared both children so much their hair stood on end and sweat poured from them. In the children's eyes, Chi-Woo was like a vicious wolf reaching out to grab them. The two of them turned and ran away crying, tossing back a single line, "Sorry." The little boy was pulled back by one finger from Chi-Woo and cried as he struggled. But Chi-Woo's long finger merely pointed at the little flowers the boy was holding. The boy stopped crying, stunned by Chi-Woo's action. Chi-Woo crouched down with a smile and gestured toward the flowers in the children's hands. Seeing that he meant no harm, the two children happily offered the flowers to him. Chi-Woo waved goodbye to them, and the children ran off, smiling as they turned back to wave at him too. They even called out goodbye, "Bye-bye, dark spirit." Watching the two children run away, a trace of sadness appeared in Chi-Woo's eyes. The little flower spirit in the travel bag on his back also watched the children leave. The cord with the blue stone pendant lay silently against his chest. With the little flower spirit perched on his shoulder, Chi-Woo put one hand on his waist and stroked his chin with the other, thinking, "Am I really that scary?" A gust of wind blew past, lifting a few strands of his hair. Chi-Woo raised his eyes to the scenery before him, a high, clear blue sky and a vast, endless grassland. In the distance stood towering mountains wreathed in cloud and mist, while birds flew freely through the sky. Far away, one could even see a strip of sandy shore and blue sea. He thought, "In my 5th year of studying flower magic, I've arrived at the 4th destination of my journey." From Mother, I received an old diary that had been repaired countless times, and inside it were records of many things I needed to collect. One page of the old diary showed a picture of a blue stone with a note beside it, or containing Aurora. Below that was a picture of a star labeled Meteor Fragment. Finally, there was a little bottle tied with a blue ribbon containing a bit of liquid, clearly labeled Dew from an ancient tree over 1,000 years old. At the bottom of the page was a line, "Once I gather all these natural products that shimmer with wondrous light, then add my magic, I'll be able to create magical seeds that can grow into any flower." Chi-Woo held out both hands, and a pale purple seed dropped down. The little flower spirit picked up the book and flew up to place it in Chi-Woo's hand. Carrying his bag in one hand, he opened the other palm and said softly, "Thank you." A thought crossed his mind. If you asked whether traveling like this is tiring, honestly, it really is. On his phone was a photo of Feng Xin with Hua Yu and Xiao Jinling at one of Jinling's signing events, with a police substation visible in the background below the picture. Jinling had said, "If you dare stand her up at the next signing event, I'll write you into my novel." A trace of sadness passed through Chi-Woo, and he thought, "Sometimes I do feel a little regretful about always missing everyone's gatherings, but I never feel lonely." Following the notes in the journal to search for shining things, feeling the texture and warmth at his fingertips. Now he was in a dark forest, dressed in thick clothes and wrapped in a scarf, holding a small lamp as he looked down at a glimmer of light near his feet. The scene shifted again. Chi-Woo stood in a field full of flowers, the little flower spirit perched on his head. He spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and breathed in the air of that place. The scenery encountered on the journey, the dancing light, the scent on the wind. Then another place. A large tree stood beside a neatly trimmed hedge. An arched gate twined with green leaves and roses looked incredibly picturesque. Chi-Woo stood talking with an old woman, visiting flower garden owners everywhere, gathering their secrets and the stories they shared. These were all the pleasures of each journey. Under a blue sky with drifting white clouds, Chi-Woo raised a brown book high overhead. Looking up at it, he thought, "This time, what I need to collect seems a bit hard to find." His hand decisively snapped the book shut. Chi-Woo walked deep into a forest. Sunlight streamed through the leaves onto the treetops. A little brook wound through the woods. Leaning against a tree trunk, he smiled at a white rabbit, which had gone still and lifted its ears to observe him. A blue letter decorated with a few yellow daisies was sent out. While he was lying sprawled on the sofa eating fruit, Feng Xin opened the door and walked in, carrying a lot of things, his mask pulled down only to his chin. He held up the blue letter adorned with yellow flowers for Hua Yu to see. The moment she saw the letter, her eyes lit up with delight. The envelope was opened, revealing one letter and many photos inside. The letter read, "How has everyone been lately? As I'm writing these words, it's just started raining outside. The smell of green grass mixes with the scent of wet earth. No matter where you are, rain feels the same. The rain disrupted my plans to search for firefly amber. Luckily, the locals taught me a way to identify it quickly even on cloudy days. One of the enclosed photos showed a dark, gloomy forest lit by countless fireflies glowing over a small patch of land. The letter continued. They say that when Venus appears directly above this small island, the fireflies here gather into a golden path. If you follow them, you can find the amber. Another photo showed Chi-woo drinking with two new friends, a brown-haired man and a platinum-haired woman with long hair. He was raising his glass toward the camera. In a letter, he wrote about this photo. These two are new friends I met at a flower exhibition. They're both prize winners. The girlfriend is named Lily, and the one beside her is Dan. Dan is a plant scholar. He told me many interesting stories about things he'd encountered while doing research in the rainforest. Dan told me that there are people elsewhere who have abilities like mine. I thought maybe I should go meet them. Another photo. A blue-haired boy lay sprawled along the branch of an ancient tree with a squirrel sitting on his back. The boy smiled with squinted eyes, holding a bouquet of yellow flowers in his arms. Chi-woo wrote, I met a lively, mischievous child. He took me to see a tree and told me he was that tree. A little later, he said he was joking with me. What a little brat. But I still believe what he said. Before I left, I whispered to him that I could make that tree bloom, and he actually thought I was joking. He insisted I prove it, but in the end, I still told him I was only teasing him. By the time I return, the jacaranda season will probably already be over. Sitting on the sofa, Hua-yu read the letter while showing the photos to Feng Exine. Leaning against the sofa, Feng Exine ate as he looked at the photos in Hua-yu's hand. The scene shifted to Hua-yu, Xiao, Jinling, and another friend strolling together. Xiao, Jinling pointed ahead, and the three of them chatted happily as they walked. Chi-woo's letter continued. I wonder if you'll be busy then. That's the liveliest time in the flower garden. Make time to enjoy the flowers, and remember to take lots of pictures and send them to me. My flower garden will always welcome all of you. Near the end of the letter, Chi-woo wrote, Oh right, don't forget to shake out the bottom of the envelope. Hua-yu picked up the blue envelope and examined it again. She turned the envelope upside down and gave it a gentle shake. A great many tiny pale purple petals fluttered out. Then suddenly, a pale purple seed fell out with a tiny plink. The last line of Chi-woo's letter. This is my gift to you all. May the flower it blooms and to bring you happiness.